It felt like she was drowning, deep underwater for far too long, unable to breathe or even think. That suffocating pressure made everything foggy. Until suddenly, she snapped back. Her eyes fluttered open, and the first thing she saw was a strange ceiling. Even her own hands didn't look like hers. Nothing was familiar. Before she could process anything, someone yanked her up roughly, and then came a sharp slap across her face. That hit was so hard it jolted her brain into reality. A furious man stood over her, shouting with spit-flying rage. According to him, she had destroyed their family's future. "How dare you try to drown yourself the day before your wedding, Hailey?" Except that wasn't her name. Our protagonist, who isn't Hailey at all, blinked in complete confusion. Who's Hailey? And why did this stranger just call her that? To clear things up, let's rewind a little. Our girl's name is Yijae. She has a rather troublesome gift. She can see ghosts. Not exactly the kind of talent that earns friends. Growing up, she was constantly judged, whispered about, and labeled unlucky. Teachers ignored her, classmates avoided her, and strangers made sure she knew she didn't belong. Eventually, an old shaman named Young-san took her in. The moment she laid eyes on Yijae, the elderly woman confirmed it. This girl really was cursed. Her face didn't carry a trace of luck. Still, the shaman let her stay and gave her work, mostly odd jobs around the place. That became Yijae's new normal. But now she's apparently Hailey. As her new father kept ranting in the background, Yijae tried to stay calm and sort things out. One thing was clear. She wasn't just wearing someone else's clothes, she was in someone else's body. She quickly tried to sense if Hailey's soul was still there, maybe lingering inside. But nothing. Just silence. That's when it hit her. Hailey wasn't just unconscious. She was gone. And if Yijae had taken over the body after Hailey tried to drown herself, it meant only one thing. The original girl had died. Yijae didn't just switch places, she replaced a corpse. That grim realization was quickly interrupted by another round of yelling. Duke Duncan, yep, the angry father, was now shaking her like she was some broken doll. He ranted about how much effort he put into arranging this marriage and looked ready to strike her again. But just as his hand rose for a second slap, a voice cut through the tension. "How dramatic," someone said, mocking. The room fell silent. Duke Duncan instantly dropped Hailey and bowed low. Because that voice, it belonged to none other than the king. The monarch strolled in with a smirk, casually roasting the duke for his parenting methods. Without waiting for a response, he demanded to speak with Hailey alone. When Duncan didn't move fast enough, the king grabbed his shoulder and repeated the order with a grip that said, "I'm not asking again." Meanwhile, Yijae, or Hailey now, kept her head bowed. Not just out of respect, but because she was shaking uncontrollably. Not from the king himself, but from what surrounded him. The man was practically swarmed by vengeful spirits. Not one, not two, an entire parade of angry, lingering ghosts, and they weren't hostile toward him. No, these spirits were obsessed with him. Yijae had never seen anything like it. How did someone even end up haunted like that? The king noticed her trembling and asked if he was really that scary. He didn't realize what she was actually afraid of, those ghosts sticking to him like shadows. He let out a sigh. "Stop shaking, Hailey Duncan," he said. "Yes, what you did was a crime punishable by death, but I didn't come here to end you today." Yijae froze. She knew that the real Hailey had tried to take her own life before their wedding, which caused a scandal. Still, hearing the king say that so casually didn't help. Barely able to stop her voice from shaking, she muttered that his words weren't exactly comforting. If anything, they made her more nervous. That response stunned everyone. Yes, even the ghosts. But it made the king laugh. He tapped her chin lightly with his sword, lifting her face so he could look into her eyes. Then he said something unexpected. Apparently, this was the first time they had actually spoken. In fact, he admitted he hadn't said more than 3 words to her before. Now he was curious. He asked whether she hated the idea of marrying him so much that she tried to escape through death. That confused him, especially since her own father had arranged the match. "Ah, So that's why the Duke was ready to explode earlier. But our poor Yijae had no clue how to answer. She didn't have enough of Hailey's memories to know the full story. And she definitely wasn't planning to die. Not in her new life. Not again. So she took a deep breath and answered honestly, "That's not the reason. It wasn't because I hated marrying you." The king smirked and asked if she tried to end her life because she couldn't forget another man. That caught her off guard. In her old life, she never had a boyfriend. But Hailey? Yeah. The moment the king said that, her mind flashed with the image of a handsome blonde man. So clearly, there was someone else. The king, however, didn't seem fazed. He said he didn't care about whoever stole her heart. He even joked, maybe, that he'd support her love story if he could. But then added something more serious. He refused to go down in history as an even more unfortunate king than he already was. Then, looking straight into her eyes, he said, "So, I've decided you're going to live a lot longer than you planned. But if you absolutely must die, Hailey Duncan, then die wearing a crown." That line hit hard. Yijae suddenly remembered her old shaman granny and realized something. No matter where she ended up, whether as Yijae or Hailey, she really was cursed with bad luck. Granny Yongsan had always warned Yijae to stay far away from water, be it the sea, rivers, or even tiny valleys. Granny didn't mess with spirits lightly, and only accepted clients she carefully screened. So when she told Yijae to avoid water, it wasn't superstition. It was survival. And Yijae, wanting to live a long, danger-free life, obediently stayed away, even avoiding glancing at water when she could help it. But fate clearly had other plans. The moment Yijae opened her eyes, she realized she was no longer herself, but in the body of someone named Hailey, who had just jumped into the very thing she feared most: water. And that's where she saw him. A man burdened by a swarm of vengeful spirits, like he was dragging 1,000,000 angry souls behind him. The king's words from before echoed in Hailey's mind, that if she died, it would be as someone wearing a crown. That cryptic message suddenly made sense. He wanted her to be his queen, and if she dared to refuse, well, this was her one and only shot to say no. As if on cue, those vengeful spirits silently hovered, staring at her, watching, waiting. She instinctively avoided looking them in the eye. Her gut told her, "Don't engage, not unless you're ready to pay the price." Before she gave her answer, Hailey asked if she could ask one question first. The king allowed it. Still kneeling at his feet like a lady awaiting her sentence, Hailey asked what would happen if she did refuse his proposal. The king, calm but serious, explained that the official reason they'd delayed the wedding was her illness, specifically, a severe flu. But if she declined now, the excuse would no longer be something so innocent. It would be treated like a fatal disease. In other words, to preserve the story they'd created, she would have to die. Yikes. Hailey clutched her mouth, stunned. What kind of deal was this? Life or death just for turning down a marriage? Unbothered by her reaction, the king gently pushed her for an answer. Would she jump into the water again? Hailey shook her head firmly. Not a chance. She declared that such a question wasn't even worth entertaining. She'd never throw her life away like that again. Not even close. And until the crown sat on her head, she had no plans of dying, thank you very much. The king studied her with cool, blue eyes, clearly debating whether to trust her words. After a pause, he finally admitted he'd try to believe her. Honestly, who could blame him for hesitating? After all, she had just tried to end her life a moment ago. Still, he gave her a small smile, as if deciding to let it slide. Then, with a quiet command, he ordered his servant to summon Duke Duncan. Moments later, Duke Duncan entered and bowed, curious as to why he'd been summoned. The king's mood had shifted. That calm demeanor had vanished. With a clang, the king slammed his sheathed sword against the floor and delivered a warning straight to the duke's face. His daughter was going to be queen, and that meant the duke had lost all right to control her. From this point on, she was under royal protection. The spirits still circling around them began to chant one chilling word: kill. Hailey felt her heart freeze. The pressure in the room was suffocating, and the king's aura flared with dangerous energy. For a terrifying moment, she thought he might actually lose control. The spirits screamed louder. The king's body tensed. His hand gripped the sword's hilt, trembling as he fought to hold himself back. With pure willpower, he forced the weapon to remain in its sheath. Finally, he spoke, his voice steely. He hoped the Duke got the message. Duke Duncan, clearly sensing something was wrong, gave a hasty bow and masked his fear with obedience. Hailey watched it all, stunned. The king had just held off a supernatural rage that would have crushed an ordinary man. Honestly, how was he even alive with all that chaos swirling inside him? So deep in thought, she didn't realize the king had extended a hand to help her up. She was still on her knees. Blinking back to reality, Hailey reached out. His hand was much larger than hers, and surprisingly warm. He kissed her hand gently, then noted that 4 days should be enough for her to recover from the flu. Hint taken. With her agreement, he declared that the wedding would take place in 4 days. He couldn't wait any longer. And this, he added with a hint of warning, was the last act of mercy he would offer to the Duncan family. Rodrick, the terrifying king himself, gave her a sly grin watching her reaction. Then, without skipping a beat, he pulled her into a soft, surprising hug. After the madness of the day, it felt strangely comforting. He whispered to her, asking Hailey to stay alive no matter what it took. Looking into his intense eyes, she promised she would. Satisfied, he announced that with everything settled, it was time to head back to the castle. He left a few knights behind to keep an eye on Duncan Manor, just in case the Duke got any more ideas about mistreating the future queen. Hailey stood in silence watching them leave. Her thoughts lingered on Rodrick Paris Blake, the king who carried an impossible burden of darkness, and still kept standing. How? As his figure disappeared from view, she couldn't help but wonder, who exactly is this man? Then, 4 days vanished like a dream. The wedding day arrived. Guests flooded into the grand hall, many whispering in disbelief. The wedding was actually happening? No one expected it to. Rumor had it that every bride before had met misfortune. One was said to have died in an accident, another from poison. Some even blamed Duke Duncan, calling him heartless for offering up his daughter like a sacrifice. Meanwhile, Hailey sat silently on a luxurious couch, lost in thought. The memories from the real Hailey's life came in fragments, fuzzy and scattered. But one truth burned clear. She wasn't the first bride. And the worst part? The real third bride had already ended her own life by throwing herself into the water. As she reflected on the impossible situation she'd landed in, Rodrick entered the room, dressed in a pristine snow-white suit. He greeted her casually, asking how she was feeling, and mentioned that the Duncan mansion, while once majestic, didn't quite feel like home anymore. With a confused look, Hailey replied that she'd slept fine, but as her eyes flicked toward him again, she realized something. The vengeful spirits were gone. Surprisingly, the eerie presence that usually clung to him like a second skin was completely absent. And then, her gaze wandered to his face. Looking closer, Hailey found herself distracted by the perfection of his features. And wow, was she jealous of his looks? Rodrick caught her staring and asked her what's the matter. She quickly turned away and nervously admitted she was feeling jittery. The king wasn't buying it. He placed a hand on the armrest beside her, leaning in. His voice dropped, accusing her of lying, because right now, she didn't seem nervous at all. She tried to argue, saying he couldn't just assume how she felt. But halfway through, she stopped. The words weren't helping. If anything, she was just digging a deeper hole. Panicking, she slapped both hands over her mouth. Rodrick studied her reaction with interest. She was a curious one. Finally, Hailey lowered her hands and said she was simply being careful. She didn't really know what kind of man he was yet, and she didn't want to say something wrong. It was an honest answer, maybe too honest. Rodrick gave a soft nod. He understood now. A servant stepped in, bowing respectfully. It was time. Rodrick agreed, then turned back to his bride-to-be. Bowing slightly, he offered his elbow. Hailey hesitated only for a moment, then reached out her hand toward him. The air inside the ceremonial hall was heavy with anticipation. In the midst of it all, a solemn couple walked side by side toward the altar. Strangely enough, Hailey moved gracefully, despite wearing high heels and layers of heavy wedding fabric. She couldn't help but notice how effortlessly her body adjusted, even though she'd never worn such things before. It was eerie, to say the least. Lost in her thoughts, she didn't even glance around. But suddenly, an unnatural gust of wind snapped her out of her daze. It came from nowhere. No windows open, no doors ajar. And yet, a swirl of air curled around them like it had a mind of its own. When Hailey looked up, her breath caught. Floating above the priest's head was a horse's hoof. That alone was shocking, but lifting her gaze even higher, she saw it. A rider with long hair, perched on a majestic white horse. The figure looked human, but radiated an energy that no living being could mimic, a powerful spirit. Hailey had never felt a presence this energy before, but just as quickly as the realization dawned, a sharp voice cut through her focus. Rodrick had noticed her strange behavior and was calling out to her. Still shaken, Hailey forced herself to respond. She played it off, pretending nothing was wrong, and gently took his arm again. She couldn't risk drawing suspicion. The last thing she needed was to look like a bride possessed before even reaching the altar. As they resumed walking, Hailey's mind raced. This world was terrifying. Ghosts roamed freely. As they neared the front, she reminded herself to stay vigilant. She didn't have the luxury of letting her guard down, not even for a moment. Fast forward to the wedding night. Inside the quiet royal office, the scent of alcohol lingered in the air as two men sat in heavy discussion. Both of them had one topic in mind: Queen Hailey. One of the men was Zaid, the captain of the Royal Knights. He looked stern as he warned the king to be cautious around the new queen. But King Rodrick brushed off the concern, because he has plans. Still, the unease in the room lingered. Rodrick leaned back, eyes slightly narrowed. Things weren't as simple as he had originally assumed. Zaid, noticing the change in the king's expression, quietly asked if His Majesty suspected someone else might be behind it all. He meant the strange cases where the king's two previous brides had died. It was said Duke Duncan, Hailey's father, had a hand in their deaths. At the mention of that name, the king's gaze sharpened. That name again. Duncan. If those women hadn't died, Rodrick wouldn't have ended up tied to such an influential figure as Duncan. It was no secret. The man had been openly maneuvering to become part of the royal family. The more the king thought about it, the more suspicious Duncan's involvement seemed. Yet, despite all that, Duncan's daughter Hailey had tried to take her own life. She survived, but made it very clear. She had no intention of becoming queen. A tragic move, yes, but it didn't clear her father's name in the slightest. Rodrick stated bluntly that the entire Duncan family still needed to be watched carefully. Still, the king couldn't help but think, perhaps he could use Hailey somehow. She was Duncan's daughter, after all. There had to be some advantage hidden there. Zaid, quietly watching his king spiral into deeper thoughts, gently reminded His Majesty that it was time to leave. Rodrick, eyes closed for a moment, asked why Zaid seemed so concerned that he might abandon his bride on their wedding night. And then, with a smirk, he asked for another drink. Zaid sighed, clearly not amused. He urged the king not to be so harsh. Hailey was still young, just another piece caught between the king and the duke's power games. To Zaid, the queen was merely a pawn, one placed on the board by the duke himself. He then requested a spy be stationed in Hailey's chambers. Quiet observation was key. Zaid assured the king there was nothing to worry about. Everything would be handled. Rising from the sofa, he ordered his knight not to follow, then left the office, strides firm and purposeful. He didn't glance back. Zaid remained seated, staring after the king. He seemed stable tonight, he muttered to himself, almost in disbelief. Maybe the madness had passed, at least for now. After all, King Rodrick had been struggling, battling insomnia and nervous breakdowns. Whispers in the court had already begun, rumors that the king was slipping into insanity. Zaid silently hoped tonight's calm would last a little longer. Meanwhile, His Majesty walked through the lavish halls of the castle, head held high. He didn't notice the creeping shadow silently trailing behind him. Darkness slithered across the floor like it had a mind of its own, stretching toward him. In no time, the shadow had swallowed him whole, wrapping itself tightly around his body, refusing to let go. The king clutched his head, staggering under the weight of a splitting headache. He muttered to himself, baffled, because during the day, everything had felt perfectly normal. But now, something unseen had taken hold. Elsewhere in the castle, Hailey sat nervously, fumbling with the unfamiliar nightgown she'd been given. The silky fabric felt too thin, almost see-through, and completely different from anything she had ever worn. It was embarrassing, awkward even, and she wasn't sure if it was just the fabric or her own inexperience that made her feel so exposed. She perched quietly on the edge of an ottoman near the bed, unsure whether her husband would come to her tonight or not. The silence only made the uncertainty heavier. These kinds of clothes. She'd never worn anything like them. Not even back when she lived as Yijae, hidden away in a remote village. Hailey wasn't entirely against getting close to Rodrick. It wasn't that at all. If anything, she sensed that it might happen eventually. But still, a memory from her past crept in. That the most dangerous spirits weren't warriors or murderers, but single ones, especially the ones who died without ever falling in love. Those were the truly bitter ghosts. Hailey clenched her fists. She had to stay calm. This was no time to get haunted by lonely, love-starved phantoms. What she didn't realize was that Rodrick had already entered the room and had been quietly watching her from the shadows. Suddenly, the king clutched his head, pain shooting through him like lightning. Hailey jumped at the sudden movement, fear flashing in her eyes. She understood the cause immediately. Evil spirits. Dozens of them. Surrounding him. Their presence was suffocating. But why now? Everything had seemed normal during the day. She stared in shock. How many spirits had latched themselves to her husband? Did they come from the battlefield? From ancient cemeteries? The queen had no idea. But the number was overwhelming. Roderick's strength was quickly fading. He glanced her way and called her name in a strained voice. Hailey froze, pressing her trembling hands to her chest. She didn't dare move, afraid she might provoke him, or whatever had started taking over him. Then, with a bitter tone, Rodrick muttered something chilling. The Duke has a talent for selling off his own child. Hailey's breath caught. Rodrick approached her, his footsteps slow but deliberate. Her entire body tensed as he drew near, only to walk past her and sit onto the bed. Eventually, she worked up the courage to follow and sat beside him. The silence between them was unbearable. She decided to try and start a conversation. But as soon as she turned to him, her heart dropped. Behind the king, the air was thick with spirits. They hovered close, eyes full of hatred, closing in. Hailey's instincts screamed. In a flash, she reached for Roderick's shoulder and gripped him tightly. Don't listen to them, her thoughts screamed. Stay with me. Pull yourself together. Rodrick turned to her, his gaze sharp, almost violent, but he didn't move to harm her. Hailey panicked. He was almost completely gone. She could feel it. Desperately, she grabbed his jacket and shook him with both hands, her voice breaking from fear and determination. He couldn't lose now, not after coming this far. She wouldn't let him. Something shifted. Roderick's eyes flickered, his jaw clenched. He was fighting back, and slowly the darkness began to loosen its grip. A drop of sweats rolled down his face, evidence of the brutal internal war he was waging. And then, completely drained, he collapsed, right into her lap. Hailey sat stiff, stunned. What just happened? She leaned down and whispered to him, asking if he was asleep. No reply. Looking at him closely, she noticed something. His features seemed softer now, less burdened. Maybe he really was starting to recover. She found herself staring at him longer than she expected. Well, Aside from his handsome face up close, he reminded her of the powerful spirit she had seen during their wedding ceremony. Even in this weakened state, there was something divine about him. Someone like this shouldn't be swallowed by evil spirits. But Hailey knew what should be done. Once she crossed this line, there'd be no turning back. Her granny had warned her not to interfere with the spirit world. The consequences were too great. Danger always followed. Even with her miserable past, things could still get worse. Much worse. Yet, this was the man who saved her from Duke Duncan. Rodrick had stepped in when no one else did. And now his life was in her hands. She hesitated. She was no shaman, just someone who had always been able to see ghosts. She'd been told over and over, dealing with spirits brought nothing but trouble. But this time, it wasn't just trouble. It was a chance to save someone who didn't deserve to suffer. Taking a deep breath, Hailey gathered the energy around her. Slowly, she opened her eyes and met the gaze of the darkness head-on. The vengeful spirits had shifted their attention. Now, they were all watching her. They whispered her name like a curse, drawing closer with every breath. But Hailey didn't flinch. With fierce resolve, she tore a strip from her snow-white gown, bit her finger until it bled, and began drawing. Would it work in this world? She didn't know, but she had to try. The living and the dead belong in different realms, she declared. And you all don't belong here. From her small body, waves of radiant energy pulsed outward. The spirits shrieked silently, recoiling from the light. In an instant, the oppressive presence vanished. The air cleared. Breathing became easier. It was over, at least for now. Hailey collapsed to her knees in front of the blood-marked fabric. Her hands trembled. Had she done it? She pressed her hand to her lips, heart still racing. It felt too surreal to believe. But she knew one thing. This was only temporary. She hadn't exorcised them completely. The spirits would come back. And next time, they might be even stronger. She decided to hide the talisman under the bed, pushing it out of sight with her foot. Then she turned to Rodrick again. His chest rose and fell in a peaceful rhythm. Thanks to her, he would sleep soundly tonight. With this, she had successfully repaid her debt. But then right now, her body couldn't take any more. Her eyes slowly closed as she leaned back. On the grand bed lay two people. One, a king who had barely survived the night. The other, a queen who risked everything to protect him from a fate darker than death. The timid morning sun began to rise over the castle. Inside, Hailey slowly opened her eyes, only to find Rodrick's face looming dangerously close. There he was, staring down at her without the slightest hint of shame. Startled, she jolted up and scooted away like she'd just seen a ghost. Rodrick, clearly amused, commented on her reflexes. She asked wide-eyed what on earth he was doing. The king casually pointed to her knee and asked if she was referring to this, or something else entirely. Hailey gasped. The man even joked that they hadn't exactly had a passionate night, based on what he remembered. Mortified, Hailey rushed to explain that nothing had happened. He'd fallen asleep right after arriving. Really. And she wasn't complaining. No, not at all. Rodrick, unconvinced but too tired to argue, tossed her a red blanket and told her to cover up. She murmured a flustered "thank you," pulling it up to her chin like it was a shield against embarrassment. But if it wasn't Rodrick who had approached her during the night, then who? Hailey took the blame without hesitation. Maybe it was the heat getting to her, or that strange dream messing with her head. The king gave her a long, unreadable stare. Clearly, he wasn't buying her excuse. Both of them sat there in awkward silence, fully aware her little lie had fallen flat. Rodrick rose from the bed, wished her some rest, and quietly left the room. Once the door closed behind him, Hailey curled up, red-faced, reliving the awkwardness in her mind. Yep, somehow that made it even worse. Meanwhile, Rodrick still deep in thought. If it wasn't him, the idea that someone, or something, had entered their room without his knowing unsettled him. Was this another one of his episodes? After all, He'd been known to black out during his worst moments, but today felt different. His mind was unusually clear. In fact, ever since Hailey had stepped into the castle, things had started to shift. Rodrick couldn't help but smile. That woman was definitely odd, and if she was planning to keep up the lies, she'd need a better excuse than blaming it on a hot dream. 4 days quietly passed since their wedding ceremony. After the chaotic first night, Hailey hadn't seen the king again. Not that she expected thanks, but the silence still stung a little. Deep down, she suspected it was loneliness creeping in. Still, she didn't have time to mope. Her priority was to find the right materials to create a proper spiritual barrier. But so far, nothing in the castle seemed useful. With no choice, Hailey decided to use what she had stashed in her study. She focused as best she could, although lately, focusing was hard. Ever since she helped Rodrick, vengeful spirits had been clinging to her like stubborn pests. They whispered threats, tried to rattle her nerves, even promised a brutal death. Hailey, unfazed, casually thanked them for the warning. Grabbing a white sheet, she rolled it into a tube and lit it from a candle, her DIY ghost deterrent. Waving it like a torch, she shooed them away while muttering something about already dying once, so trying to kill her again was just overkill. The spirits didn't seem impressed. Hailey sighed. This wasn't sustainable. She needed a real barrier. Fast. She began tucking talismans in hidden spots all over her room, under furniture, behind picture frames, wherever she could hide them. A small part of her wondered if she'd helped the king for nothing. Maybe that old woman had been right after all. Suddenly, a strange sound came from behind her. Hailey stiffened. Was there still a ghost left behind? She turned slowly, talisman in hand. The energy wasn't threatening. It was gentle. Curious, Hailey tiptoed toward the yellow curtain and pushed it aside. And there it was. A tiny spirit with stubby horns sat curled up on the floor behind the fabric, looking as startled as she was. What on earth? She knelt down to get a better look, asking gently why he was here, and why he hadn't gone home. Teary-eyed, the small spirit insisted that this was his home. Hailey, trying not to spook him further, nodded and promised she wouldn't hurt him. Strangely, he didn't seem like an evil spirit. In fact, he looked lost. The spirit tilted his head and asked who she was. That caught Hailey off guard. It had been a long time since anyone had asked her that. After a brief pause, she decided to tell the truth, or at least a version of it. Her name was Yijae. The spirit blinked. That name was completely unfamiliar to him. She chuckled and asked for his name in return. But to her surprise, the little spirit didn't have one. No one had ever seen him before. Hailey was the first. She couldn't understand how such a lonely spirit had gone unnoticed all this time. Had no one really seen him? Trying not to scare him, she asked if her talisman had bothered him. But her attention shifted to a beautifully carved box sitting near his feet. Curious, Hailey examined it closely and noticed a long crack down the side. Judging by its condition, this box had to be over 100 years old, and likely housed the spirit. The poor thing had been exposed because of the damage. Hailey apologized. She didn't know how to fix it, and if she messed up, the spirit might vanish completely. The little one gazed at her with such sad, hopeful eyes that it tugged at her heart. But she refused to give up. If nothing else, she could protect him from the outside energy. That much, at least, she could do. Hailey reassured him he was safe now. The little spirit boldly asked if she could place one of her protective charms inside his home. The little guy hovered around her like a worried puppy, clearly trying to convince her in his own way. Catching on to what he wanted, Hailey slipped a talisman inside the box and softly shut the lid. The spirit let out a tiny squeal of joy. Mission accomplished. He was thrilled. Hailey couldn't help but smile. There was something so heartwarming about his excitement. And just like that, for the first time since arriving at the castle, Hailey laughed genuinely. She hadn't even realized how much she missed that feeling. Days flew by like a bullet train, and before anyone realized it, 4 days had passed since Hailey first met the little spirit. But now, She was bedridden, completely drained. The energy she had poured into crafting talismans had left her physically worn out, and her body couldn't recover fast enough. Even so, Hailey didn't believe in resting just because she was weak. She wasn't the type to sit still and wait for things to fix themselves. She tried to push through her exhaustion, even sliding out of bed to continue working. Her goal was simple but ambitious, to make this haunted place safe. With that in mind, she carved a bracelet she hoped would offer some protection. But the attempt was a complete mess. Still, setbacks never stopped her. Hailey knew she couldn't afford to give up, not with so many restless spirits roaming around. She had to finish carving the protective totem and place it inside the room, for both her safety and this little guy. Completely absorbed in her task, she didn't even notice when King Rodrick quietly entered her chambers. He stood there for a moment, hovering silently as he watched her work. Naturally, Hailey hadn't been expecting guests. She jolted and raised her hands in surprise like someone caught red-handed. Rodrick calmly explained that the head maid had informed him of her poor condition, so he'd come to check on her, with medicine in hand. Behind him stood a woman in a formal black dress, holding a tray. That was Deborah, the head maid. Hailey offered a polite thank you for his concern, but her gaze drifted past him. That's when she saw them, vengeful spirits, sneaking up toward the doorway. Luckily, they couldn't get through. The barrier she'd crafted, though it had cost her dearly in health, was holding strong. Still, not all spirits gave up so easily. A few especially persistent ones were right behind Rodrick. Clearly, the totem couldn't wait any longer. Rodrick, curious about what his wife was doing in such a fragile state, reached for the wooden object in her hands. He brought it up to his face, squinting to examine it. Then came an awkward silence. Rodrick and Deborah both froze, caught mid-thought, wearing the exact same expression, part confusion, part second-hand embarrassment. Deborah quickly turned her head, her cheeks turning bright red. Whatever happened on their wedding night clearly wasn't scandalous, but something definitely got lost in translation. Instead of a totem to repel evil spirits, Hailey might have just invented a deluxe personal massage stick. At least, that's what the head maid seemed to think, and honestly, she wasn't alone. Rodrick suddenly demanded the rest of whatever she was working on. He reached for Hailey and quickly snatched the small carving knife from her hand too. Whether she liked it or not, he was confiscating it. He couldn't risk letting someone, who had once jumped into the water in a moment of despair, hold something sharp. His logic wasn't entirely wrong, but Hailey was stunned. That knife had been her only tool to finish the totem that was protecting them. With that, Rodrick and Deborah made their way toward the exit, reminding her to take the medicine. But Rodrick wasn't there just out of concern. Truth be told, he was a little suspicious. He'd received a troubling report. Zaid had mentioned the smell of burning coming from the Queen's chambers, and even found ashes scattered around. According to him, she'd also been seen carving something every single day. Rodrick had been surprised by all this. So much for resting. As he walked down the corridor, he tried to piece together what exactly Hailey had been trying to carve, and why she was so desperate to do it in secret. Back in the room, Hailey lay silently on the bed. The small spirit sat beside her like a quiet companion. Frustration filled her chest. She had been so close to completing the totem, just a few more days. Now, with her tools gone and nothing to distract her, she had only one option left. She reached under the blankets and pulled out a hidden diary, bright red and eye-catching. It had once belonged to the original Hailey. For a moment, the Queen hesitated. Was it really okay to read it? But curiosity won. The cover was practically begging to be opened, and all it took was turning the key. The entry was dated October 16th, the day before Hailey's birthday. Suddenly, a tiny voice spoke from near her pillow. It was the little guy. He asked how she was able to see him. After all, many priests had come and gone through this room, yet none had noticed his presence. Hailey simply replied that while there are good priests out there, the majority were just fakes, putting on a show for money. She even joked they deserved to lose their noses for scamming people. The spirit, ever cheeky, pointed out that he didn't have a nose either. Well, fair enough. Hailey couldn't argue with that. He had a point, even if he was see-through. Flipping through the diary entries, Hailey hoped to find clues about the past, about her new self, or about anything that could help. The more she read, the more it became clear. The old Hailey had floated through life, never really thinking deeply about anything. Just then, a knock interrupted her thoughts. Deborah's voice called out, asking permission to enter. Hailey quickly closed the diary and placed the thick journal beside her on the bed. Deborah stepped in with a formal tone. She explained that the Duke had sent a letter along with some medicine, but the medicine needed to be inspected first. Hailey shook her head. She didn't need it anymore. She wasn't sick, and she definitely wasn't going to take anything questionable. All she wanted was the letter. Deborah handed it over, and Hailey accepted it with a polite nod. She unfolded the paper, her eyes quickly tracing the familiar strokes of her father's handwriting. It was full of gentle words, asking about her health, expressing fatherly concern, and reminding her to take the medicine diligently. Sweet, caring, and utterly fake. But near the bottom, one line stood out, a single question he clearly wanted her to answer. Hailey's grip on the letter tightened, her mind spinning as suspicion crept in like a cold breeze. She turned to Deborah and asked to see the king. Upon hearing that he was in the audience hall, Deborah offered to call someone to help prepare her. Now sitting alone again, her thoughts returned to her father's message. Should she reply? She lifted the blanket once more and glanced down at the diary resting in her lap. Truthfully, there wasn't much of the original Hailey left in this body anymore. At least, not emotionally. Souls may pass on, but emotions? They have a way of clinging to the bones. Especially the heavy ones. Pain, betrayal, regret. That's why spirits burdened with grudges never truly move on. Hailey understood that all too well. She knew what those lingering feelings meant. And yet, one question kept burning in her chest. What would the original Hailey have done? If the Duke suddenly offered to send people from the duchy, right into this very castle? Inside the reception hall, the king's voice thundered as he berated his officials, furious over funds stolen from the national treasury. The room buzzed with accusations, and as the argument escalated, so did the king's temper. His expression twisted. There was anger, yes, but also something more sinister. His hatred was being fed from the outside, and clearly wasn't entirely his own. The officials didn't seem to notice this creeping darkness. They just kept arguing until... A sharp, low voice escaped Rodrick's lips, cold, cruel, and unnerving. That brought an instant silence. The officials froze, turning toward the king with pale faces and terrified eyes. What had started as political debate now felt like a death sentence. Rodrick rose from his seat, towering above the trembling crowd, and asked if anyone else wished to speak. Dark energy twisted around him, vengeful and heavy. His fingers curled around the hilt of his sword. Behind him, Zaid stood tensely, watching every movement. The knight had seen this pattern before. Whenever the king lost his temper, these episodes followed. And each time, they were getting worse. Ever since the coronation 3 years ago, the king had changed. No, he had transformed. It was as if the man Zaid once swore loyalty to had been replaced by someone or something else. Suddenly, Queen Hailey entered with Deborah beside her, completely unaware of the storm brewing inside. But the moment she stepped in, her eyes locked onto the chaos. She immediately sensed the danger. This wasn't a typical council meeting. It was a boiling pot on the verge of spilling blood. Deborah leaned in and quietly suggested they leave at once. Hailey hesitated, then nodded, letting reason guide her steps. She turned back toward the exit, but then stopped cold. Her gaze shifted back to the king, and what she saw made her heart sink. The vengeful spirits were circling Rodrick now, whispering their demands, commanding him to kill everyone. Rodrick was already halfway through drawing his sword. Hailey could tell. He was right on the edge. One more second, and no one would be able to stop him. Zaid noticed too. His instincts kicked in and he stepped forward, prepared to restrain his king if needed. But Hailey beat him to it. Without warning, she yanked her hand out of Deborah's grip and sprinted toward Rodrick. She had no time for hesitation. The spirits were pressing harder, egging Rodrick on to kill the disobedient officials. Then, in one bold move, she lunged forward and grabbed his sword arm, just as the blade cleared its scabbard. Deborah was frozen in place, both hands covering her mouth in horror. Zaid stared in disbelief. No one had expected the queen herself to intervene like this. Clinging to her husband's arm, Hailey frantically tried to think of what to do next. She'd acted on pure instinct, and now found herself standing inches from a king possessed by wrath, with no real plan. And yet, Rodrick didn't resist. His body stiffened. His arm stopped moving. Slowly, as if waking from a nightmare, he stared down at his wife clinging to him. The evil energy coiling around him began to loosen. The fury in his eyes flickered and dimmed. Then Hailey noticed something unexpected. His hand had touched the prayer bead bracelet, and the way the spirits were backing off. Something was definitely working. Maybe this was the reason he was coming back to his senses. Rodrick blinked again, reality slowly catching up to him. His gaze drifted back toward the officials, as if wondering if they had seen this breakdown. But of course, they acted as if nothing had happened. Every single one of them sat still, eyes fixed on the table, pretending they hadn't just witnessed their king nearly lose control. On the flip side, Rodrick calmly slid his sword back into its sheath. There was no need for bloodshed today. However, his attention now was fully on her. He looked at Hailey as if demanding answers. She tensed under his gaze. Deep down, Hailey knew exactly what he was thinking. His eyes practically begged her not to make him ask twice. Truthfully, she had come to talk about her father's letter. But that topic was dangerous. The king's relationship with her father was already sour, and bringing up his name now would stir negative emotions and give the evil ghosts another opening. As she glanced at the lingering spirits around them, Hailey made a quick decision. She smiled softly and told Rodrick that she came simply to have tea with him. But seeing that he was in the middle of a serious meeting, she realized now wasn't the best time. Trying to appear casual, she apologized if she had interrupted and subtly moved to dispel the spirits still hanging around. Rodrick arched a brow, clearly unconvinced by her casual excuse. So Hailey scrambled for anything else she could say and added, almost too quickly, that he had given her tea before, and she never got the chance to properly thank him. Now stuck in the middle of an awkward mess, Hailey glanced at her headmaid like a silent prayer. She didn't say a word, but her eyes practically begged Deborah to step in and do something. Anything. And Deborah, ever loyal and quick-witted, understood immediately. Without missing a beat, she stepped forward and casually mentioned that the queen had enjoyed the tea leaves they procured from Roche Rock lately, as if that was the reason for this entire visit. Even Rodrick looked surprised by the sudden change in tone. He paused, then nodded, and ordered Deborah to bring tea. Hailey could have hugged her. At this point, Deborah was nothing short of a lifesaver. And finally, to clear the room and avoid any more unwanted eyes, Rodrick turned to his officials and declared the meeting officially over. Later, the two sat together in the elegant lounge. The tension from earlier had eased, but the silence between them still felt stiff. Hailey took a sip, trying her best to look pleased and pretending to enjoy it. But truth be told, the tea was awful. Across from her, Rodrick studied her face closely, clearly trying to figure out what she was really doing there. Hailey, sitting upright like a guest at a formal banquet, thought to herself that this whole situation was awkward. They had nothing to talk about, and worse, the tea was bitter beyond reason. Rodrick finally broke the silence, asking what she was thinking. Caught off guard, Hailey offered a nervous smile and guessed maybe he didn't like the tea, but the king didn't play along, and said he was more curious why she was doing this at all. And besides, hadn't she once said she didn't even like tea? Oof, he noticed. Even Deborah, who stood quietly beside them, looked a little embarrassed for her queen. Trying to salvage the moment, Hailey gently set the cup back on the table and dabbed her lips with a napkin, regaining a bit of composure. She began to say that if His Majesty was trying to accommodate her preferences, but Rodrick cut her off with a smile, his eyes now sharper, yet still curious. He asked again, why was she doing all of this? Hailey looked at him for a moment. He wasn't a violent man. If anything, he seemed more like the quite humored type. But now, he was being slowly swallowed up by the ghosts that clung to him without rest. She could see it clearly. The moment she sat even a little farther away, the dark spirits returned, hovering close like they belonged there. Whether he knew it or not, this man had become someone she found herself constantly worrying about. Hailey stood up and quietly stepped closer to him. She'd had enough of watching those spirits circle him like vultures. Stopping just a few paces away, she asked gently if he hadn't been sleeping well lately. Rodrick, unbothered as ever, coolly asked if he looked sleep-deprived. She gave him a pitiful glance and replied that he kind of did. In truth, he looked exactly like someone who hadn't slept at all. Hailey subtly tried once again to strike the evil ghost back. Realizing that her presence helped him, she made up her mind and sat down beside him, very close. Then, without warning, she took his hand in hers, palm against palm. Rodrick stared at her in surprise. Even Zaid, standing nearby, blinked in disbelief. It was rare, unheard of, really, for the queen to initiate this kind of closeness. Everyone in the palace knew their marriage was formal at best. Zaid couldn't believe it. Was she going too far? Still, she didn't let go. Looking intently at his palm, Hailey calmly studied the lines, prompting Rodrick to ask with a smirk what exactly she was doing. She said softly that it helped her sleep, and she believed she could help him too. Rodrick glanced at her from the corner of his eye. It was obvious she wasn't even trying to keep up the tea act anymore. And still, he didn't pull away. Hailey leaned closer and examined his hand carefully. She could see it now. His energy was a complete mess, twisted and blocked by the ghost's interference. His palm was tangled with dark threads of negative energy. It was dangerous. Her granny used to treat people like this, people burdened by ghosts or emotional blockages. Hailey needs to cleanse their client's energy by using precise pressure points before letting them meet her granny. And yes, that's her job there. So now, she gently pressed down on a specific spot on the king's palm, and then moved to his back. She asked if it hurt. He shook his head. Zaid, who had been silently watching, was now genuinely shocked. Hailey continued to work, pressing a few more pressure points with confidence, telling him to let her know if anything hurt. Rodrick, clearly amused, promised he would. It felt oddly playful, for both of them. For someone with powerful energy like Rodrick, it was unusual to attract this many lingering spirits. What had he gone through for them to attach to him like this? As Hailey pressed deeper, Rodrick winced. A soft sound escaped him. Not pain exactly, but discomfort. She didn't stop. There were still a couple more blocks to release. And when she finally hit the last one, something changed. A soft wave of light energy pulsed out from him. Rodrick didn't understand it fully, but he felt it. His body grew warmer, lighter, as though a heaviness had been lifted off his shoulders for the first time in ages. And so, he slumped forward and collapsed into Hailey's lap, his breathing slow and steady. She quickly leaned forward, hands brushing his face to check his condition. He was asleep, and for once it was peaceful. She exhaled, relieved. The energy was finally flowing again, even if just a little. If nothing else, this might help him resist the spirits better. At least for a while. Then suddenly a voice whispered loudly in her ear. Zaid leaned down, half suspicious, and asked if His Majesty was really just sleeping. Trying to keep her cool, Hailey explained that massage could help release stress, and the king was clearly exhausted. Zaid paused, then admitted that Rodrick hadn't slept properly in days. His insomnia had gotten worse recently. But now, seeing this, he couldn't deny that something had changed. Hailey gave a small nod, and quietly said the case wasn't simple. Sometimes emotions alone could affect people's energy. And Rodrick, well, she could understand why he'd be burdened. Surprisingly, Zaid agreed. Just then, a butler quietly approached with a white blanket, carefully draping it over the king. But Deborah, ever sharp-eyed, glared at the butler and pointed out that the queen was probably cold too. The butler, flustered, offered to fetch another. Hailey waved it off politely, saying she was fine. She'd finished her tea anyway and was about to leave. But before she could even stand, Rodrick stirred. Feeling movement on her lap, Hailey looked down, just in time to see the king roll over and nuzzle even more. Everyone in the room was completely surprised. All three behind her are now blushing at the sight. Hailey then slowly turned to see the other servants fidgeting awkwardly behind her. One look at their faces told her they were definitely thinking the wrong thing. To make things more complicated, Rodrick, still fast asleep, wrapped his arms tightly around her waist, like he was scared she'd disappear. Hailey sat frozen, wondering how on earth this happened. She tried to shoo away any inappropriate thoughts creeping in, but couldn't deny one thing. This wasn't just instinct. Rodrick was unconsciously reaching for her energy. Her presence, her purity, the warmth from her talisman. Anything that made the evil ghosts go away. And right now, she was his only safe place. Understanding that, Hailey stopped resisting. She called softly for a blanket of her own. Deborah didn't hesitate. She snatched the blanket right out of the butler's hands and brought it over. Hailey, despite how calm she looked, was exhausted. Using the talisman wasn't easy. It took serious focus. As she adjusted the blanket over both of them, she reflected on just how draining it was to interact with someone like Rodrick. Still, the man continued to sleep. Peacefully, silently, like he hadn't just clung to her seconds ago. Hailey looked down at him one last time, and as her own eyelids began to droop, she felt warmth, not awkwardness, and quietly, she drifted off to sleep too. After a while, Rodrick slowly opened his eyes. The first thing he noticed was how well rested he felt, as if all the heaviness from before had finally lifted. But then, he looked up. Hailey was sleeping right on top of him, wrapped snugly in a blanket all the way up to her nose, fast asleep like nothing had happened. At that moment, Zaid noticed the subtle movement and immediately asked if His Majesty was awake. Rodrick didn't answer with words. He just lifted his finger and pointed straight at his sleeping wife. That alone said enough. Zaid looked down, clearly trying to act normal. Began reporting that His Majesty had been drinking tea with Hailey, sitting side by side, quite peacefully. But Rodrick cut him off mid-sentence. That part, at least, he remembered. Zaid continued anyway, explaining that not long after that moment, the king had completely knocked out and fallen asleep. Honestly, Zaid thought he saw the king cuddle and stroke the queen while dozing off, but he wisely kept that observation to himself. Trying to recall the rest, Rodrick clutched his head and rubbed his temples. Something still felt fuzzy. His gaze drifted back to Hailey, who was still sleeping peacefully beside him, completely unaware of all the whispers going on. Realizing she shouldn't just be left there, Rodrick decided something needed to be done. With calm authority, he ordered that she be moved to his bedroom to rest more comfortably. Zaid raised an eyebrow at the unexpected command, scanning the room like he suspected something fishy was going on. But he didn't say a word. Rodrick clarified that he didn't want to disturb her unnecessarily. She was exhausted after all. Meanwhile, the butler leaned closer, whispering with visible hesitation, wondering if the royal couple had actually done anything on their wedding night. But before the rumor mill could kick into high gear, Deborah shot him a sharp look. According to her, both his and Her Majesty had simply fallen asleep. Nothing more, nothing less. Their gossiping still continue. That is, until Zaid turned to them and snapped, asking what they were waiting for. He ordered them to follow the king's request, immediately. On the flip side, Rodrick made his way toward the tall windows where warm sunlight filtered into the room. It felt nice. And strangely enough, he realized that he felt better. Again. His health, which had been mysteriously unstable, was once more improving. His thoughts wandered back to the image of Hailey's sleeping face. And now, something lingered in his chest. A question. Who exactly was Hailey Duncan? And why did she affect him like this? A bit later, Hailey finally woke up. Her first thought? She was dead. The room was dark, filled with a thick energy, like vengeful spirits were swirling around her. For a second, she even wondered if she'd died in her sleep and been reborn again. But then, she caught a glimpse of familiar pink hair and delicate snow-white fingers. No, she was still herself, still Hailey. Relieved but still uneasy, she scanned the room to figure out where she was. It didn't take long to realize this was the king's bedroom. And the spirits? They were the same ones haunting Rodrick. With that realization, she jolted up from the bed in a panic. Nope. She was not staying here. She called out, hoping anyone was nearby. Deborah appeared almost instantly. Without wasting time, Hailey asked to be taken back to her room. Deborah, watching the queen's expression, assumed something had gone wrong between the couple and jumped to conclusions. Trying to explain, the maid said the king had simply let her sleep here, because it was the closest room and he didn't want to wake her. That's all. Nothing more. Hailey was both surprised and weirdly touched. Rodrick had gone out of his way to make sure she rested comfortably. He'd shown concern, even though he didn't know. She was the one helping him deal with the haunting. It was subtle, but meaningful. With a smile, she admitted to herself, he really was an odd man. But she was grateful nonetheless. Later, as she looked through her diary, Hailey came across an entry written long ago. Her father had ordered her to marry Rodrick, but back then she had been in love with Lawrence. The diary was thick with writing, but every page was cryptic, short, emotionless entries, no real explanations. As she shut the diary, a new thought took hold. She wanted to understand the real Hailey. As she clutched the letter in her hands, Hailey was hit with another surprise. Rodrick had invited her to dinner. That alone was enough to throw her off. Since the day they were married, not once had they sat down for a proper meal together. Then slowly, she walked over to the window and pressed her hand against the cold glass. Her reflection stared back, but her mind wandered elsewhere. Back to those cryptic diary entries. If the former Hailey didn't want to die, why would she throw herself into the water? Maybe this was what people called fate. You can try to run, delay it, twist it, but fate always finds a way to catch up. Especially for someone like her, whose death had already been written into the stars. They say you should embrace your fate. But let's be honest, only people who have no idea what's coming ever say that. Because really, how many would still welcome their destiny if they knew the pain that came with it? Nestled in the garden's heart was a fountain, overgrown with colorful blossoms. It looked almost magical, like a forgotten painting. And it was here that Rodrick arranged a private dinner with his queen. As he sat alone at the table, the king realized something. This would be their first dinner together, but it wasn't exactly a romantic gesture. His intentions were more complicated. A few days prior, Zaid had handed him a disturbing report. Duke Duncan had sent a personal letter to the queen. Thankfully, a copy of the original had made it into Roderick's hands first. According to the message, the Duke wanted to assign people from House Duncan to serve under the Queen. How convenient. This was a classic infiltration tactic. Duke Duncan clearly hoped to plant his people close to the crown, likely to control Hailey from the shadows. Rodrick wasn't impressed. He scoffed that the Duke should know better than to pull such a petty stunt. He would never allow it. And yet, here they were. He tossed the letter onto the garden table with a sharp flick of his wrist, muttering that this was precisely why he should have chosen to marry the daughter of a minor noble. Someone with no strings, no manipulative fathers sending letters behind his back. Instead, he had married the daughter of his political rival. Well, that ship had sailed. Now the only thing that mattered was this. Hailey needed to be tested. Was she truly the wide-eyed innocent she seemed to be? But as Rodrick sat alone, plotting how to steer the conversation, his thoughts began to twist in darker directions. Vengeful spirits, drawn to his negative thoughts, began clouding his mind. He didn't notice, but Zaid did. The knight glanced over with a furrowed brow. The king seemed more irritable than usual. Just then, the butler stepped in and announced Her Majesty's arrival. Rodrick felt a fresh wave of annoyance, until he turned and saw her. With every step Hailey took toward him, the foul energy seemed to vanish. It was like a soft breeze had swept through the garden, clearing the air. And just like that, Rodrick blinked, as if waking from a bad dream. He stood up, eyes following his wife as she walked gracefully beside Deborah. And oddly enough, as soon as Hailey came close, even his lingering headache disappeared. He didn't say it out loud, but Rodrick felt it. Her presence alone changed the atmosphere. He studied her quietly as she and Deborah bowed politely. And once again, something stirred within him. Was it awe? Curiosity? Perhaps both. As Hailey neared the table, Rodrick chuckled suddenly, startling her. It felt odd. He hadn't laughed like this in a long time. The heaviness had lifted. Hailey raised an eyebrow at him, confused. What was this dinner even about? Trying to keep things on track, she asked what the invitation was really for. They sat down at the table, but before she could say more, the servants bustled in, serving food and drinks. Rodrick, meanwhile, kept a close eye on her. What exactly was she about to say? Once the servants cleared out, Hailey turned fully toward her husband. Holding her breath, she admitted that Duke Duncan had sent her a letter. Zaid, listening from behind, widened his eyes. She brought it up first? Rodrick hid his surprise. He hadn't expected her to be so forward. Without waiting for a response, he asked what the Duke wanted. Hailey explained that her father wanted to assign his own people to serve her. Then, she quietly slid the letter across the table for Rodrick to read. But the king refused. He didn't need to see it again. He already knew what it said. Instead, he asked her calmly, "What does she want to do?" Caught off guard, Hailey hesitated. Was he giving her a choice again? Rodrick remembered the first time he had given her a choice. A few weeks ago, he told her she could die, but only after wearing the crown. It wasn't a command. It was an offer, cruel as it sounded. That memory made him laugh again. What a bizarre joke, looking back. This time, though, he simply said she could do as she pleased. Zaid watched, puzzled. Why was the king letting her decide? That wasn't the original plan. Hailey furrowed her brow. She asked directly, could she really choose what to do? Rodrick stared at her, then let out a genuine laugh. What a blunt woman, he thought, oddly amused. But the idea intrigued him, more than he expected. He leaned back and said she was free to continue. Clutching the letter nervously, Hailey continued. She told him that she didn't want to play by either his rules or the Duke's. She wasn't going to treat her life so lightly anymore. She would write to her father and decline the offer. That caught Rodrick off guard. Zaid silently cheered at her bold decision, one less mess to deal with. But Rodrick wasn't celebrating just yet. The Queen's answer may have sounded like a diplomatic win for everyone, but he knew better. Still, he appreciated her explanation. If he had rejected the Duke directly, it might have sparked a bigger conflict. Hailey had helped him avoid that. Rodrick felt indebted to her in a way. Meanwhile, Hailey thought carefully. She had rejected her father, but left room for future dialogue, just in case. She wasn't burning the bridge completely. Smart move. Rodrick took notice. She might play the innocent card, but clearly she was sharper than she let on. Politically cautious. Maybe even clever. He wondered, was she truly naive? Or just a sly little fox? Just then, Hailey announced she was done talking and asked if she could finally eat. Rodrick raised an eyebrow. She was bold today. Then he laughed again and said she could start without him. Hailey smiled and gratefully began to eat. Rodrick couldn't help but admire her. The more he got to know her, the more intrigued he became. And that was a dangerous thing. Rodrick caught himself wondering, was he falling for her? As she quietly admired the meal, he realized he was being drawn in, bit by bit. But soon, his thoughts shifted to the upcoming hunting trip. 3 days and 2 nights. A royal obligation, but Hailey didn't seem thrilled. She worried, deeply. According to the first of the 5 Buddhist precepts, taking a life brought karma, and Rodrick had spilled more blood than most. In fact, he had earned a nickname, the Mad Beast, a name tied to his madness, born from his uncontrollable urges, soothed only by the hunt, or so he believed. But Hailey knew better. Hunting wouldn't help him. It would only deepen his karmic wounds. Of course, if she said that out loud, Everyone would laugh her out of the palace. The day of the royal hunt had arrived. The courtyard buzzed with activity, knights in gleaming armor, stable hands tightening saddles, and horses stomping restlessly. Amid the noise, Rodrick scanned the crowd until his eyes landed on her. There she was. Without hesitation, he guided his horse toward her and stopped just close enough to call out. Hailey looked up, startled. He asked if she had anything to say. Now, to be fair, Hailey did have a thought. For a second, she imagined telling him to ditch the whole bloody hunt and go on a peaceful picnic with her instead. Something normal, quiet, safe. But instead of saying it, she hesitated, then casually asked what he meant. Rodrick, of course, couldn't resist being playful. He threw out a few options. Maybe she wanted to wish him luck, or ask for a souvenir. She didn't take the bait and simply replied that she had nothing to say. The king raised an eyebrow. He told her she could at least wish him a safe trip. Hailey gave in and repeated his words, telling him to be safe. But instead of leaving, Rodrick just stared, longer than usual. It was that kind of stare that made her second guess if she'd forgotten something. Did she look strange? Was her hair messy? Then, casually nodding toward the gathering crowd, he asked if she wanted to do that. Hailey followed his gaze and saw two young lovers, locked in an intimate kiss, the man gently cupping the woman's cheek like something out of a romance novel. Cue the panic. Her cheeks flared red as the realization hit her. Rodrick didn't say it, but his teasing eyes were loud enough. He was definitely messing with her, and judging by Hailey's shocked expression, the joke landed perfectly. He laughed, loud and unfiltered, absolutely delighted by her reaction. His expression said it all. Priceless. Then, still chuckling, he waved off the moment, saying it was only a joke. But poor Hailey stood there stunned, her mouth slightly open in disbelief. Naturally, the king couldn't resist one last jab. Close your mouth or bugs might fly in. Hailey frowned and turned away with a dramatic pout, clearly offended. But even in her sulking, she muttered a soft, "Come back safe." Rodrick found her little tantrum strangely adorable. But just as the mood seemed to settle, he leaned in without warning, his face now close enough for her to feel his breath. Then, barely above a whisper, he said something that made her freeze. "Stay away from the water." It wasn't a joke this time. Their eyes locked, and for a moment, Hailey knew exactly what he meant. It was a warning. He wasn't just telling her to be careful. He was telling her not to die, not like the other Hailey, not like the one who drowned. Rodrick pulled back and asked if she understood. She nodded slowly. She did. That short whisper carried more weight than any royal command, and it echoed in her chest long after he moved away. Her ears began to tingle, a strange little itch that made her reach up and scratch them nervously, almost like they were holding on to his words. Meanwhile, the king gripped the reins tightly and straightened in his saddle. It was time to leave. With a swift command, he galloped off toward his knights, the wind tugging at his cloak. But not all wind was natural. Behind him, the cursed energy, those angry spirits, crept back into his shadow like they never left. A soft worry tugged at her thoughts. She could only hope that this time, everything would turn out all right. That afternoon, the forest had grown colder, heavier, like it knew something terrible was about to happen. Rodrick rode ahead, blood still fresh on his blade. Behind him, a soldier shouted, begging the king to stop chasing further into the woods. The path ahead was far too dangerous now, especially at night. But Rodrick didn't stop. He barely even registered the voice calling after him. His mind had slipped into a strange fog, darkness closing in around his vision. He couldn't hear anything clearly anymore. This wasn't like him. These weren't things a good king should do. And if he kept going, what would the kingdom become? Still, he urged his horse forward, unwilling to retreat. In his haze, thoughts of Hailey surfaced. At a moment like this, if she were beside him, maybe the whispers in his head wouldn't be so loud. But they were. The cursed spirits continued circling him, feeding off his fury and pushing him to kill more. Then, a deafening roar snapped everyone's attention back. It echoed through the forest, sending shivers down the spine of every knight nearby. The tension was thick enough to cut through. And yet Rodrick didn't react to the worries or panic. He stood frozen, enduring the bear's assault while his vision blurred once more. He couldn't see clearly, and as everything faded to black, his body began to give in. Back at the palace, Hailey lay in bed, completely unable to sleep. She picked at her nails anxiously, unable to shake the unease twisting in her stomach. Deep down, she knew. If Rodrick kept killing like this, the torment would only grow worse. She wondered if he was all right, then immediately scolded herself for caring so much. Frustrated, she flailed her arms and legs under the covers. It wasn't like her to get so worked up over someone else. Maybe a walk would clear her mind. Before leaving, she glanced at the tiny spirit curled up on its box nearby, still snoring softly. Waking it felt too cruel, so she slipped out quietly. Outside, the moon hung high and full, bathing the palace in cold silver light. Wandering through its silent paths, she eventually arrived at a massive staircase that led down to the lake. And suddenly, a memory returned. Rodrick's warning to stay away from the water. She muttered the words aloud, as if repeating them would ward off the thought. Even if he pushed her away, she had no intention of going near that cursed place. But she found herself descending the steps anyway, eyes fixed on the water from a distance. Perhaps it was the forbidden nature of it all that pulled her in. But she stayed where it was safe, just staring. A strong gust of wind brushed against her, drawing a small shiver from her body. The atmosphere shifted, subtle at first, then undeniable. She recognized him instantly, the White Knight, the Western spirit she had seen at her wedding. Without a word, he dismounted his spectral horse and sat beside her. Panic flickered across her face. Why was he sitting next to her? She clenched her fists, trying not to scream. This was insane. Even the gods that her granny used to worship weren't this powerful. If she only had the right charm, maybe she could have kept him from getting this close. But instead, the knight simply remained there, watching her. Hailey's body trembled, betraying what she was too proud to admit. Then came the suspicion. The way he looked at her, it was like he saw straight through her. As if he already knew she wasn't really Hailey Duncan. She froze. Her thoughts spiraled. Did it matter if he knew she was Yijae? If he were a powerful enough spirit, he'd see through the disguise eventually. Maybe ignoring him was the safest move. And then, his words pierced the air. Rodrick was returning, but he was badly injured. She immediately tried to block it out. Don't listen. Don't react. Just breathe. But the spirit pressed on. Rodrick was so wounded, there might not even be an heir left to save. That did it. Hailey jolted upright, her heart pounding in her chest. The thought of him dying like that? It sent a chill through her bones. Still, the spirit looked smug, as if confirming what he already knew. She cared for Rodrick and can see him too. Her frustration flared. Why would a spirit joke about something like this? About someone's life? But it wasn't a joke. His tone was serious now. Rodrick was injured. Truly. Her breath caught in her throat, and with that, her strength gave out. She dropped to her knees, whispering softly that even if he was lying, there was nothing she could do to stop him. As the knight's image began to fade, he left her with one final message. If she wanted to see Rodrick again, she had to move fast. The moment he vanished, Hailey snapped into action. She turned back toward the palace, urgency burning in her chest. She has to find Rodrick now. Hailey ran through the palace halls like her life depended on it. Every step echoed with dread. And then she saw it. Chaos had erupted. People swarmed around Rodrick, trying to support his collapsing body. Cries for a doctor rang out across the place. But what caught her attention wasn't the people. It was the spirits. So many. Too many. They clung to him like shadows. Her heart dropped. Someone yelled to take him to the bedroom, and that's when her panic exploded. The bedroom? The most cursed place in the entire palace? They couldn't. Not there. Not with all those spirits waiting. She sprinted in the opposite direction. Her mind was racing, circling ideas like a storm. What can I do? What should I do? And then it hit her. Without hesitation, she ran to her own bedroom, threw open the door, and startled a little spirit inside. Ignoring the confused entity, She rushed to a painting on the wall, pulled it open, and dropped to the floor, rummaging beneath the bed. The spirit hovered, horrified. It demanded to know what she was doing. It warned her that if she took the talismans out, it would invite dangerous spirits into the room. But Hailey kept going. She found what she needed, stood up, and waved it off with an apology. She promised to return them later, urging the spirit to hide for now. The little spirit burst into dramatic sobs behind Hailey, wailing as if she'd personally ruined its entire afterlife. According to him, she had stolen his protection, right from under his nose. Well, he didn't even have a nose. Seriously, how does a translucent little guy can throw a tantrum that loud? But Hailey was already gone, running as fast as her legs could carry her. She had no time for apologies. Not tonight. She knew the truth. When someone's mind and body weaken, vengeful spirits only grow stronger. But she had to try. Whatever she had in her hands had to be enough. Outside Rodrick's room, a tense crowd of servants had gathered. Whispers traveled quickly from one person to the next. Claims that the king had gone mad again, that he had slashed at anyone who came close and wouldn't even let go of his bloodied sword. Rumors turned to warnings. Approaching him now could be deadly. From a distance, Hailey ran toward them. As she neared, she caught fragments of their fearful chatter. She pushed her way into the crowd with urgency, demanding space. Her sudden appearance stunned everyone. The murmuring stopped as they recognized her. Deborah stepped forward, clearly startled, and attempted to stop Hailey, gently urging her to return to her chambers. But Hailey reminded the headmaid of her own authority. Just then, a physician arrived, shouting for the crowd to make way. Seizing the opportunity, Hailey slipped inside the room behind him, while Deborah's voice echoed after her. Inside, Rodrick lay unconscious on the bed, pale and drenched in sweat. As expected, the room was flooded with malevolent spirits. Their voices were like venomous whispers in the air, echoing cruel incantations to kill. Zaid noticed her and approached, offering a handkerchief, assuming the blood was overwhelming. But Hailey wasn't reacting to blood. It was the atmosphere, thick with corruption. Her eyes moved to Rodrick's wound. It looked serious, but not fatal. Slowly, the realization sank in. She had been tricked. The memory of the grinning spirit on horseback flashed through her mind. He had exaggerated Rodrick's condition to draw her here. Her shoulders slumped. She had truly believed him. And now, she felt foolish. As she processed this, Rodrick stirred. He muttered something. Hailey moved closer, straining to hear. Rodrick, barely conscious, was repeating the same words the spirits whispered, urging violence. His grip tightened around his sword, lifting it without awareness. The physician stepped back in alarm. Hailey watched, heartbreaking. The wounds on his body were nothing compared to what haunted him within. These were wounds no medicine could treat, and no healer could explain. Still, she stepped forward. She took his blood-soaked hand in her own, ignoring Zaid's cautious warning. Her gaze searched Rodrick's face, but his eyes, though open, were vacant. The spirits continued to hiss and press in around him, but Hailey focused her energy. A quiet force radiated from her, slowly pushing back the suffocating presence. She had no plans to get involved again, and yet, here she was. The resolve in her eyes deepened. She was the only one who could help him. She would not retreat. The spirits had to leave. They had no place here. As the spiritual battle raged silently in the physical world, Rodrick's consciousness drifted in darkness. He stood in an empty space, eyes dull, lost in a place with no sound or light. The weight of fate hung heavy on his shoulders. Was he truly destined to become the Mad King? Was there no escape? Then, a single beam broke through the darkness, casting a soft glow ahead. Someone was calling. A voice he recognized but couldn't name. He began walking, drawn toward the sound. For so long he had been alone. But now someone is waiting. Back in the room, his eyes fluttered open. Hailey's voice rang out gently beside him. Her hand never left his. She asked if he could hear her, but Rodrick only stared at her. The sword in his hand loosened, Hailey carefully pried the sword from Roderick's limp grip and dropped it to the floor. Roderick, though weakened, met her eyes but stayed silent. Meanwhile, Zaid bent down and grabbed the fallen sword, his eyes narrowing into a death glare aimed directly at the physician cowering behind him. That glare worked like magic. The physician finally remembered that yes, he was supposed to be the one checking vital signs, not hiding like a nervous potted plant. After a few awkward pokes, he announced that the king's injury is not critical. Hailey released a breath she didn't know she'd been holding. She had spent so much energy calming the spirits, she felt the fatigue finally catching up to her. A soft cough escaped her lips. Roderick called her name. She glanced at him, startled, but then looked away, lost in thought. Her hand rested on his once more. No words passed between them. Still, part of her silently hoped for even a small thank you. But nothing came. She scolded herself for even expecting it. He looked so worn. Perhaps it was better to leave. Her voice softened as she prepared to go. She didn't want to hinder his healing. But just as she turned away, Roderick's hand gripped hers tightly. He didn't let go. She winced at the sudden pain, but then her eyes widened. His voice was rough, barely more than a whisper. He wanted her to stay. Servants and aides glanced between each other in disbelief. Roderick's entire presence had shifted since Hailey arrived. Hailey stood there, stunned. Her heart beat faster, her face flushed with warmth. What was happening to her? Embarrassed by her own reaction, she tried to scold him gently. His hand was injured and he shouldn't strain it. Roderick didn't respond. He just watched her. Frustration flared. She had known something would happen when he left the palace. Tears burst forth as she hit him lightly in protest. He wasn't allowed to go hunting ever again. Roderick, amused by her little tantrum, asked why not. His body trembled with laughter as she declared that she loved animals. A lot. He looked at her, tear-stained and puffed up like a scolding rabbit, and couldn't help but laugh again. She muttered that he was insane, still sniffling. But she repeated herself again. He was not allowed to go anymore. Roderick's smile lingered. Just talking to her like this made him feel more alive than anything else ever had. From the corner, Deborah watched with a look of resignation. Had the queen finally gone mad? Possibly. But it was a strangely charming kind of madness. Roderick raised a tired hand and addressed the room. Everyone had done enough. They were dismissed. Only the queen was to remain. The atmosphere shifted the moment they left. Now, only Hailey and Roderick remained. She sat at the edge of the bed, cheeks blazing with embarrassment. The quiet gave her no room to hide from her thoughts, and unfortunately, those thoughts were in full chaos mode. Internally, she scolded herself. What in the world had she been doing lately? Acting strange, blushing every 5 seconds, and now sitting beside the very man who almost died 2 nights ago, like they were longtime lovers in a tragic play. But just as she tried to collect herself, a low moan cut through the silence. Roderick stirred, his voice weak but clear as he began to mumble something almost poetic. Words about light in the darkness, about reaching out, and someone taking his hand. As she sat there silently, her thoughts shifted. Perhaps that was what he saw while unconscious. Somehow, that image had woven itself into his memory. Roderick's expression shifted into one of quiet reflection. He mentioned how terrifying it must have been for her. To Hailey, the message was clear. He knew what she had gone through. He understood the fear. Despite everything, he still looked at her, as if trying to reconcile the rumors with the woman sitting before him. His eyes were still bright and kind. How could they belong to someone others claimed had caused such harm? Hailey couldn't hold his gaze. The guilt weighed heavy. She knew she couldn't keep pretending not to see it. This man wasn't just wounded. He was crumbling. Roderick watched her closely. He wondered if she was angry. Maybe his situation had disturbed her too much. But her thoughts ran deeper than anger. Roderick leaned back, resting a hand over his forehead. He admitted something he never would have before. When she spoke, he felt clearer. She smiled quietly, though he couldn't see it. The clarity wasn't from her voice, of course. It was from the protective talismans and bracelet she had secretly stashed in the room. But hey, if it made him feel better, she wasn't about to ruin the illusion. Without complaint, she agreed to stay and talk. And so, for the rest of that night, Hailey sat beside him, recounting simple stories with a soft, soothing voice. The kind of voice that could calm storms, or at least ghosts. 2 days later in the imperial court, a meeting was underway. Something about the queen falling ill again. At the center of the issue stood Duke Duncan. He wore an expression of forced concern, as he declared that someone so frail couldn't possibly endure the palace alone. He requested that personal servants from the ducal residence be allowed to attend to her. Rodrick frowned immediately. The man was still going on about that? In truth, far from fainting on a couch, Hailey was drawing talismans in a frenzy, surrounded by ash and ink. She had already rebuilt the spiritual barrier in record time. If anything, the palace couldn't keep up with her energy. Rodrick then gave a measured response, leaving the decision to the queen herself. Duke Duncan, still clinging to the outdated image of his delicate daughter, argued that she would never make such a bold request directly. She had always been too shy. Rodrick didn't let that slide. He reminded the Duke, calmly but pointedly, that Hailey was no longer just the Duke's daughter. She was the queen now, and should be addressed accordingly. The Duke, momentarily flustered, coughed into his hand and lowered his voice in apology. He explained, of course, that his concern came from love. He had raised her, cared for her since she was young. Rodrick offered a smile, a sharp, gleaming one. Of course, he mused internally. Because you care so much that you abused her. But beneath the surface, Rodrick's thoughts churned. If this continued, his wife's public image might suffer. He didn't usually care about such things, but this, somehow, was different. The Duke placed a hand on his chest, requesting a private meeting with the Queen. His intentions were clear. He believed that just a short conversation would bring her back under his control. Rodrick saw right through it. Everyone in the room did. The assumption was that Hailey was still that fragile little girl, too obedient to say no. And somehow, everyone believed that was still true. Strange, Rodrick thought. Why did they all underestimate her? His mind drifted back to the night when she had fought to save him. Soft words, steady presence, iron will beneath a delicate face. Things had changed. He smiled again, this time, genuinely. He wouldn't reject the Duke's request. In fact, he approved it right away. Let the Duke try. Rodrick was certain of one thing. Hailey wasn't going to be swayed so easily. After the meeting ended, Rodrick exited the hall alongside Zaid and the palace butler. The moment they stepped out, Zaid voiced his disapproval. He couldn't believe Rodrick had allowed Duke Duncan access to the Queen. He rushed forward, clearly agitated, worried that Hailey might fold under pressure. But Rodrick remained calm. His reply was brief. Wait and see. There was something about Hailey that still puzzled him. After that night, things didn't add up. He questioned whether Zaid had done a proper background check. Zaid confirmed he had. According to his report, Hailey was soft-spoken, naive, overly obedient to her father, a walking doll, someone fragile enough to shatter if spoken to too harshly. Rodrick frowned. That image no longer fit. If anything, it had all been a cover, a disguise, a clever one. They arrived at her room. Zaid followed closely behind, still confused. He couldn't see what his liege was seeing. What was wrong with their earlier assumption? Rodrick didn't explain. He simply opened the door and asked how his wife was feeling. Hailey lay tucked beneath the covers, eyes fluttering open in surprise. She hadn't expected company, especially not so soon. At the edge of her pillow, a small blue spirit bolted upright in panic, practically vibrating with dread. It had sensed them, the unwelcome guests again. Rodrick stepped forward toward her, calmly telling her not to get up. But as soon as he crossed a certain point in the room, his steps faltered. Behind him, furious spirits slammed against the shield, unable to follow. He blinked, momentarily disoriented. There was an odd lightness in his shoulders. Her little companion bounced beside her in victory. They had pulled it off. In her mind, she gave herself a standing ovation. 15 years spent running errands for that cranky old shaman had finally paid off. Look at her now. A spiritual pro. Rodrick dragged a chair beside the bed and sat down, trying to look stern. He scolded her lightly, accusing her of falling sick again just to get back at him for going on that reckless hunt. Hailey, still weak, could only groan inwardly. Then he added something more serious. Her father had been demanding an audience, admitting that Duke Duncan was close to tearing down the palace gates. She couldn't help it. A laugh escaped her. The mental image of her father shouting was too ridiculous not to enjoy. Rodrick, watching her, smirked. The more she laughed, the more childish she seemed. She then quickly covered her mouth. But as he studied her pale face, his thoughts shifted. Her complexion was still too light, her frame too fragile. A moment later, he surprised her with something unexpected. He told her he was entrusting the Duncan people to her. Both Hailey and Zaid, who stood stiffly behind him, were startled. Zaid nearly tripped over his own shock, pleading that this wasn't the time for threats or strange experiments. But Hailey was frozen by something else. A choice? Had he just given her a choice? Rodrick's expression turned uncertain. He admitted, even to himself, that he didn't know why he was doing this. Maybe he just wanted to see her reaction. Hailey understood it all too well. It wasn't a real choice. Still, she lifted her chin and answered with quiet resolve. She would write another letter of refusal, this time with firmer language. Rodrick turned to Zaid. "See?" he seemed to say. Didn't he tell Zaid so? Zaid caught the look and frowned, confused. Rodrick, lost in thought, couldn't quite put it into words either. Hailey didn't respond like someone afraid. Wasn't she supposed to fold under pressure? His eyes drifted to the table, and there it was. A strange, oddly carved piece of wood. He froze. That thing was still here? He eyed it suspiciously. Was she plotting something? Hailey, blissfully unaware of how weird this all looked, confirmed it innocently. Yes, she was. The people standing nearby collectively lost their ability to breathe properly. Rodrick's face tensed with a mix of confusion and awkward embarrassment. What was she even trying to say with this weird little object? Behind them, the palace servants whispered among themselves, cheeks flushed with embarrassment. They had all promptly misunderstood its purpose. Some were convinced it was a personal massager and a secret remedy. Hailey, still holding the object, explained cheerfully that it was just a hobby, her own handcrafted project. But that only made things worse. Their imaginations spiraled. A hobby at night? Hailey then raised her bracelet, proudly announcing that she had made that too. She mentioned being good with knives and asked for hers back to continue carving the piece. Rodrick's brain tried and failed to catch up. He squinted at the wood, now unsure if it was supposed to be jewelry, a weapon, or something. Unspeakable. He questioned whether it really needed more carving. Hailey nodded, insisting it did. Without realizing it, Hailey casually muttered something she really should have kept to herself. She remarked that she usually preferred things a bit smaller, since smaller often meant stronger. The servants, still eavesdropping like professionals, lost it. Rodrick flinched. Even he couldn't stop his imagination from wandering at that point. He didn't say a word, but his expression was loud enough. A simple thought repeated in his head. Mine is much bigger than that. Rodrick didn't know what it was, but whatever it was, he didn't want to see it again. Hailey pouted, disheartened. She had spent hours on that thing. Just then, Deborah, red-faced and flustered, presented the medicine with the most forced smile in the palace. Hailey accepted it. Rodrick watched her like a curious child as she reluctantly took the bitter drink. There was something innocent in her reluctance, something oddly endearing. As she slowly sipped the medicine, he found himself relaxing, the tension fading from his chest. Before he realized it, he was drifting. Hailey turned, only to find him dozing off beside her, chin in hand. The man who couldn't sleep through the night without pacing was now snoozing beside her like a worn-out puppy. Whispers rose among the servants. Was this proof? Did the Duncan bloodline really have some strange power? Hailey leaned over and whispered softly, trying to wake him. His sleeping posture was terrible, bad for the neck. She called out gently, not wanting to startle him. But he jolted awake with a surprised grunt anyway. He couldn't believe he had actually fallen asleep. He sat up straight, rubbing his forehead in disbelief. He hadn't even realized it had happened. Hailey smiled awkwardly. Rodrick blinked, then leaned toward the bed and mumbled something about getting in next to her. He asked her to scoot over. Then, Rodrick climbed into the bed before she could say anything else. She panicked and called for Deborah. Deborah, once again misunderstanding everything, cheerfully pushed everyone out of the room and wished them a pleasant time. Hailey was dying inside. Rodrick, already settling under the covers, mumbled something about how he just couldn't sleep properly in his own room. He promised not to do anything weird. He just needed the bed. She sighed and offered him a pillow. What else could she do? He shut his eyes. She slid under the blanket beside him, keeping a respectful distance. As she lay there, she muttered quietly to herself. Wasn't he supposed to be supporting her love story with another man? Then why was he lying beside her? Rodrick chuckled. That was cute. She immediately apologized for the outburst, admitting she was tired and just being silly. So, he encouraged her to rest too. She nodded, finally closing her eyes. But just as she began to drift off, his voice broke the silence. He apologized for something about their first night. When she opened her eyes, she found him staring straight at her. Her heart stuttered. Was he watching her the whole time? He confessed something about tearing her nightgown. His tone was sheepish, defensive even. She blinked in confusion. Then slowly, realization dawned. He was talking about when she ripped her own dress to craft a talisman. Oh, he thought he had done that? She reassured him softly that he hadn't done anything wrong. Rodrick seemed relieved, but Hailey could tell he didn't fully believe her. She stayed quiet. Hailey couldn't tell him the truth, not the whole thing. Not about the curses or spirits he wouldn't understand. And so, she closed her eyes again. Everything was a mess. But somehow, lying there beside him, felt something warm settle inside her chest. And as the night wrapped around them in silence, she finally whispered, "Good night." The sun was already high by the time the palace truly came alive, but inside a certain bedroom things were a bit more tangled. Hailey, sound asleep, suddenly squirmed. Something felt off, stuffy. She cracked one eye open. Why did her body feel pinned down like a poorly wrapped dumpling? And then, realization. There he was. Rodrick himself, clinging to her like a body pillow in the middle of winter. One arm wrapped snugly around her waist, his leg casually thrown over hers. His breath, warm and far too comfortable, gently ruffled her hair. She tried to wiggle free. Nope, not happening. Her limbs might as well have been fused to the mattress. Okay. Calm down, she told herself. Deep breaths. This is fine. He's just emotionally exhausted. Probably hasn't felt this safe in years. And me? I'm just a glorified sleep charm, a human bolster and sentient nap aid. Totally fine. But then, he pulled her even closer. As if cuddling wasn't enough, his leg locked around hers like a bear trap. She panicked. Touching. They were definitely touching. Everywhere. She tried to distract herself. Count sheep. 1 sheep. 2 sheep. Wait, why are the sheep suddenly kissing? Oh no. Even her imaginary livestock had lost their innocence. This was spiraling. Just when she thought it couldn't get worse, Roderick's hand slipped into her hair. His fingers gently combed through the strands, his breath brushing against her neck with laser-accurate precision. She tried to stay calm, but finally cracked. She flailed her arms and smacked him on the back. Startled, Rodrick jolted awake, eyes wide with confusion. He nearly fell backward off the bed. Hailey, red as a tomato, immediately pulled the covers over her head and turned her back to him like a scandalized Victorian maiden. Rodrick stared at her, mortified. Did I just... His hand trembled as he tried to apologize. He then turned away like a scolded puppy, inching toward the edge of the bed. "I'll leave, you should rest." But she didn't reply. Still flustered and half dying of secondhand embarrassment, he turned back around. "You're not going to talk to me at all?" She peeked from under the covers and pressed a hand to her forehead. "I wasn't scared, just surprised." Which was a half-truth. Her skin still tingled where he'd touched her, and her heart hadn't stopped doing backflips since sunrise. Rodrick, in full guilt mode, nodded solemnly. "I'll just go back to my room." But Hailey couldn't even bring herself to speak. Her heart kept thudding at a ridiculous pace. What was this strange feelings? Several painfully awkward days dragged by after that incident. King Rodrick buried himself in paperwork, like it might save him from his own thoughts. Of course, gossip breezed through the room like perfume no one asked for. "It's been 10 days since His Majesty visited Her Majesty," the butler whispered dramatically. "Why are you telling me, Jimmy?" Zaid muttered back. "You're the one who saw them hug." Roderick sat with his chin resting on his hand, looking absolutely done with life. He brooded in silence, thinking, "She yelled at me, looked at me like I was some kind of beast. But we're married. Aren't we supposed to be doing more by now?" His inner crisis was interrupted when the butler presented him with a bracelet from the mining region, an official gift. Roderick stared at it for a moment, his mind drifting to the one Hailey had shown him. The one she had so proudly claimed to carve herself. Of course, he'd been curious. So he asked Zaid about it. But when Zaid called it a weird one, Roderick immediately pouted. And instead of mocking the unusual bracelet, Roderick declared, "It's a masterpiece. I just can't tell if it's ahead of its time, or boldly committing a fashion crime." Was he insulting the Queen? Or flirting? At this point, no one could tell anymore. Meanwhile, Hailey stormed into the royal library like a woman on a mission. She demanded the royal genealogy book without so much as a pause. The poor librarian looked like he might faint on the spot. Only royalty were allowed access to that book. But Hailey innocently reminded him that she was the Queen. Panic instantly followed. The librarian stammered something about the book being written in an ancient language, one she surely wouldn't understand. He quickly added that he didn't mean to offend her and apologized profusely. Unbothered, Hailey insisted on trying anyway. Moments later, she was back in her room, the book in hand, waving over her tiny blue spirit to do the hard part. The spirit took one look at the dense pages and screamed. This wasn't a comic book, and he wanted absolutely no part of it. Still, Hailey persuaded the little guy, saying this was his small way of helping her. So, with much dramatic sighing and whining, he began reading aloud. As Hailey listened, the details began to line up, about the previous kings and their timelines. Then came the part about her husband. Roderick, born in 470, currently 29 years old. That made him 4 years older than her real self, and 8 years older than the original Hailey Duncan. No wonder he kept treating her like a child sometimes. She laughed quietly into her hand. What a ridiculous fate. The spirit, clueless to her thoughts, chirped cheerfully that it was nice the king hadn't shown up lately, and that nothing creepy had happened in days. Hailey didn't respond. Instead, she stared off into space, then murmured softly, wondering if maybe she disappointed him too much. Maybe that's why he hadn't visited. She admitted something to herself. She hadn't exactly hated what happened that day. In fact, a small part of her might have liked it more than she wanted to admit. But then again, being ignored wasn't anything new. She was used to that part. Even when she was Yijae, being overlooked had practically been routine. The next day, Hailey was making her way through the palace halls. Just then, a sharp metallic crash echoed through the corridor, making Hailey jump in surprise. Hailey peeked around the hallway. Sure enough, there stood Roderick, mid-swing, sword gleaming in the sun. He looked like a painting come to life, muscles taut, movement fluid, hair tousled just right. She blinked. Was it getting warm in here? It's been a while since I've seen His Majesty like this. Deborah mumbled. He used to spar with Sir Zaid all the time before he became king. They trained under the same master. Hailey's eyes narrowed in fascination. 2 lean, strong men, moving like dancers. Graceful, powerful, devastatingly handsome. Was it even legal to look this good while working out? Trying to keep herself from looking too long, Hailey cleared her throat and thought, well, at least sword training keeps him away from dangerous spirits. Just as Hailey turned to leave, Rodrick was suddenly there, right in front of her. No footsteps, no warning, just bam, as if he'd teleported. "Why are you leaving already?" he asked, grabbing her hand with that overly serious look he always wore whenever he got flustered. Startled, Hailey blinked. "I was heading back to my room, Your Majesty." Rodrick frowned. Meanwhile, her internal panic set off like fireworks. Wait, he's not ignoring me. But I thought he was mad. She tried to excuse herself with a nervous step back, but Rodrick didn't let go. "Do you have to leave right now?" he asked again, this time with a quiet persistence that only confused her more. He sighed, muttering under his breath. Only a Duncan would act like this. Then his eyes widened, realizing what he'd just said. He straightened in a panic and quickly added, "Not you. Obviously. I didn't mean you." Hailey stared flatly. Sure. Totally believable. Sensing the tension thickening like day-old stew, Rodrick scrambled to save face. He reached into his pocket and pulled something out. A bracelet. Hailey blinked. "For me?" "The one you're wearing is ugly," he said, blunt as ever. Before she could even react to that comment, Zaid's voice rang out from the sidelines, laughing far too loudly for Roderick's liking. He always says stuff like that, but the second he saw that bracelet, he brought up Your Majesty. Rodrick groaned, cheeks visibly pink. "You talk too much, Zaid." Still holding the bracelet like it might vanish, Hailey couldn't stop the smile creeping onto her face. So, he had been thinking about her. "Thank you," she said softly, feeling just a little shy. Rodrick, trying his best to look cool after thoroughly embarrassing himself, tossed his sword aside with a lazy flick. "Let's go back to your room," he said. She looked at him in surprise. "But, you're training?" Rodrick shrugged with kingly boredom. "It's no fun sparring with someone when you already know all their moves." From the far end of the training ground, Zaid howled dramatically, clearly offended. Hailey laughed. So this was what friendship looked like between men. Strange, teasing, but oddly wholesome. As they strolled along, Rodrick shot a sideways glance at Hailey. Casually, yet with just enough drama, he asked if she was feeling better. Hailey nodded enthusiastically, but Rodrick wasn't satisfied. He playfully accused her of neglecting his emotional well-being, feigning hurt feelings. When she nervously stammered an excuse, he promptly accused her of looking at him as if he were an unpleasant insect crawling on her dinner. Horrified, Hailey protested, insisting she was merely startled, not disgusted. "Thank you very much." Rodrick dramatically sighed, accepting her questionable defense for now. However, his gaze landed suspiciously on the bracelet decorating her wrist. Hailey immediately jumped to its defense, proudly declaring it her handcrafted masterpiece born from passion. A hobby. Rodrick raised an eyebrow skeptically, prompting Hailey to fervently demand he respect her artistic endeavor. Chuckling, Rodrick lightly flicked her forehead, conceding defeat, mostly because arguing further seemed dangerous. Meanwhile, Hailey spotted the evil spirits hovering behind Rodrick. Internally, she declared she'd had enough of these ghostly pests, and without hesitation, threw a spiritual punch to send them flying. Clueless about the supernatural chaos behind him, Rodrick casually remarked, "My shoulders suddenly feel lighter." Hailey beamed with pride. Mission accomplished. Then out of nowhere, Rodrick said something. He knew she'd borrowed the royal genealogy book. Hailey paled slightly. Was there anything this man didn't know? Thankfully, he didn't press the issue. Instead, he shifted the conversation to something called Arthur's Forest. Intrigued, Hailey admitted the name sounded familiar. With a rare hint of solemnity, Rodrick explained that it was a sacred place, accessible only to royalty. Then, as if offering a casual stroll through a garden, he invited her to go with him. Hailey, both hesitant and curious, accepted. Once there, she was captivated. The forest shimmered like something out of a fairy tale, softly glowing, gently pulsing with magic. She had thought the palace was a dangerous place for Rodrick, but clearly places like this were helping him survive. Then why? Why are there still so many vengeful spirits haunting him, she wondered. Rodrick, meanwhile, looked around with all the enthusiasm of a man inspecting wallpaper. "Isn't it a bit dark in here?" he asked. Was he serious? Could he not see the magical glow all around them? Deciding not to argue with his questionable eyesight, she simply encouraged him to keep walking. To her surprise, Rodrick then spread out a cloth for her to sit on and even warned her not to wander off alone. Hailey smiled, touched by his rare display of thoughtfulness. She teased him to visit this place more often, maybe even resume sparring with Zaid. After all, it was her sneaky little way of cleansing his energy without doing all the work herself. Rodrick squinted at her like she'd just suggested early retirement. "Are you planning to leave me somewhere?" Hailey laughed nervously and assured him she had every intention to stay and survive. When she politely asked for her carving tools back, Rodrick sighed like a man surrendering to fate. Still, he promised to hand them over, while muttering something about her stubbornness. But then, his expression shifted. He confronted her about something that had been bothering him, her habit of talking so casually about death, her death. In truth, she had tried so hard to survive in her past life, but Yijae had come to understand one cruel truth. No matter how much she struggled, she couldn't escape the fate written for her. Rodrick sat quietly, watching her with confusion and concern as she gave him a wistful smile. To him, this Duncan daughter always seemed like she belonged to a different world, one just out of reach. And yet, despite not fully understanding her, Rodrick always wanted to reach for her hand, and silently asking her to stay by his side. The next morning found Hailey seated elegantly in her chambers, adopting a perfect meditation posture, or rather attempting one. Her serene, wise sage impersonation could generously be described as slightly suspicious. Hovering nearby, a tiny spirit teased, "Meditating again? Gotta keep those royal vibes strong for your followers." Without missing a beat, Hailey peeked through one eye and waved a history book dramatically. "Wrong. Today's special. Story time. We're exploring the Cayenne Kingdom's glorious past." Reading aloud with enthusiasm, the little guy described the heroic adventures of young King Arthur Lux Blake, who defeated the villainous Daemon Empire. Frankly, it sounded like an epic fantasy saga waiting for a big-budget adaptation. Meanwhile, at a far less enjoyable event, the Royal Council meeting, King Rodrick wore a perpetually irritated expression. A noble reported the suppression of yet another rebel faction, but Rodrick was hardly impressed. "This isn't breaking news," he grumbled. "These people have been plotting forever." Nobles exchanged uneasy glances, anxiously wondering if this was another of the king's infamous mood swings. Their nervous silence shattered when Duke Duncan boldly stepped forward, suggesting his son Albert be reinstated as captain of the Western Border Guard. Rodrick feigned surprise, delivering a scathing retort about pearls being wasted on swine. Gasps erupted, and when Duke Duncan protested, Rodrick slammed his fist, swiftly ending any further arguments. "Insulting the crown? Not the smartest career move, Duke Duncan," Rodrick declared ominously, storming out and leaving everyone suitably terrified. Back in her chambers, Hailey was peacefully carving small wooden figures, when suddenly, yet predictably, Rodrick burst in unannounced. Hailey glanced up, pondering if her chambers had become a royal clubhouse. Dramatically, Rodrick declared her father was causing trouble again. Behind him, Zaid whispered conspiratorially about the frequency of Rodrick's visits, either romance or an early midlife crisis. But Hailey just laughed, unfazed. "You storm in here ranting, but I'm the one who's laughing? Shouldn't our roles be reversed?" Rodrick flopped dramatically into a chair, ranting about the Duncans' boundless energy. Hailey humorously admitted she barely remembered her brother's career details, internally blaming her coded diary. Noticing her distracted frown, Rodrick anxiously questioned, "Did I upset you?" But Hailey simply shrugged, stating family drama was nothing new to her. Rodrick, struck by Hailey's seemingly unshakable composure, bluntly instructed her to at least look at him while talking. "I'm carving," she quipped, eyes focused intently. "You might confiscate my tools again if I cut myself." She reminded him how hard she worked to get her carving tools back. Rodrick chuckled at the memory, saying he wasn't that petty, and promised not to take them again. Hailey perked up like an excited child, declaring that this masterpiece was special, and immediately demanded a pinky swear. Naturally, he gave in. Then, out of nowhere, Rodrick picked up a strange wooden stick and asked, "Why are you making this thing?" He wasn't the only one confused. Even the servants looked baffled. At least now, they knew it wasn't for what they had originally assumed. In truth, the odd-looking object was the earthly woman totem pole, another of Hailey's spirit-banishing tools. But she knew if she explained that, they'd just think she was weird again. So she simply said, carving helped calm her heart. Even though she needed to concentrate on the silent enchantment part, Hailey didn't mind when Rodrick came closer, asking more questions about her quirky design choices, none of which he understood. When he joked that her hobby didn't suit her age, Hailey smirked and teased, "You're 8 years older than me, remember? Even if you don't look it." She laughed when he fumbled for a comeback. Flustered, Rodrick gave her cheek a playful pinch, while Hailey only laughed harder, apologizing between giggles. Eventually, she offered him the finished earthly woman totem pole. Rodrick jokingly rejected it, so Hailey snatched it back in mock offense. Of course, it was all in fun, and he quickly took it back, complaining that she was violating proper gift etiquette. Handing it over properly this time, Hailey explained it was a charm to protect him from nightmares. Rodrick squinted at it and joked, "This thing might cause more nightmares." But her sincerity gave him pause. She said softly, "It's to help you sleep." Maybe sincerity is protection enough. Rodrick fell silent, caught off guard by her words. Slightly embarrassed, he agreed to accept it, just in time for Hailey to hand him a second one. Obviously, they came as a set. She proudly presented the earthly male totem pole. Now awkwardly juggling both wooden charms, Rodrick muttered, "All right, but don't follow me," and briskly retreated from the room. Hailey watched him leave with an amused expression. Picking up another block of wood, she smiled with quiet determination. The nearby servant sighed, secretly touched by the queen's charming quirks, while the tiny spirit hovering nearby grumbled about his increasingly crowded home. Later that night, 2 carved figures stood guard on the king's bedside table, silently watching over his dreams beneath the soft glow of moonlight. As the first rays of dawn spilled gently into the king's room, he slowly sat up, yawning like someone who'd finally slept well. His eyes landed on the wooden figurines Hailey had gifted him, standing guard dutifully beside his bed. Rodrick eyed them suspiciously. "Do these even work?" he muttered skeptically, giving one an experimental poke. It wobbled briefly but stubbornly remained upright. Rodrick cracked a smile, shaking his head fondly. She truly is something else. Meanwhile, invisible to Rodrick, a swarm of frustrated spirits hovered impatiently nearby. Finally, he's leaving those annoying wooden guardians behind. They cheered silently, clearly fed up with their good vibes-only competition. Rodrick, oblivious to the spectral celebration following him like an ominous parade, headed out of his chambers, casually donning his coat and muttering about his morning being good that time. Elsewhere, Hailey sat serenely in meditation. At least, that was the idea. Beside her, a tiny spirit struggled comically to mimic her perfect posture. "Meditation again?" it complained, flopping dramatically. "My legs weren't built for this." Hailey cracked an eye open with a sigh, her expression troubled. After reading her past self's diary entry, full of unresolved feelings for someone named Lawrence, her heart felt annoyingly heavy. In reality, the original Hailey had planned to elope with Lawrence, but she knew that her lover would reject the idea, so she never suggested it. Hailey wondered how Lawrence was doing now, after finding out that the woman he once loved had married someone else. Suddenly, a commotion echoed from outside. The little spirit quickly informed her of what he had overheard, that the king was having one of his episodes again. Hailey's heart sank. Her own abilities. They weren't enough. She reminded herself that most shamans ruined their lives by trying to help out of pity, clinging to forces far beyond their control. For a moment, she genuinely considered stepping back, considered giving up on helping Rodrick. Then, out of nowhere, a sharp headache struck. The image of Lawrence blurred confusingly into Roderick's face. Hailey let out a long, steady breath. Even if the ghost-dispelling bracelet wasn't strong enough, and her head throbbed painfully, her resolve still flared brighter. No, she wasn't giving up. Not on Rodrick. Back in Roderick's office, chaos reigned supreme. Evil spirits reveled mischievously as the king stood surrounded by anxious knights, barely restraining his violent impulses. "Kill them!" whispered the spirits gleefully. Rodrick clenched his fists, visibly battling internal demons. Zaid, cautiously watching from the sidelines, mentally noted that at least Rodrick hadn't attacked yet. Suddenly, Hailey's calm voice broke the tense silence. Everyone turned as she entered, clutching her cracked bracelet with trembling hands. As she stepped closer, her inner voice loudly questioned her life choices. Rodrick glared with wild, glowing eyes, causing one knight to whisper anxiously about being devoured. Zaid silently agreed. What exactly was the queen thinking? But undeterred, Hailey bravely held her talisman aloft, whispering a quiet chant. Purple light flooded the room, sending spirits screeching dramatically. With theatrical confidence, she mentally declared, "Those aligned with heaven shall thrive, those against it. Vanish." An invisible wave of energy surged through the room, instantly calming the chaos. Roderick's vision cleared as reality slowly settled back into place. Exhausted, he murmured Hailey's name, adding that he'd actually slept well, and that those ugly little statues of hers might have worked after all. Then, locking eyes with her, he muttered that she really shouldn't wear an expression like she was dying of guilt, before collapsing straight into her startled arms. Nearby, the butler leaned in dramatically and whispered, "It's always the same. Her Majesty shows up, and His Majesty takes a nap. Predictable." Zaid immediately scolded him with a sharp look. Meanwhile, Hailey continued her task, gently pressing Roderick's palm with practiced focus. When his eyes fluttered open, he softly warned her to stay away during times like this. But Hailey just stuck out her tongue playfully and reminded him, "I'm a Duncan. Surviving the impossible is what we do." Of course, Roderick couldn't help but ask why she kept doing all this for him. Hailey, in her usual nonchalant tone, claimed she was only trying to help him relax his muscles. Roderick didn't buy it for a second. He knew her habits too well by now. How she'd tell small lies, pretend to fall for things, and always keep just enough distance. Yet here she was, still close, still holding him. Roderick sighed and lazily buried his face deeper into her shoulder, clearly in no rush to move. At this point, they looked like a couple far too comfortable with public displays of affection. Hailey glanced over at Zaid, who stood nearby wearing the unmistakable expression of someone being forced to witness his boss's romantic drama against his will. "Zaid," she asked, "when did His Majesty become like this?" Zaid blinked, misunderstanding her completely. "This morning, Your Majesty. His condition was pretty bad." Flushing red, Hailey shot back. "That's not what I meant. I'm asking when his personality turned rotten?" Zaid paused, then admitted honestly that it was about 3 years ago. Trying not to dwell on that, Hailey shifted the topic and gently suggested that Zaid should spar more often with His Majesty. She'd noticed how pure Roderick's energy felt during their duels. But Zaid didn't look too sure. "Every time he touches a weapon, something snaps," he said plainly. "That's when his mania really kicks in." A brief silence followed as Hailey stroked Roderick's messy hair thoughtfully, reflecting on how often they'd ended up in this exact position lately. Her gaze softened. Despite everything, she couldn't ignore one growing truth. Roderick carried the aura of a holy king. And that's when it hit her. All her efforts to calm him, they only worked temporarily. Resolutely, she considered asking Zaid to bring Roderick to Arthur's Forest more often, only to remember, too late, that the place was reserved for royalty. Oh, right, she muttered sheepishly, rubbing her temple as her memories blurred once again. In the end, she simply sighed and turned to Zaid. Just take him back to his room. The next day, golden sunlight spilled gently into Hailey's luxurious chambers. She lay sprawled across the bed, her voice hoarse from sleeping an entire day. Yesterday's exhaustion still lingered. She remembered collapsing face first onto the bed the moment she got back. Stretching with a groan, Hailey realized she hadn't meditated yet. The prayer beads on her wrist felt calm, but her body felt sluggish. With a yawn and a quiet sigh, she thought to herself, "Is His Majesty going to avoid me again?" She needed a quiet day, one without drama or chaos. Of course, Hailey's peaceful day didn't last. Just as she was settling into calm, Rodrick appeared unannounced. At first, Hailey assumed the worst. Surely her father had stirred up another uproar. But one look at Roderick's calm expression told her otherwise. "What?" he asked casually, as if this was a routine afternoon stroll. Nearby, poor Jimmy looked like he was about to cry, while Deborah stood ready to throw hands, fully prepared to fight someone, anyone, even if no one asked. Roderick's voice came again, now from behind Hailey. "Do I need a reason to visit my wife's chambers?" Hailey blinked. Oh, so now he just drops in like it's visiting hours at the Royal Infirmary? She couldn't help but giggle. Teasing tone. She threw in a jab. Wasn't he the one who said he wouldn't accept gifts from a wife already in love with someone else? Rodrick grimaced. "You're not allowed to bring that up." Then, as if on cue, he brought up her behavior again, clearly pointing to her Duncan roots. Deborah, of course, was already fuming in the corner. She glared daggers at Jimmy, despite the poor guy having absolutely nothing to do with the conversation. He just stood there like a kicked puppy. Meanwhile, Rodrick sat beside Hailey, his tone softening. "Since I'm already here, why don't we have that tea we missed yesterday?" Well, how could she say no to that? Especially when he was being this oddly sweet. A little while later, the tea table was beautifully set, lace tablecloth, delicate pastries, and an atmosphere fit for royalty. Hailey lifted her teacup and took a sip. Delicious. Rodrick watched her silently, eyes following her every move like a daydreaming schoolboy. As Hailey picked up a pastry, she took a bite, her cheeks puffing adorably. Suddenly, Rodrick broke the peaceful silence. "Hailey, do that again." He raised a hand, lowering his voice like he was making some sacred request. "That thing from the library. Like, when you were kneading like a cat." Hailey froze, dropping her food in pure shock. Seriously? The man thought she was just playfully poking at him this whole time? In reality, she'd been performing a solemn shamanic ritual, one with actual purpose, and he thought she was a fluffy pink cat making biscuits. Offended and a little deflated, Hailey covered her face. Maybe she really do lack skill, she thought grimly. Rodrick then confessed he couldn't sleep the night before. That hit Hailey hard. So the totems didn't work either? Adding insult to injury, Rodrick smugly mentioned her prayers must not have reached him. Or maybe, he teased, she was too busy thinking of someone else. Hailey narrowed her eyes. Oh, he was definitely teasing now. She pouted, pointing out that he seemed pretty energetic for someone who supposedly didn't sleep at all. But beneath her playfulness, Hailey couldn't shake the feeling. He was still suspicious of her. That's why she kept trying to act normal. The last thing she wanted was to give him more reason to doubt her. Meanwhile, Rodrick stared, equally puzzled. Why is she still wary of me? What is she hiding? Yet despite everything, he couldn't bring himself to believe she'd ever hurt him. Still, he persisted. Just do it, he coaxed, and stop pretending like you don't know what I'm talking about. With no other option, Hailey sighed and sat beside him. Fine, she thought. Let's just get this over with. The impromptu hand massage session began. As she worked, Hailey's thoughts briefly wandered. Roderick's palm lines were oddly ideal. This man really is lucky, she noted. Rodrick, meanwhile, quietly observed. His earlier suspicion was proving right. Hailey clearly had no experience with manual labor. Her hands were soft, delicate, not a hint of a callus in sight. Certainly not the hands of someone obsessed with carving wood. So why lie? Just as he was ready to confront her, his eyes landed on something unexpected. Her bodice. It had come loose. Dangerously so. Roderick's mind blanked for a moment. Then, with total seriousness, he asked, "Are you seducing me?" Realizing what he meant, Hailey let out a sharp yelp, her face flushing crimson. She scrambled to fix her dress, completely unaware of how it had even come undone. Roderick watched silently as she fumbled with the fabric. Hailey silently begged Deborah for help. The maid, of course, politely looked away like it wasn't her business. Roderick glanced toward the onlookers, thinking bitterly, these two are always helpful when they shouldn't be. Not wanting to watch her struggle any longer, Roderick suddenly leaned in. "Let me," he said. Hailey protested, but too late. His fingers were already tying the bodice for her with unexpected gentleness. Her head lowered, her cheeks burning in silence. Roderick noticed her flushed face and smiled softly. After that, she gasped, "This is harassment." Roderick tilted his head. "So what was I supposed to do? Pretend I didn't notice?" "Yes," she snapped, flustered. "Or at least tell me like a normal person would." He raised a brow. "You'd prefer I write you a secret letter about it?" Eventually, he sighed and gave in. All right, it's my fault." He gently touched her hair. "Just tell me these things sooner next time." Hailey hesitated. "I just really hate it." He crouched down beside her, his voice softer now. "It's okay. You don't have to like it. Just don't hate me too much." Then he leaned close to her ear and murmured, "You're much better now than when we first met." She turned her head, blushing. "I think so too." Roderick exhaled, relieved. "Using your heart is a wise move." "Still mad?" She mumbled, "I don't know." Yijae swore to herself. No more attention. From now on, she'd be quiet, invisible, the human equivalent of background furniture. But of course, the universe said, "Nope, not happening, Hailey." One morning, Zaid approached the king with his usual calm expression, holding a thick bundle of documents in his arms. He presented the report the king had requested. Roderick took the stack, his fingers flipping through the pages as his cold, analytical eyes scanned the content. His gaze hardened as he read. It was official. The woman once betrothed to him had not simply fallen ill. Her death had been caused by a lethal poison, and somehow no one had dug deeper until now. Naturally, Roderick gave a clipped nod. In hindsight, this should have been investigated far earlier. A haunting oversight, to say the least. As Roderick continued to flip through the grim findings, Zaid stood tall, reporting the rest with a steady, heavy voice. Before the poisoning of the king's second fiancée, Zaid hadn't realized how aggressively Duke Duncan had been pushing to tie himself to the royal bloodline. That ambition was starting to look less like politics, and more like a warning sign they'd all missed. Roderick's voice was low, the kind that meant business. Evidence needed to be solid. The Duke wouldn't crack easily under pressure. Zaid acknowledged the warning, but he wasn't finished. There was one more lead, and it involved the Queen. Apparently, she had brought a diary from the Duke's estate. 6 volumes, to be exact. Oddly enough, Hailey had stopped writing after moving into the palace. Still, she often pulled them out and read them in the most random places. That alone suggested there might be something valuable hidden inside those pages. And just like that, Zaid made a bold move. He offered to investigate further. Roderick didn't answer immediately, his weighing the intent behind the suggestion. Then, without warning, the king remarked that Duke Duncan's recent silence was more troubling than reassuring. Quiet enemies were often the most dangerous. Zaid, not missing a beat, added another detail. The Duke was still relentlessly pushing for his son, Albert, to be reinstated. Roderick leaned back, eyes narrowing as he processed that name. Something about Duncan always left a sour taste in his mouth. A faint flicker of irritation passed through his eyes, but outwardly, he kept his composure. In the end, He made a casual remark that the queen should handle it. Zaid opened his mouth, clearly holding something back. But Rodrick interrupted Zaid before the words could leave his lips. He didn't want to hear it, especially not if it involved snooping through his wife's diary. That one line hit Zaid harder than he expected. He bit back his frustration, but his mind was already racing. To Zaid, it was clear. The king now seemed more invested in shielding the queen's privacy than confronting the unsettling truth staring them both in the face. Rodrick stood abruptly, his tone clipped and final. He'd had enough talk about Duke Duncan for the day. Then he told Zaid to relax, though internally, the king wasn't feeling very relaxed at all. He was starting to feel worried. Outside by the lake, Hailey is gazing blankly at the water's surface as if it held answers she didn't want to ask. Of course, her moment of peace didn't last long. A familiar, overly smooth voice drifted in. Someone was calling out a casual, "Hey." And just like clockwork, Arthur floated closer, looking as smug as ever. He hovered gracefully, wondering why she kept pretending not to see him. Was she really ignoring someone this charming? Hailey didn't even lift her head. Internally, she groaned. Great, he's back. But Arthur wasn't finished auditioning for Ghost Bachelor of the Year. Floating closer, he lamented that his perfectly handsome face had no effect on her. Hailey kept her eyes on the ground, practically chanting in her head for him to shut up. She muttered that even if he had a strong spiritual power, what was he going to do? Seduce a fellow ghost? That made Arthur laugh out loud. Loud enough that even the trees might have rolled their eyes if they could. Hailey sighed, clearly trying to uninvite him from her entire existence. But Arthur, lowering his voice to something soft and sweet, insisted he wasn't a vengeful spirit. He was just concerned. Hailey paused for a second. If he was implying he had feelings for her, he could take them right back to the afterlife. Arthur quickly clarified. That wasn't it. He just cared about her, as a person. And again, he reminded her. His like a guardian angel, not evil ghost. Totally safe. She didn't seem moved. Whether guardian angel or something evil, it didn't matter. Ever since he showed up, her life had been in constant contact with the supernatural. All she wanted was one peaceful, ordinary day. Arthur looked genuinely surprised. He leaned in slightly and murmured something about how it looked like she was trying to change her fate. That one hit a nerve. Hailey didn't respond. How was it this hovering spirit could see straight through her? To distract herself, she picked up a twig and started scribbling nonsense in the dirt. Her own spiritual version of "go away, evil things." Meanwhile, Arthur kept talking about how gorgeous his ghostly face still was, clearly fishing for compliments. Hailey didn't take the bait. Instead, she muttered that no, he wasn't handsome. And for the record, she wasn't into younger guys anyway. Arthur raised a brow. He was over 500 years old. Hailey waved him off. She wasn't curious. Meanwhile, at the training ground, a wooden sword came flying through the air, barely missing someone's head. King Rodrick stood nearby. With all the smugness of a man who just won a round of training, he threw a jab at Zaid, teasing that a knight captain shouldn't be this weak. Zaid forced a polite smile, visibly swallowing his pride. He promised to train harder while clenching his jaw. Rodrick, still breathless from exertion, felt oddly light, almost like something had lifted off him. Just as he readied himself for another round, he froze. He felt a familiar, soothing energy nearby. Dropping his sword mid-step, he muttered a vague, "I'll go ahead," and told Zaid not to follow. Roderick's walk turned into a jog. His thoughts were a mess. "I don't even know why I feel like this," he admitted to himself. Something was pulling him forward. He came to a sudden halt near the palace gardens, the ones that overlooked the lake. A vision flashed in his mind. Hailey, unconscious, plunging into the lake. That memory still tightened his chest, even now. Back at the lake, Arthur was still floating around Hailey like a lazy cloud. She knelt quietly, doodling shapes in the dirt with her twig. Slowly, A rough sketch of Roderick's face began to appear, though it looked more like a lopsided potato than his portrait. Out of the blue, Hailey asked Arthur something, keeping her eyes on the ground. If he was truly the guardian of this place, why couldn't he help Roderick? Arthur didn't seem surprised by the question. In fact, it was like he'd been waiting for it. Hailey hesitated before continuing. Did Roderick do something that terrible to deserve this fate? Finally, she looked up, locking eyes with the ghost. She wanted answers. Arthur gave her a teasing look, then stepped down to meet her at eye level. For a moment, it seemed like he might tell her something serious. The tension built. And then he smirked. Just kidding. He couldn't tell her anything. Hailey gripped the twig tighter. Great. Another dead end. Arthur, unfazed, added that maybe she should try finding out the truth herself. She knew it. Talking to spirits never helped, only gave her more headaches. Her voice bitter, she muttered that she'd be better off figuring things out alone. She stared at the sky for a moment, bitterness creeping into her chest. Maybe this life wasn't much better than the last. Her gaze fell to her hand. What about my palm lines? She wondered, a tiny flicker of hope rising. Maybe something good was hidden in her fate, but as she looked closely, the lines were faint, unimpressive, and altogether disappointing. So much for destiny. Still unlucky, she thought. And being near Roderick doesn't help either. In fact, it almost seemed like her misfortunes multiplied around him. Arthur was still nearby, watching her with that soft, unreadable smile, like someone who knew a secret and didn't mind keeping it. Then suddenly he called her by her real name, Kang Yijae. Hailey's eyes snapped toward him, a wave of confusion crashing through her chest. She never told him that name. Arthur studied her with quiet intensity, then casually remarked that she had already died once, hadn't she? Her body tensed. Her palms were damp with sweat as she turned away, too drained to keep arguing. What was even the point? Ghosts had the luxury of always being right and never explaining themselves. Still, Arthur watched her calmly. Then, with an amused flick of his fingers, he pointed toward the distance. Hailey followed his gaze and saw the king approaching fast, and he was looking straight at her. But a whole swarm of not-so-friendly ghosts, trailing behind him. Arthur, completely unbothered, casually commented on Roderick's tortured expression, as if reviewing an actor's performance. Hailey could only agree, blinking at the spectral mob behind the king. Arthur smirked again and leaned in. Maybe Roderick would think she was having an affair with him. Hailey nearly choked. What kind of nonsense? Could a spirit even have an affair? Mounting the horse like he was posing for a painting, Arthur gave her one final grin and said he'd handle it. And just like that, he galloped straight into the swarm, flashing a radiant smile as he cleared them out in seconds flat. Hailey watched, stunned. So he could do that this whole time? She stared up at him, furious and amazed. The man, ghost, whatever he was, had power to spare. And yet, when it came to helping Roderick before, he hesitated. Arthur gave one last charming wave as he disappeared into the fading mist. Eventually, Roderick reached Hailey, breathless and flushed from running. Roderick looked at her with softened eyes, concern evident in every line of his face. But Hailey met his gaze coolly, her tone sharp with defiance. She wasn't in the mood for royal lectures. If she wanted to stand by the lake, she would. Still, behind that icy tone, her heart thudded nervously. Was he actually worried? Because I was near the water? Trying to regain her composure, Hailey added that she wasn't exactly locked up. She was the queen after all. If she wanted to go anywhere, including his chambers, she could. Roderick frowned, not exactly thrilled by the sass, that familiar playfulness again. How was he supposed to take her seriously when she talked like that? Hailey couldn't help it. She assured him she wasn't planning to dive in. She just wanted a bit of air. Roderick huffed, slightly annoyed. Without warning, he sat right beside her, clearly deciding he wasn't leaving anytime soon. His eyes drifted to the markings in the dirt beside them. Had she been doodling? But he recognized something. It resembled his own face. Hailey gave a soft chuckle, amused at his confusion. Yes, she was drawing in the dirt. Yes, it was his face. And no, she wasn't going to explain it. Rodrick gave her a look of mock disapproval. Her hobbies were still as bizarre as ever. Hailey only giggled at the accusation, then smoothly changed the subject. Had he been training with Zaid again? He nodded slowly in answer to her question. Hailey's thoughts raced. Zaid helped him, huh? Still, how had Rodrick ended up here so quickly? Was it her presence that pulled him here, or was something else at play? Breaking her own reflection, she suggested something unexpected. If training was done, maybe he should come with her. To Arthur's forest. Rodrick chuckled under his breath. She is bold and sneaky. Maybe this was her true personality. And it certainly didn't match any of the palace rumors. Her lips twitched slightly at his words. Should I act more like Hailey Duncan? But no. She had never laughed or spoken this freely with anyone before. It felt new. And oddly nice. Rodrick noticed her growing silence and tilted his head. Was something wrong? If she had more to say, she shouldn't hold it in. Hailey hesitated for a heartbeat. Then gathering herself, she offered a suggestion. Perhaps he should visit the priests. After all, a bit of faith could bring good luck. Then Hailey added another nudge. He should also see the physician regularly. Health mattered. Rodrick laughed aloud. So this was where she was going. A full-on wife's checklist. He stood and stretched. Fine, he'd comply with her nagging. Then he turned to her and said it. It was time for the forest. Hailey looked up at him, heart fluttering. Being near him like this, it made her feel warm. Maybe too warm. This kind of happiness might be dangerous, she thought, biting her lip. So, she told him she'd rest and follow behind. Rodrick didn't budge. He stood there, watching her carefully. What was the point of going alone? In fact, why not carry her? Hailey jumped at the suggestion and refused immediately. She could walk on her own. Later, inside the forest, the two both glanced up at the open sky. Hailey thought of Arthur's forest, a place brimming with sacred energy. If Rodrick had come here sooner, maybe he'd be stronger now. Still, no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't absorb even half his pain. He never really needed her help in the first place. A sad sigh slipped from her lips. Without a hint of warning, Rodrick leaned over and rested his head on Hailey's thigh, completely unbothered, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Caught completely off guard, she flushed with embarrassment and blurted out the only thing that came to mind. What in the world was he doing? Rodrick replied, utterly relaxed, that he'd tried many sleeping positions before, and this was the most comfortable one. Hailey flushed. It wasn't the position. It was the sense of safety. Running her fingers gently through his hair, she teased that she must be his pillow now. Rodrick smirked. More like a blanket, he murmured. Hailey puffed up in mock outrage. That was a bit rude. He grinned, then reminded her with a cheeky tone that she wasn't exactly behaving properly either. She shot back, wondering if this was his way of teasing or low-key harassment. Rodrick tapped his foot and said plainly, wasn't it normal for married couples to joke like this? He'd give her anything she wanted. She pretended to pout. You already gave me permission, though. Rodrick chuckled again. The more they joked, the easier it got. He liked this. Just then, something came to mind. He opened his eyes and told her. Next month was the annual hunting competition. Hailey's face instantly twisted in frustration as she slammed her fist. Again with the hunting? She then realized she might have hit him too hard and quickly apologized. Rodrick stayed quiet, clearly not thrilled either. Hailey cradled his head in her lap again and asked softly, couldn't the event be canceled? Rodrick shook his head. He made excuses to avoid it last year, but this time, he didn't have much of a choice. Unlike her, who opposed it from love for animals, his father was pushing hard for it to happen. Hailey felt helpless. Even Duke Duncan's no help in this, she thought, pinching Rodrick's cheek in frustration. Rodrick didn't protest. If anything, he found it oddly sweet. She really did care. Still, Hailey sat in silence, mind spinning. There has to be another way, she thought. Then curiously she asked, why did he cancel last year? Rodrick placed a hand on his stomach and admitted something quietly. The hunting event wasn't just about hunting. It was a public spectacle. A stage for nobles, soldiers, spectators. And the image they expected from him. Rodrick noticed her expression shift. She understood him, even without many words. She always hid her worries well. But when it came to him, she couldn't help but show concern. Rodrick thought of all the burdens, the weight of the kingdom and expectations. He'd never admitted the chaos within, not even to himself, because he feared that speaking it aloud would make it real, make him the mad king they all whispered about. But with her, somehow he felt safe. He reached to cup her face. Rodrick knew who she was, the daughter of his sworn enemy, someone planted beside him to report his every move, and yet he still wanted to tell her everything. This feeling, it was new, and it scared him. His heart pounded as he called her name again, ready to speak honestly for the first time. But before he could say a word, Hailey quickly covered his mouth with both hands. He sighed, frustrated, but she only looked down and gently said, "No, don't." Removing her hands, she then covered his eyes. "It's all right. Truly. You don't have to say anything." "You're not insane," she thought, "and you're not strange. I understand. Even if all she could do were small things, she would still be by his side." Rodrick looked at her again, amazed. Without saying much at all, this woman had become the calm in his storm. Then she added with a quiet smile, if he still had to go hunting, she'd at least embroider a handkerchief for him. Rodrick reached for her hand and thanked her. A few days later, palace gossip was buzzing louder than usual. It was said that the king might cancel this year's grand hunting competition. Rodrick, unsurprised, casually addressed it when the matter came up during a formal council meeting. And of course, Duke Duncan took the bait. With a tone dripping in forced concern, he inquired whether His Majesty had perhaps fallen ill again. Rodrick, never one to let sarcasm go to waste, calmly asked where exactly the Duke would prefer him to be. Flat on his back in bed? Duke Duncan's smile twitched. With a rehearsed bow of the head, he insisted it was only a gesture of concern. His duty as a loyal subject, of course. Rodrick glanced at the Duke with thinly veiled irritation. This man is supposed to be Hailey's father? Unlucky genetics, he thought. There's even a slight resemblance around the eyes. Disturbing. Then Rodrick turned to Zaid. "Fetch the document," he ordered. With exaggerated politeness, he told the Duke he had prepared a special gift for his dear father-in-law. Truthfully, Rodrick had just about reached his limit. He slapped a thick document down on the table with a loud thud and declared it to be an anonymous complaint, one that listed some very shady inconsistencies between the Duke's declared income and the actual taxes paid to the crown. Rodrick smirks as he watched the Duke go visibly pale. Then he mused aloud. Wouldn't it be interesting to dig into every hidden corner of this mystery? His voice dropped lower as he added, all this time, he had restrained himself, for the sake of the Queen's honor and the kingdom's image. But as for the Duke's pet request, reinstating Albert Duncan, that door was now firmly closed. Even now, Rodrick thought, he was showing restraint. And it was time the Duke appreciated that. With an air of mock leniency, Rodrick patted the back of the Duke's chair. One last chance. Make amends, or else. He turned to leave, then paused halfway. Oh, and the hunting competition? It's happening, just as scheduled. He lets out a smug laugh. I'm not sure I ended up with the ideal wife, but ever since we married, my health has never been better. He strode out, leaving a shaken Duke Duncan bowing silently, his jaw clenched so tight he might have cracked a tooth. He's changed, the Duke realized. That sharp gaze is back. Gone is the unstable, brooding king I once thought I could control. I thought placing my daughter beside him would make things easier. So why the hell is Hailey making it harder? Hailey sat at her work table, completely immersed in her craft. Her fingers moved with practiced precision as she carved tiny patterns into wooden beads, the soft sound of click-clack echoing into the quiet room. Meanwhile, Rodrick stirred awake from a peaceful nap. He stretched leisurely and let out a content sigh. I slept well, he thought. Rodrick glanced toward Hailey's back. She was still working on that odd-looking bracelet, the one with patterns that looked more playful than mystical. What even is that supposed to do? He wondered. Hailey remained focused, chanting softly as her blade etched symbols onto each bead. The bracelet on her wrist pulsed faintly, emitting a soft purple glow shaped like lightning. She poured every ounce of her will into it. This wasn't just a charm. It was her safeguard, her lifeline. She was so absorbed, she didn't even notice him watching. Then, out of nowhere, he broke the silence with a completely unserious remark. Apparently, some report had mentioned that Hailey was quite trendy. Was this bead-making hobby part of that new trend? Zaid, hearing the king's comment, averted his gaze and decided not to get involved. Hailey placed the freshly carved bead on the table and, without turning, muttered that she wasn't making it for style. Rodrick, intrigued, asked what the point was then. Hailey pulled her hair tie loose and answered with a smile. It was a mental exercise, something to keep her mind steady. Rodrick hummed a vague reply, then flopped back onto the bed and casually patted the empty space beside him. An unspoken invitation. On the flip side, Zaid tilted his head. He's still not back? He wondered aloud. The butler gave her a knowing look. The head maid, however, had no patience left. She dragged the butler and Zaid out of the room by their sleeves, muttering something about them still not knowing when to take a hint. Back in the quiet room, Hailey let out a small sigh, equal parts flustered and resigned. Ever since we came back from that forest, he's been sleeping in my room whenever he can, Hailey thought to herself. Honestly, it made sense. Aside from that sacred forest, this was probably the safest, cleanest place in the entire palace. She glanced at the window. The moon hung high. Is he really staying the night again? Of course. Just sleeping sounded innocent enough, until her mind started spinning in every embarrassing direction. She quickly shook the thought off, mentally blaming the mischievous ghosts for sneaking such scandalous ideas into her head. Rodrick, of course, was watching her reaction with quiet amusement. When her blush deepened, he walked toward her, and without warning, scooped her up like a cat. He calmly placed her on the bed and offered to take the sofa if she felt uncomfortable. Then, without another word, he walked over and sat down across the room. Hailey sat in silence. Finding a decent place to sleep in this castle really is hard, she thought, picking up her blanket. So, she called out to him. She puffed her cheeks slightly, unsure, then said it. He should sleep on the bed too, with her. Rodrick blinked, then instantly climbed onto the bed, pulling the covers over himself with surprising enthusiasm. It's like he'd been waiting for me to ask, she thought, both annoyed and amused. Meanwhile, the little spirit on the table slept soundly, still clutching a bead. Rodrick curled up and started speaking again, teasing her. Was she really planning to let the king sleep on a sofa? That was practically betrayal. Hailey huffed and reminded him this was her room and her bed, and he really did say the weirdest things sometimes. Rodrick turned toward her, a soft smile on his lips. He just meant he was lucky. His wife wasn't completely heartless. Then he opened his eyes again and called her name softly. She responded without thinking, only to freeze as Rodrick leaned over, closing the distance between them with a playful smirk. With a slightly too smooth voice, he asked if she knew what couples were supposed to do when they shared a bed. Hailey practically turned to stone, unsure whether to be shocked or slap him. A thick silence followed, one of mutual embarrassment. Rodrick flopped back down, chuckling. Just kidding, he muttered. But then added quietly, well, not entirely kidding. His fingers brushed her hair gently. And despite his teasing, his tone was sincere. He didn't want her to feel pressured. Under the blanket, Hailey blushed deeply. I want to try too, she thought, fiddling nervously with the fabric. But why can't I say it out loud? Even she didn't understand her own emotions at this point. And Rodrick? He was clearly just as confused. Rodrick decided to give her time. Then, as the amusement slowly slipped from his face, Roderick's thoughts began to drift. With the upcoming hunting competition drawing near, that could only mean one thing. He would be there too. The very man she once cherished beyond reason, Lawrence. Inside his study, Rodrick sat stiffly. His expression grew increasingly annoyed as he reviewed the contents of the reports. One particular name stood out, Lawrence, a striking man with blonde hair and piercing red eyes. Rodrick knew he'd heard it before, a well-known swordsman across the kingdom, popular enough to catch anyone's attention. Rodrick furrowed his brows, frustration simmering beneath the surface. Back before my engagement to Hailey, I barely paid attention to her past. But now? His eyes moved to another stack of documents. The investigative file on Hailey from before their marriage. Time to double-check everything. But as Rodrick read further, his frown deepened. His irritation snapped into focus. Out loud, he barked, "None of these 110 details are even remotely accurate." Rodrick jabbed the page with his finger, stunned at the absurdities listed. Hailey enjoyed sweets and desserts. Sweets? He scoffed. He recalled her flatly refusing even mildly seasoned chicken. The woman barely touched food with any flavor. She mostly ate plain meals and skipped anything remotely rich. She ate like a bird on a strict diet. Slamming the report down, he seethed. I confirmed this with my own eyes. How can this be in the report? Without missing a beat, he ordered his subordinates to start the investigation from scratch and submit a revised report by the end of the hunting competition. Rodrick sank back into his chair, closing his eyes with a sigh. Why does this bother me so much? Am I still suspicious she's hiding something from me? He glanced out the window in silence. Then, returning to the matter at hand, he added that Hailey had left her attendant and was wandering by the lake alone. Keep an eye on her, he ordered sharply. If anything happens to her, I won't let it slide. Zaid quickly nodded and excused himself. Not long after, under the warm sunlight, Hailey stood alone at the lake. The breeze tossed her hair and fluttered the hem of her dress as she stood hands on hips, frowning at something only she could see. And then, like always, Arthur appeared without warning, resting his chin in his hands with a mischievous grin. "What are you staring at so intensely?" he asked lazily. Hailey jumped with a shriek. Her heart nearly leapt out of her chest. Why does he always show up like that? She put a hand over her heart, catching her breath. "You've kept me waiting for days," she muttered bitterly. "You're so annoying." Arthur chuckled, clearly enjoying her frustration. He really is insufferable sometimes. "I'm not exactly easy to summon," he said with a teasing shrug. Hailey let out an exasperated sigh and rolled her eyes. Her luck had truly run dry. "You know exactly why I've been looking for you," she grumbled. She wanted to know. Could he accompany Rodrick to the upcoming hunting competition? It was far too dangerous for the king to leave the palace alone. Arthur tilted his head, resting lazily in the air. Then, with a sly smile, he asked, "And what will you give me in return?" That question caught her completely off guard. What kind of question is that? Without hesitation, she knelt, hands clasped together. Anything. Just nothing life-threatening, please. Arthur only grinned wider. "Are you playing with me?" he asked, a hint of amusement in his tone. Then, floating upside down like a show-off, he spun lazily in midair and added, "How about this? You stay by my side. Then I'll grant the request you were thinking about last time." "Didn't you say you liked older men?" he teased. "I'm over 500 years old. Perfect match." Hailey recoiled like he was radioactive. "Old man!" she shouted internally. "Stay dead, you shameless spirit." Arthur burst into laughter. Still flustered, Hailey hesitantly asked, "Wait, was that really your condition?" Arthur gave a half-teasing, half-thoughtful reply. "What? Are you that serious about this?" Arthur poked her forehead with a playful sigh. "You're so young. Yet you've got all these heavy thoughts. Just live your life. But then came the answer she dreaded. I can't grant your request. You're human, and you're trying to make deals with spirits. That's how curses are born. This palace is already overflowing with bad energy. You really want to add more? Hailey frowned. She remembered waving an embroidered handkerchief at some strong, vengeful spirits once. It hadn't worked at all. Then, another memory bubbled up. Her carefully stitching a charm while Gardy cheered. I'm good at embroidery, she admitted, but don't ask me to cook. Still, she poured her sincerity into each stitch. Even so, a sinking thought clung to her. Even if I pray all night, I still don't have the strength to protect Rodrick. Not on my own. She turned away from Arthur's persistent poking. If you won't help, then why are you even here? Her voice cracked as emotion surged. This is serious. I'm seriously trying. Tears welled in her eyes. I hated you from the beginning anyway. This is just bad luck. Arthur stood with his hands on his hips, letting out a dry chuckle. It finally hit Hailey that she might have been in the wrong, and with a sheepish expression, she offered a sincere apology. After all, offending a powerful spirit like Arthur. Definitely not her brightest move. He let out another laugh and called her a lost soul. Then, lowering his voice, he pointed straight at her and leaned down. Don't forget what I said. Just enjoy being human. And just like that, he vanished, leaving Hailey blinking in place, alone once more. She groaned out loud. Enjoy what, exactly? That ghost wouldn't even help me. What kind of guardian he is. Her arms dropped to her sides. There's not much time left before the hunting event. She turned to head back, but a wave of dizziness hit her like a wall. Her vision blurred as she stumbled. Just before everything went dark, she had one last thought. She told Deborah not to follow her. And then, Hailey collapsed onto the flower-strewn grass, the world fading into silence. When Hailey's eyes fluttered open, the first thing she saw was her husband, arms crossed, brow furrowed, and a dramatic scowl fixed on his face. Rodrick stood by the bed like a scolding parent. You're clearly defying me. Hailey blinked, then let out a strangled squeak and dove under the covers, dragging the blanket over her head like a child trying to disappear. Images flashed, Zaid finding her collapsed, carrying her limp body back like a fallen soldier. His Majesty is going to murder me for this, Zaid had thought back then. She peeked out slightly and asked if her father had caused trouble again. I'm sorry, she mumbled through the fabric. Rodrick, still fuming but visibly worried, knelt beside the bed and asked if she was in pain. Hailey quickly shook her head. She insisted it was just a dizzy spell. The doctor already said so. Nothing serious. She could even stand up right now. Rodrick narrowed his eyes. Don't. His tone was sharp. You've barely been in the palace for a few weeks, and how many times have you already collapsed? Rodrick gently poked her forehead, earning a small ow from her. She murmured an apology, but he's still irritated. He muttered. You always say strange things like you don't like this marriage. Hailey blinked in confusion. But I don't dislike being married to you. She had never hated him. She'd simply accepted her fate and chosen to adapt to it. Rodrick looked at her, visibly puzzled. Wait, does that mean you don't hate me either? She then answered innocently, Of course not. Rodrick wasn't buying it. Really? Then what's my name? Hailey lightly pushed his hand away, offended. Everyone in the kingdom knows your name. Rodrick smirked. Then say it. Blushing, she reluctantly whispered, Rodrick Perouse Blake. The moment the words left her mouth, her face flushed deeper. Why does saying his name feel so intimate? Trying to regain control, he said she could call him Rodrick, or even Rod, if she wanted. Hailey stared at him in mild shock. Thank you. But I'd still rather call you Your Majesty. Then, blanket up, face hidden, she disappeared again. Rodrick groaned. Why are you doing this? Under the covers, Hailey whispered something that made his eye twitch. We need a little distance. Distance? Again? He sighed. running a hand through his hair. This woman could frustrate him with a single sentence, just like her father. Hailey peeked out and giggled, covering her mouth to muffle her laugh. But he only stared at her fondly. As he adjusted the blanket around her, he looked at her seriously. "Tell me the truth. Are you actually a fox spirit?" He recalled seeing a crimson fox in the forest once. It reminded him of her. Hailey frowned. "You overestimate me." Rodrick raised an eyebrow. "Fox spirits are supposed to seduce men." "Oh dear," she thought. "A demon clan? That's terrifying." Rodrick realized her expression had changed and quickly added, "I meant it as a compliment." Out of the blue, Hailey shifted the conversation toward the upcoming hunting competition. Rodrick assumed she was worried out of her deep affection for animals, but in truth, Hailey was already lost in her own swirling thoughts, his safety. Her face tilted slightly in thought. "I can't count on that ridiculous ghost, and the charm I made last time was barely effective." Rodrick poked her cheek. "Are you listening?" She turned to him seriously and asked, "If you broke your arm, would the competition be cancelled?" His eyes widened. "Did she really just suggest that?" She added, "Actually, a broken leg would be better." Rodrick stifled a laugh. He could barely believe what he was hearing. Could she even break his arm with those tiny hands? Hailey blinked. "I wouldn't do it myself. I could just ask Zaid." Somewhere, Zaid felt a chill crawl up his spine. "Why am I suddenly involved in this?" Rodrick burst into laughter. Hailey looked at him thoughtfully. "It really seems like the only option left is to finish that handkerchief." Rodrick raised an eyebrow. "You're giving me one?" She hesitated. "Does it sound like I'm lying?" For some reason, that question brought an ache to her chest. The image of Lawrence briefly surfaced in her mind, deepening her doubt even more. Rodrick studied her. He could sense her doubt. Reaching out, he ruffled her hair and asked, "Would it be easier if I said I didn't want it?" His voice held a faint sadness. Her yelp in protest only made him tease her more. "You offered it first, didn't you?" Hailey, still flustered, reminded him that he asked for a favor last time they went hunting. He sighed and lay back. "All right, let's stop. We're going in circles." Hailey nodded, then after a beat of silence said softly, "I'll give you the handkerchief. So, stop doubting me." Rodrick looked at her quietly. "Stop doubting what? The handkerchief? Or the part of you I still haven't figured out?" His mind drifted to the wrong reports about her. "If you're lying, maybe I can ignore it sometimes, but not forever." And as if reading his mind, Hailey suddenly sat up and declared, "I'm not lying, look." Rodrick turned his gaze and saw what she was pointing at. A mountain of handkerchiefs. He stared in stunned silence. So this is what she's been doing? She's so quiet when she's with me. But with her embroidery hoop? A machine. He squinted his eyes, inspecting the pile. Her stitches were detailed, delicate, clearly made with care. She's not just good at it, she's incredible. He then noticed something else. Her hands, covered in tiny cuts. All those sleepless nights, and I thought she'd hand me a recycled one. But she's making a fresh one just for me. Rodrick felt a familiar ache in his chest. She keeps her distance, and I get annoyed. But when she smiles, I can't stay mad. He sighed quietly. I don't like handkerchiefs, especially ones that hurt her to make. But I'm also really glad she's keeping her promise. You should rest, he said at last. Hailey nodded. Rodrick tilted his head thoughtfully. What does she really like? Then he looked at her more closely. Her face was pale. I wouldn't say a word, he murmured, leaning closer. If you gave everyone else a handkerchief, except me. The jealousy was practically radiating off him. Hailey looked up, surprised, then smiled faintly. Does he think I'm giving them away to others? How cute. They're all for him, she thought to herself. But I'm not telling him. Not until the competition's over. Out of nowhere, Rodrick called her name, his tone unusually sincere. Then, without the slightest trace of shame, he offered an odd proposal. He wanted to be her armrest. The unexpected suggestion made Hailey's face turn crimson. Still, she agreed, although her body remained stiff, like she was trying to pretend it wasn't happening. Before she could overthink further, Roderick's voice cut through her thoughts, dry and amused. He warned her that if she stayed on his wrist, his arm might go numb. Startled, she shuffled closer toward his chest, still embarrassingly tense. Her movements were stiff, shy, and more than a little adorable. Even Roderick's ears turned pink as he looked down at her. There was something thrilling about having her this close. Hailey tilted her head up slightly and asked in a small voice, "So, we're just going to sleep like this?" Roderick avoided answering directly. His response was somewhere between vague and teasing. He wasn't about to get up and leave the bed now, was he? Her cheeks puffed out in protest. Meanwhile, in a cozy pile of handkerchiefs nearby, Gardy sighed quietly to itself. Here we go again. Roderick found her flustered expressions endlessly amusing and decided to push her buttons. With a chuckle, he asked if she even could get angry. Hailey didn't skip a beat. Of course she could. In fact, she was very formidable. Roderick laughed, clearly not convinced. His laughter sent her heart fluttering, but she doubled down. She could get uncontrollably angry if she wanted. Just watch. She let out a tiny roar and extended her hands like claws, an angry kitten pretending to be a lion. That was it. Roderick laughed so hard tears pricked his eyes. Once his laughter died down, Roderick wiped his eyes, still grinning. She really did have a surprising sense of humor. Watching her playfully sulk in his arms, he couldn't help but feel a strange ache. She never fully relaxed, always holding herself back, as if she were preparing to vanish at any moment. Carefully, almost instinctively, his fingers reached up to brush against her face. She glanced up at him, startled. What's with this sudden tenderness? Roderick wasn't even fully present in the moment. His thoughts were elsewhere. That fragile look in her eyes always made his heart twist. Was it her father? The cold, brutal man who raised her with fists instead of love? Roderick gritted his teeth inwardly, thinking how much he hated that man. He kept gently touching her face, almost absent-mindedly. Then he suddenly spoke. Quiet, but intense. He wanted to know why she always looked like she was ready to disappear when she sat by the lake. Hailey's hand curled around her sleeve, eyes dropping. If you have to ask, then maybe you're the reason. But she couldn't say that aloud, not directly. Instead, she looked up and asked him not to say things like that so lightly. But if there really was a problem, she asked gently, would you help me? Roderick looked at her, eyes unwavering, filled with quiet resolve. Of course. That answer knocked the wind out of her. She stared at him wide-eyed. Really? She tried to understand why. Why would he offer to help? Roderick didn't say anything at first. Instead, he simply held her tighter. Because you're my wife. Isn't that reason enough? That did it. Her eyes stung. Nestled close, a quiet realization bloomed in her chest. He really is. A good man. She thought back to every moment they'd shared. The spirits she'd fought off. The way he never questioned it, even when he didn't understand. The way he always reached for her. The way he'd smile despite the chaos. Each memory flickered through her mind like a candle being relit. What she once thought was a small flicker of affection had quietly grown into something she hadn't even realized she craved, until now. And even if it cost me dearly, I don't think I can stop wanting it anymore. Warm tears welled up in her eyes. Without thinking, her fingers curled around his sleeve, clinging to the one thing she wasn't ready to lose. Roderick felt her grip tighten, but said nothing. She nestled into his chest, closing her eyes, but her thoughts kept drifting. He's not asking questions. Is he going to let it go? Then out of nowhere, she called out softly, Your Majesty, good night. I hope you dream well tonight. That one sweet sentence hit him harder than any punch. His face went red. He stared at the ceiling like it held answers. This woman's going to drive me insane, he thought. And yet somehow he wouldn't have it any other way. Time moved swiftly, and soon the day of the grand hunting competition arrived. Hailey peeked out from her tent. Her eyes widened. It wasn't just a royal event. It was a massive spectacle. Even the luggage carts looked like part of a parade. She quietly observed the scene. So many people. And right at the center of it all, Rodrick was already busy preparing, radiating authority even as his aides scrambled around him. Just then, Deborah approached her with a warm smile and asked if she was ready. Hailey offered a timid nod, her mind elsewhere. Dressed in a beautifully tailored gown with soft puffed sleeves and layers of pale yellow silk, Hailey looked every bit the radiant queen. Yet in her thoughts, she sighed. What's so great about winning a hunting match anyway? Secretly, she hoped Rodrick would come in last. Just maybe. As the tent flaps opened, Hailey clutched a set of embroidered handkerchiefs tightly in her palm. These were her best work, infused with subtle spiritual energy. She had to give them all to Rodrick. Memories of her negotiation with Deborah to bring exactly 3 handkerchiefs flashed through her mind. She had wanted to bring more, but settled for the finest ones. Out in the open field, Rodrick mounted his horse. He turned to look for his wife, eyes scanning until he found her. She was still so small he could barely spot her over the heads of the crowd. Meanwhile, a blond young man with striking red eyes stood in the distance. His fingers curled around his cloak as he nervously whispered Hailey's name. It was Lawrence. Back in the crowd, Hailey craned her neck trying to find Rodrick. She even bounced on her heels in frustration. Deborah scolded her gently, urging her to move forward carefully. Once she reached the front, Hailey finally spotted Rodrick and lit up. From atop his horse, Rodrick chuckled, teasing her for being so short. She rolled her eyes. But oh well, he wasn't wrong. Their playful exchange was quickly overtaken by a subtle tension. Rodrick noticed the atmosphere shift. Something about Hailey's arrival had changed everything around him. Zaid, watching from behind, nearly screamed inside. Was Rodrick calling the queen divine or what? Meanwhile, Hailey remained confused, but quickly returned her focus to the handkerchiefs. She stepped forward and tied them to the reins of his horse, thinking, each one was a charm, a silent prayer for safety and victory. Rodrick, noticing the embroidery, asked if they were all for him. She nodded with composure, though her heart fluttered. Of course they were for him. Who else? The king turned red, recalling how sly she could be. Just like a fox, he thought. Then, with a slightly embarrassed grin, he asked why she brought exactly 3. Hailey gave an awkward cough. Just think of it as 1 for each year, she said. But inwardly, she admitted she was trying to make up for quality with quantity. Watching him hold those dainty handkerchiefs in his big hands made her smile. He looked almost shy. He asked if there was anything she wanted him to catch during the hunt. Hailey shrugged. She didn't care for trophies. She quietly hoped he wouldn't kill anything at all. Rodrick tilted his head, confused. What kind of man returns from a hunt with nothing for his wife? She smirked. So you're that kind of man? Right then, a flick to her forehead caught her off guard. Their banter continued until suddenly, everything changed. The familiar face in the crowd, Lawrence. Hailey's chest tightened, and tears welled up without warning. The memories, sweet, painful, and intimate, came crashing back like a tidal wave. But this wasn't the time, or the place. Panicking, Hailey raised her hands to wipe the tears. Rodrick noticed instantly. In a swift motion, he leapt off his horse and rushed to her side, shielding her with his embrace. "Are you all right?" he whispered, pulling her close. Tears still falling, Hailey mumbled apologies into his chest. "I'm sorry. I embarrassed you." Rodrick held her tighter and sighed. "Even when crying, you apologize for inconveniencing me." He tried to lighten the mood. "You're small. Probably only 13 people noticed. I covered you right away." Hailey chuckled softly through her tears. 13 is still too many. Ignoring the curious crowd, she teased him, calling him strange for his odd sense of comfort. He shot back playfully, saying she was laughing now, so clearly things were fine. Still holding her, He told her to wipe her tears on his shirt, but no nose-blowing allowed. Hailey protested that she hadn't even done that, and they both laughed. From within the murmurs of the crowd, voices speculated about their love. "They must really hate being apart," someone whispered. Lawrence, still standing silently in the distance, watched as his heart sank. Rodrick, sensing it was time, leaned in close. "All right, now lift your head and smile like nothing happened." Hailey nodded, but before she could react, he teased again. "They say if you cry, then laugh, you grow hair. Let me check if yours did." She groaned and swatted at him. "Is anyone more ridiculous than you?" But her laughter was genuine. Then, in a softer moment, she said, "Being married to you isn't so bad." Roderick's gaze softened. "Seeing you chase me away makes holding you now feel even sweeter." Still overwhelmed by emotion, Hailey apologized for how she acted previously. Roderick gently stroked her cheek. "You've said that enough. It's all right." She hesitated, tugging on his shirt. He leaned closer. "Let's give them something to really talk about," he whispered with a mischievous grin. Then he kissed her. It was long, deep, unapologetically intimate. A kiss that silenced the crowd and made time itself hold its breath. When they finally pulled apart, Roderick tapped her lips with a smile. "Just so you know, I did that because I wanted to." Hailey stared at him, stunned. From afar, Lawrence watched, speechless, then slowly disappeared into the crowd. As Roderick walked away, Hailey felt something heavy in her chest. A mix of guilt and gratitude bubbled up. Without thinking, she called after him. She ran forward, breathless, and without a word, she pressed something into his palm. It was her prayer beads, the treasure she always kept close. Roderick blinked in surprise. "Really? You're giving me your most precious item?" She smiled faintly. "Please return them when you come back." He gently ruffled her hair, thanked her, and promised to take them with him. As he rode off, Hailey stood still, hands clenched in prayer. A faint light radiated from her palms, curling toward the beads in Roderick's hand. He didn't see it, but the protection she wished for might have just taken root. Night fell, and the forest crackled with glowing campfires. The spoils of the hunt were tossed nearby, sizzling and steaming. Roderick sat by the flames, eyeing the flickering shadows. His gaze locked on a figure in the distance. Lawrence, seated among his men. With a dark scowl, Roderick muttered, "Look, a goat." His tone dripped with disdain. Zaid, who had been tending to weapons nearby, nearly choked on his own breath. Was Roderick really about to lose it again? Roderick brushed it off. "Relax, I was joking." Though clearly the joke had a target, and a sharp edge. Zaid, trying to lighten the mood, rummaged in a supply bag while remarking, "From what I've gathered, the relationship between Lawrence and the Queen was entirely innocent. They broke up because Duke Duncan was against it." Roderick shot him a look. "Why are you bringing this up? That was before marriage. The Queen had a right to her own life." Zaid agreed. "So why are you mad about it if you think it was her private business?" Roderick ignored the logic and took a bite of food, stewing in his thoughts. The Duke, ever obsessed with making his daughter a queen, had obviously kept Hailey under strict control. And now Roderick was supposed to be thankful for that? Hard pass. "According to your report," Roderick muttered, "Lawrence was the one who ended it. He dumped her?" Zaid, still trying to stay neutral, nodded. "I think the arranged marriage news pressured him. It wasn't sustainable." Roderick growled, bread still in hand. Still, shouldn't she have dumped him? Watching the king's petty meltdown, Zaid had to wonder, was this about pride or jealousy? Roderick glanced back toward Lawrence, sizing him up. In his mind, Hailey was superior in every way. Looks, personality, background. Sure, Lawrence became a knight young, but what else did he really have? "Your Majesty," Zaid finally said, slicing some cheese, "you yourself once called Lawrence one of the top swordsmen. His skill with a blade even surpasses ours." Roderick grunted, unimpressed. His thoughts flicked back to Hailey's tear-streaked face from earlier. That image haunted him. His eyes shifted to the handkerchief she had tied to his horse. Intricate symbols danced across the fabric. Something about her always felt like there was more beneath the surface, like she was hiding a deeper wound. Zaid, observing Roderick's spiraling train of thought, finally snapped. "You're really into her, huh?" Roderick scoffed but didn't deny it. "She's not ordinary. She knows I'm suspicious of her, yet she speaks so gently, like she's trying not to hurt my pride." He recalled her words. "Please come back safe. That's all I can ask." That scared him more than outright defiance. He sighed. This must be why married men fear their wives. Then, he turned to Zaid. "You go hunt in my place. More than Albert Duncan ever caught." Then he added with a stretch, "If the Duke dares ask for his son's title back, I'll step on his pride." Zaid nodded, but then heard Roderick mumble again. "And you also need more kills than Lawrence. You're the top swordsman, right?" Zaid replied with a half-smile. "I am, but should I really be enabling your jealousy, sire?" Roderick didn't answer. He tilted his head back, watching the stars. Meanwhile, back at the castle, Hailey is burning a glowing charm, while little Gardy watched her in awe. "What are you doing?" it squeaked. Hailey whispered, "Sending my sincerity to the king." Her voice stayed calm as she repeated an incantation, a prayer for Roderick's protection wherever he was. As the charm burned brighter, Gardy gasped in shock. This one was definitely stronger than her last. Granny was right. Harsh conditions force growth. She muttered. She dumped the water bowl and looked at a to-do list. First on the list, visit the king's bedroom. Second, talk to that weird handsome spirit. It was shaping up to be a busy morning. 5 days passed. While the knights were out chasing beasts, Roderick spent his days lounging under a tree. As the exhausted knights returned, he lazily waved and said, "Good job, everyone. Except Zaid. You look like a chewed-up boot." Zaid glared, drenched in sweat and dirt. The others grinned, praising Zaid's kills, while Roderick still sat cross-legged, gazing at Hailey's handkerchief. The beads and handkerchiefs reminded him of Hailey, the pattern on each one like a crescent moon, intricate and oddly calming. He frowned, staring intently. A sudden high-pitched squeak broke Roderick's concentration. Somewhere nearby, a squirrel had gotten caught in a trap, and one of the knights rushed over to report the situation. Apparently, the creature had been snared for its fur. Squirrel pelts were the latest fashion for coat decorations among nobles. Roderick wandered over, curiosity piqued, and nudged the tiny animal with his foot. It looked up at him with wide, glossy eyes trembling in fear. For a brief moment, he couldn't tell whether it was silently pleading for help, or cursing him for existing. That intense little gaze left him baffled. Was this squirrel trying to emotionally manipulate him? Unbidden, his thoughts drifted to Hailey. She'd definitely pity something this small and helpless. His wife always managed to stir up feelings he didn't know he had. With a sigh, Roderick ordered Zaid to prepare a squirrel cage, earning a groan from his loyal knight. Then, without a word, he carefully cut away the string around its neck. He had no intention of turning it into a fashion statement. Instead, he wanted to bring it to the queen, alive and well. Not because of duty, but because he wanted to see her smile. Just 2 more days. That was all the time he had left to make her smile again. Back at the palace, the mood was far from celebratory. Hailey was hunched over the diary belonging to the original owner of her body. The entry dated March 11th struck her hard. In it, Lawrence had said, "Don't run away. Dream of a new future. I'll become the Queen's knight, so we can stay together." But even then, the writer knew it was impossible. The entry ended with a quiet, painful realization. Hailey let out a deep sigh. Meanwhile, Gardy, perched on her head, chirped a snarky comment. Hailey didn't even argue. She agreed. Her thoughts grew heavy. If the real Hailey hadn't passed on yet, Part of her wanted to make peace with the woman who once lived in her place, comfort her if she could. She slumped forward onto the table, drained. The hunting competition had already ended, and yet here she was, still flipping pages. But it wasn't easy. The emotional weight clinging to every sentence made it feel like trudging through a swamp of memories. And just when she thought she was getting somewhere, one odd entry stopped her cold. September 10th. Father is planning something terrifying again. I told him not to, but he won't listen. I don't want to get hit anymore. Hailey frowned. That line felt completely out of place. What on earth was Duke Duncan scheming? And why couldn't she remember any of this? From what she could gather, the original Hailey had been trying to make sense of her father's secrets, even while dealing with constant mistreatment. She had a gentle heart, but had the misfortune of being born into the wrong house. Hailey turned to Gardy beside her and asked quietly, "Which is worse? Parents who abandon their children or ones who hurt them?" Without hesitation, the creature responded, "Both are awful." Hailey nodded, flipping another page. "You're right." A wave of empathy settled in her chest. It was like the universe handed out bad hands left and right. She rearranged the diary on the table and took a breath. The final diary entry had been written just a month before Hailey's death. After that, not a word. Had she given up on life? She stared into the pages, waiting for something to surface. And then it hit her. Her memories from Hailey's childhood flashed through her mind. But the recent past? Nothing. It was all a blur. The closer she tried to get to the truth, the foggier things became. Why couldn't she remember the recent past? Shouldn't it be the other way around? Meanwhile, back in the forest, the knights were returning from their hunt. A chorus of cheers erupted around Zaid. Zaid forced a tired smile and waved them off. Rodrick, mounted beside him, smirked. "Good. Trying to catch more than Duncan and Lawrence, huh?" Zaid's confirmed it. Then he turned to him more seriously. "How are you feeling?" Rodrick hesitated. "Tired. Still can't sleep, though." Zaid observed him closely. Normally, Roderick's bloodlust would have kicked in during a hunt. But today, nothing. He'd only taken down one deer. Compared to the usual chaos, that was basically restraint. But just as he pondered it, the little squirrel in its cage began to screech. Roderick's eyes sharpened in an instant. He then spun, hurling a dagger behind him with deadly precision. A split second later, a sharp thud rang out. Pinned to the ground, a venomous snake writhed beneath the blade. Gasps echoed all around, because that venom could kill a horse. Roderick stood calmly, like it was no big deal. "Be careful. These things strike fast." The squirrel, now visibly shaken, clung to the bars of its cage, while Roderick gave a rare nod of approval. "Not bad, little guy." Then, without another word, he nudged his horse forward. "Let's move. Hailey's waiting." As Roderick neared the forest entrance, a familiar silhouette stood ahead, graceful, glowing, and unmistakably hers. The moment he realized it was Hailey, a genuine spark lit in his eyes. Without a second thought, he urged his horse forward. Hailey stood waiting, her smile wide and welcoming, waving with cheerful energy. Her presence alone felt like sunshine after days of storm. As soon as Roderick reached her, he leapt off the saddle and pulled her into a warm embrace. That man didn't even hesitate, just swoop and hug. She greeted him sweetly, glad he was back safe and sound. Roderick, clearly thrilled, began rapid-firing questions at her. Had she come all the way to greet him? Was she feeling well? Shouldn't she be the one asking how he was doing? But Hailey just giggled, silently thinking, "Please, I can tell you're fine just by looking at that smug grin." Privately, she felt relieved. Her heartfelt prayers, and those enchanted handkerchiefs she spent nights crafting, must have worked. Despite all odds, Roderick came back unharmed, a tiny victory for both of them. Out of nowhere, Roderick presented her with a rather curious gift, a tiny, jittery squirrel in his palm. Hailey blinked in confusion. Of all things to bring back from a royal hunt. A squirrel? He explained it had been trapped and would have died without his help. She was a little skeptical, but still touched. Even this small creature, fated for death, got a second chance, thanks to a soft-hearted king of all people. Before she could say more, the squirrel suddenly bolted from Roderick's hand and scrambled up Hailey's arm, perching neatly on her shoulder like it had always belonged there. Roderick raised an eyebrow, mildly offended. The little thing had bitten everyone else. It didn't even hesitate with her. Hailey chuckled, guessing it must be drawn to her spirit energy. Roderick, pouting slightly now, handed her bracelet. She beamed with joy, hugging it close. But Roderick wasn't done being dramatic. She smiles bigger at that bracelet than at her own husband? The poor man looked genuinely betrayed. Hailey, of course, only laughed harder, making the pout deepen. Then came a sudden jolt. Her instincts screamed. Something wasn't right. The squirrel also stiffened. She turned her head slowly, and sure enough, a snake. A thick, pale snake with blood on its scales, and a chilling aura of resentment coiled nearby. It slithered out of the shadows, eyes glowing with vengeful intent, as if it had risen from a horror scene just to ruin her day. Her breath hitched. One look and her entire soul wanted to flee. In a tiny voice edged with panic, she asked Roderick if he'd, by any chance, killed a snake recently. His casual nod sent her spiraling. So it was true. And worse? This wasn't just any snake. It was the grudge-holding, spirit-tracking type, the kind that latches onto whoever slays it, and remembers. Even decapitated, its hate lingers. Hailey's past life memories as Yijae didn't help. Those mountain years had left a deep-rooted trauma. Roderick tried to defend himself. It was going to bite a horse. What was he supposed to do? Walk the whole way back? To that, Hailey blurted out, half joking, half entirely serious, that maybe, yes, walking back would have been the better choice. Or, at the very least, anyone else could have done the killing. The knights, Zaid, or even a squirrel, just not him. Roderick looked at her like she'd just declared the sky was green, not quite sure if she was serious or not. Hailey forced a weak smile, trying to brush it off. Internally, she was already chanting calming spells. Breathe, adapt, survive, she told herself. This was a test of courage. Unfortunately, her courage had left the building. And so she ran, full-on bolted. Her shriek echoed across the room as she fled in terror. Roderick was stunned. He shouted after her, half panicked, half offended. Did she just call him disgusting? Wait, was she talking about the snake or him? I literally did what she wanted, and I still got screamed at, Roderick said, utterly defeated. Poor dude. Eventually, the hunt had officially ended. The exhausted Zaid, the real MVP, had secured enough victories to elevate the king's name once again. When asked about a reward, he dryly noted there didn't seem to be a prize for personal burnout. On the flip side, Hailey tried to calm her nerves by releasing the rescued squirrel by the lakeside. The little squirrel, blissfully unaware of any human drama, happily began playing with Arthur not long after. And of course, Guardy was having the time of his life too. He was completely buried in the handkerchief like a cozy little burrito on the table. One day, Roderick stirred awake with a sharp inhale, confused and slightly panicked. Last he remembered, he had been sitting at his desk, buried in paperwork. But now, he was somewhere completely different. Before he could piece things together, a gentle touch landed on his forehead. A soft voice followed. It was Hailey. He was too stunned to process how he ended up like this. To understand that, we rewind 4 days. After the hunting competition ended, Roderick had fallen into a full-blown emotional spiral. With his hands clasped in front of him, he looked like a war hero defeated not by battle, but by overthinking. Does my queen hate snakes? Or does she hate me? He internally lamented. But no one, not even a doctor or an advisor, was prepared to play therapist for a sulking king. Zaid, watching this tragic spiral unfold, tried his best. "Why not go visit the queen?" he offered gently, but Rodrick only grew gloomier. She said, "Snakes are disgusting." The words replayed in his head like a curse. Zaid awkwardly scratched his head. "She didn't say you were disgusting, Your Majesty. It's just the snake." His attempt at comfort clearly fell flat. Rodrick ignored it completely, muttering something about knights who couldn't even spot a snake being unworthy of their swords. But the real problem? He hadn't even been sleeping. For days he forced himself to sit still and focus on state affairs. But his head would droop, and that familiar voices, the one that haunted him in his worst moments, began to whisper again. Rodrick snapped his eyes open, sweat beading on his forehead. The voices hadn't spoken in a long time, and yet, here they were again, taunting him. This wasn't just stress anymore. Something was very wrong. And the terrifying part? The only time that voices faded was when he was with Hailey. He slumped further into his desk, groaning in quiet frustration. Then his body gave up. A loud thud echoed in the room. Zaid immediately turned to see Rodrick passed out cold on his desk. His first reaction? Pure panic. With great effort, and even more internal complaining, Zaid hoisted him up, muttering about how this wasn't the first time he'd had to carry someone who fainted due to emotional overload. Moments later, thanks to Zaid's emergency delivery, Rodrick ended up right where he needed to be, resting on Hailey's lap. Rodrick's embarrassment flared as realization hit. Zaid had dumped him here like a sack of potatoes. His cheeks reddened even further as Hailey gently stroked his hair, completely unaware of the mental chaos unfolding inside his head. Her soft hair swayed above him, her gaze calm and warm. If this was madness, Rodrick decided he'd gladly go insane, so long as it was with her. Then came the pout. He whined that she hadn't even come to visit him once. Wasn't he her husband? Hailey chuckled lightly, admitting she wanted to visit too, but she was scared. Rodrick looked up, genuinely puzzled. Scared? Of what? Inside, Hailey struggled to put it into words. She was scared of snakes, yes, but more than that, she was scared of him changing, of growing distant. She tried to apologize, but her body betrayed her nerves. Her fingers reached out and pinched his cheek gently. Still, he lightened the mood, teasing that she should stop by more often. No pillow needed. He had spares. Hailey blushed at the mention of his bedroom, a faint thought flashing across her mind. So that's where he wants her. Her worries were interrupted when Rodrick suddenly gasped. She'd placed a hand on his chest and he felt lighter? Something was changing. Her touch was calming his body in a way that even he couldn't explain. He recalled an ancient power recorded in royal history, one thought to be a myth. Could Hailey have inherited that ability from the Duncan bloodline? He asked her gently if she'd studied medicine, or perhaps learned healing from a temple. Hailey only smiled and brushed it off. Maybe sincere prayer works just as well. Rodrick frowned. That was way too vague for a man desperate for answers. Still, her presence soothed him. He said so plainly that just being with her made him feel like himself again. Hailey looked away. She didn't want to be treated differently because of something she couldn't explain, so instead she smiled and offered him her lap again. "Use me," she said sweetly. "If you can't sleep, I'll be your pillow, though I'm not big enough to be your blanket yet." She was seriously offering herself up as his bedtime comforter. And honestly, he loved it. But he couldn't help pushing her buttons. He teased that she kept her distance, even while saying she felt comfortable around him. Then he took her hand and pressed it to his cheek. "Let's kiss again." Hailey's eyes widened. He sulked, pretending to be hurt. So Hailey, flustered and nervous, kissed him on the cheek once, then again, until Rodrick was frozen in stunned silence. And then boom. He sat up, flailing like a man betrayed. "I knew it. You're definitely a fox in disguise." Out of nowhere, Rodrick accused Hailey of hiding a mysterious tail somewhere, possibly something he claimed to have spotted on their wedding night. Rodrick moves closer, insisting that he needed to perform a thorough inspection. As he looked into her face, something shifted in his expression. He found himself wondering, what had driven him to kiss her that day when she cried? Before he could settle on an answer, his hand gently tilted her chin upward, and his lips met hers once again. Hailey let out a soft, startled gasp at the sudden warmth, her eyes fluttering shut instinctively. They held tightly in each other's arms, as if the moment might slip away too easily. For Hailey, there was no longer a question of resisting. Whatever this was, she was already falling into it. Rodrick shifted slightly and hovered over her, wearing a smug grin. Then, as if it were the most natural request in the world, he reached for her hand, claiming it was simply to keep his wandering hand occupied. Still not finished teasing, Rodrick remarked that maybe he needed to be more forceful just to hold his own wife's hand properly. Another kiss followed, deeper this time, leaving Hailey dazed. When he finally pulled away, Rodrick then casually announced that he'd completed his inspection. Of course, it's about his feelings for her. Hailey couldn't help but wonder what he was thinking. His gaze hadn't broken. Still focused, still unreadable. Was he planning to go even further? Then, without warning, the mood shifted. Rodrick asked her about Lawrence. The name hit her hard. Her hand instinctively moved to her chest as a dull ache resurfaced. The memory of Lawrence still lingered, painful, but distant. Maybe once she had loved him, but those feelings had already faded into the past. Rodrick, watching closely, seemed to understand. Whatever she'd felt before, he didn't want her to rush into something new just to fill the silence. He leaned forward, resting his forehead against hers. His voice was calm and certain. He wanted her to sort it all out, truly and fully, before giving herself to anything else. Then he opened his arms and offered her a resting spot against him, telling her to use his arm as a pillow. Naturally, Hailey declined, but her endless excuses amused him. He could already tell she was dodging. So he asked the real question. Was she avoiding him because she hated the idea? And to his surprise, she said yes. Rodrick didn't let that slide. He pulled her into his arms without hesitation, throwing one leg over her like she was the world's softest body pillow. He declared that this would be their new standard sleeping position from now on. Hailey could only mentally scream into the void. Still, as much as she squirmed in his arms, she couldn't deny the odd sense of comfort it brought. It felt warm, safe, and that scared her more than she liked to admit. The more she leaned into this feeling, the more she feared it would be taken away. Sensing her spiraling thoughts, Rodrick did the only logical thing. He tickled her waist. She gasped, squirming and laughing helplessly under his grip. Of course, he took this as his cue to declare it her punishment for hesitating. Hailey could barely catch her breath through the laughter, insisting she'd forgotten what she was even going to say in the first place. Rodrick only chuckled and leaned in to press a kiss to the top of her head. Yet, in his heart, he made a quiet promise. If she was still unsure of her own feelings, then he'd shoulder the burden of clarity. No matter how long it took, he'd take responsibility for the wife still learning how to trust her heart. That night, Hailey stirred awake in Rodrick's embrace. A sense of unease prickled her skin, and her instincts buzzed with tension. "Why do I feel like something's tapping at the window?" she mumbled. She struggled to wiggle out from Rodrick's clingy grasp, his legs still draped over her like she was his favorite pillow. Finally, she managed a daring escape from bed. Just then, something reached through the window. Hailey's voice rang out as she rushed toward the window, warning whatever spirit dared to follow the king. Her expression turned fierce, cold even, as she yanked the window open with authority. Hailey looked ready to bite. Prayer beads in hand, she raised it toward the ghostly intruder, her voice low and dangerous. "Last warning. Follow him again, and I'll end you." And to her own surprise, it worked. The spirit retreated, but the adrenaline crashed fast. Hailey dropped to the floor, exhausted and shaking. She gripped the window frame and whispered to herself, "I honestly don't know what I'm doing." All she had were vague instructions. Light a sacred fire, or destroy it with power she hadn't fully mastered. This was too much. Grandma, you never told me what to do when I'm up against something beyond me. I'm scared. Her voice broke. But when she looked back at Rodrick, still fast asleep, her heart softened. Despite her fear, she still wanted to give him a peaceful night, one untouched by haunting shadows or lingering spirits. That was all that mattered right now. A few minutes later, Gardy stirred. He yawned, rubbed its sleepy eyes, and peeked out, confused about the terrifying presence nearby. Meanwhile, Hailey had begun pulling the talismans off her room, trying to prep for another protective setup. But Gardy panicked. "No, please don't remove those. That's the barrier keeping the bad ones out." Too late. The snake spirit had already returned, bloodied and pale, slithering past the doorframe. Hailey froze as it lunged. The snake wasn't going for her this time. It was targeting Rodrick. In a heartbeat, Hailey threw herself in front of him, arms spread wide. "Not him! You're not touching him!" And in that moment, her bracelet burst with light. A faint, glowing barrier flickered to life around them, and the snake's advance slowed. But it didn't stop. Its ghostly form began to curl around her legs. Hailey trembled, arms still outstretched, whispering to herself, "This isn't how it's supposed to go." From the box, the little spirit peeked out again and sighed. She really can't do anything without him. With all the attitude of a grumpy toddler, it slid out and called to her. It rolled toward her, right across the snake, and grimaced. But its presence helped. Gardy's energy clashed with the snake's, giving Hailey the opening she needed. And with all the energy she had left, she launched the talisman forward. Its light grew brighter, surrounding her like a glowing string of magical beads. "Return to where you belong and forget this world. Let go of your grudge," she muttered. The snake thrashed once, then shattered into bits across the floor. Hailey slumped to the ground. She felt her soul nearly leave her body from sheer exhaustion. Eventually, she crawled back into bed and collapsed next to Rodrick. Time to sleep. Even Ghostbusters need naps after all. The next morning, Rodrick stirred from sleep and lazily nuzzled into Hailey's hair, still caught in a drowsy haze. Hailey, however, was not enjoying the moment, clearly not in the mood for cuddles. Rodrick blinked at her pale face. Her complexion was unusually drained, and concern quickly crept into his half-awake brain. He tried to recall the events from the night before. Wait, wasn't she lying on the other side? Somewhere between tossing and turning, he must have rolled her over in his sleep. That probably didn't help. Meanwhile, Hailey had curled herself up in the farthest corner of the bed, hands covering her face as if silently begging the universe to confirm that everything had just been a dream. Panic bubbled up in Rodrick's chest. Was she upset about the kiss? Had he crossed a line? Guilt gnawed at him as the weight of uncertainty settled in. Then, to his surprise, Hailey sat up and requested something completely unexpected. Nothing to do with kisses or awkwardness, but to stop killing snakes from now on. As she continued, her expression softened with a kind of tired sincerity, reminding him that everyone carried memories that hurt, maybe even memories they wished could be undone. And maybe this one was hers. Rodrick scratched his head, trying to understand. Killing snakes seemed like a simple reflex in emergencies, wasn't it? But her tone was firm, pressing that when possible, there were always other ways. Even if that meant asking for help from others. Zaid, for example. Somewhere deep within the palace, Zaid paused over a pile of documents, suddenly overcome with a creeping sense of dread, as if someone had just signed him up for something unpleasant without his knowledge. Poor guy. Rodrick, still taking in the moment, let out a quiet sigh of surrender. Message received. Hailey thanked him in that soft, gentle tone of hers as she turned away, ready to take another nap. Rodrick turned his head slightly, shaking with quiet laughter. Apparently, he was easy to talk to, though he wasn't sure if she meant that as a compliment or a subtle jab. But knowing her, it's probably both. Long ago, during the reign of King Lion Blake, the fourth ruler of the Cayenne Kingdom, the grand 100th founding festival was marked with splendor. He welcomed the powerful noble families, Mellon, Diamond, Russell, and Duncan, treating them as kin under the guise of peace and unity. But the truth behind his hospitality was far more calculated. His real message to future kings: never let your guard down around those families. Trust was a courtesy, vigilance a necessity. Now, generations later, history seemed to echo in the palace walls. During an official meeting, Duke Duncan rose from his seat with yet another bold request. This time, he wanted Albert Duncan, his son, reinstated at the western border. King Rodrick didn't even blink. Instead, he gave the Duke a sarcastic look that practically screamed, "Really? That guy?" Albert's failure in a recent hunting competition had been so underwhelming that Rodrick had mentally erased him from existence. The room went still. Duke Duncan clenched his jaw, clearly irritated, but didn't back down. Instead, he raised his voice and pointed out that he had already tried reaching out to the Queen twice, only to be ignored. He even added a dramatic touch, pleading like a misunderstood father banned from seeing his child. Rodrick responded with a single gesture, a finger to his lips telling him to zip it. Calm on the surface but sharp underneath, Rodrick made it clear the Queen's silence wasn't his doing. If anything, maybe she just didn't want to see her dear old dad. Duke Duncan scoffed, pretending not to understand. In his mind, his daughter had been trained to obey. The idea of her refusing him didn't make sense. Or maybe, he just refused to accept it. Rodrick wasn't having any of it. He shut the matter down cold, making it clear that any private grudge between father and daughter was not palace business, and it certainly wasn't something to whine about in front of the entire council. After the palace meeting ended, Rodrick stood by the window, lost in thought. A father who didn't even understand his own daughter. That said everything. The old warnings about the Duncan family echoed in his mind. From the Duke to his son, they were more of a burden than an asset. But then, something caught his eye in the garden below. At a small tea table, Hailey was calmly seated, carving into a piece of wood like she had all the time in the world. The sight made Rodrick smile. Well, at least one Duncan had turned out differently. He called out to her, and she glanced up with a bright, sweet smile, one of those smiles that softened even the worst of days. As he walked over, his amusement only grew. She was completely absorbed in her carving again. With quiet pride, Hailey showed him her newest creation. It was another small wooden figure, haunting, creepy, and oddly whimsical, just like the last batch she'd given him. In reality, she was actually reinforcing her room's defenses again, clearly preparing for another ghostly encounter. Rodrick chuckled. Same old Hailey. Hailey took that as a compliment, of course. Being unchanged was apparently something to be proud of. He raised a brow, questioning her logic, but she remained calm and confident. As far as she was concerned, she had nothing to be ashamed of. Rodrick stood beside her, quietly watching her work. But his thoughts drifted. He remembered those 2 wooden charms she'd made before, ones that had fallen apart way too fast. Maybe he should get her better wooden materials next time. Still surprised by her persistence, he gave her a small smile before teasing that she seemed to be having fun. She immediately pouted, offended. This wasn't play in her eyes. It was serious, ghost-repelling business. Then she turned the tables, accusing him of slacking off. Wasn't he supposed to be in his study? Rodrick sighed dramatically. That meeting had drained him. Apparently Duke Duncan had accused him of keeping Hailey away, like Rodrick was some villain hiding her in a tower. Hailey's sharp laugh said it all. So that was today's drama from her father. Rodrick looked at her, shaking his head. No, she definitely wasn't the same. She was getting weirder by the day. Her response? Hailey's usual sass. Rodrick just stared at her, a small frown forming. Everyone knew Hailey didn't care for her family, yet the Duke still acted like she'd come running if given the chance. Something wasn't adding up. Then, without warning, Hailey asked to meet with her father. Rodrick froze. Of all things, he hadn't expected that. Her eyes dimmed as she said she'd face him just once, and afterward, she'd follow whatever orders Rodrick gave her. That last part didn't sit right. She reminded him almost casually that she had already offered herself as someone to be used. That word, used, hit a nerve. Without thinking, Rodrick slammed his hand on the table. Did she really think he'd treat her like that? That using her was normal? Her silence answered everything. Roderick's voice shook. He didn't want to hear those words from her ever again. She stared, stunned. His frustration wasn't about being disobeyed. It was about the low opinion she seemed to have of herself in his eyes. She gripped the half-finished carving tighter, the air growing tense. Rodrick leaned back with a long sigh. Her silence was unbearable. After a moment, he muttered under his breath like a sulking child. He was mad. So she awkwardly reached for his hand and softly asked him not to be upset anymore. Of course, Rodrick had already forgiven her the moment she looked at him, but he wouldn't admit that. Instead, he asked if she'd be mad if the roles were reversed. She shook her head. No, but she would have felt a little sad. That was it. Rodrick dramatically dropped his head onto the table, utterly defeated. She asked what he was doing, genuinely confused. He didn't move. If he was in a bad mood, then it clearly wasn't okay with her. She answered that part like it was a sacred rule. Rodrick groaned into the table. She sounded like she was giving up. And that thought drove him insane. They had only just started, whatever this was. Without another word, he pulled her into his arms and kissed her, cutting her off mid-thought. His kiss lingered, gentle, warm, and a little desperate. When he finally pulled back, he whispered one question. Was that considered using her too? Her face turned red. She never said he forced her. Still, Rodrick needed reassurance. Was she really okay with this? She replied quickly, trying to sound cool. Of course she was. But he leaned in, narrowing his eyes. That answer didn't sound convincing. She snapped back, insisting she was fine. Rodrick just ruffled her hair and grinned. Good enough. Then out of nowhere, he apologized for earlier. She blinked, confused. Wasn't he mad at her? He shrugged it off, claiming it was because he'd brought up the Duke first. She didn't believe that for a second, but instead of calling him a liar, she smiled quietly. It was obvious. He only acted like that because he cared. She apologized too, saying she only wanted to help and might have just said it the wrong way. Rodrick nodded. He knew, then glanced away. If they argued again, he'd probably lose anyway. She didn't say anything more, but it was clear she didn't want to stay upset either. As she went back to carving, Rodrick quietly watched her, thinking to himself that he really should get to work soon too. But then, with perfect timing and a mischievous smile, he tossed out a cheeky question. So, how many days until she kissed him again? Hailey froze like a statue, but not hearing a no was answer enough. He suggested a daily kiss. After all, her patient husband was trying his best. Hailey responded with a fake cough, pretending she hadn't heard anything at all. Rodrick chuckled to himself. Such a shy little thing. Still, a soft smile lingered on his lips, even while the storm in his heart quietly raged on. He then reached out and gently patted her head, hoping she didn't actually choke from embarrassment. The next day didn't start on the best note for Rodrick. His mood soured after Zayd delivered an unwanted update. Lawrence had reviewed their latest findings on Queen Hailey. Naturally, Roderick's jealousy flared up. After all, what business did another man have poking around in his wife's affairs? Zayd, clearly used to handling royal tempers by now, calmly explained that Lawrence's involvement wasn't unsolicited. In fact, they had specifically requested his help to create a more thorough report, especially after their first one got rejected. Rodrick didn't like it, but he couldn't exactly argue with logic. As Zayd continued, he mentioned that the investigation's scope had been expanded. They'd left no stone unturned, interviewing Hailey's former tutor, loyal servants from the Duncan estate, even distant childhood friends. Oddly enough, all their testimonies aligned. The real puzzle wasn't the data. It was how different the queen had become since stepping into the palace. The woman in their reports didn't match the one standing beside Rodrick now. Sure, the reports were detailed. Hailey apparently used to get new dresses weekly, often hummed to herself, and had never dared disobey her father before marriage. Rodrick simply tossed the paper aside in frustration. His Hailey was someone entirely different. A mystery with new layers unfolding every day. As Rodrick tried to piece things together, the scene quietly shifted. Hailey was by the lake again, though this time she wasn't alone. Thanks to her fainting spell not long ago, Zaid and Deborah weren't about to let her wander without supervision. Still, even with her chaperones nearby, Hailey remained fixated on the water, as if hoping it would give her answers. And like clockwork, her unwanted lake companion appeared once again. Arthur, the sarcastic ghost with a face too handsome for someone supposedly dead. He casually suggested she try dipping her toes in the water instead of just staring at it like a haunted statue. Hailey, unamused, gave him a sharp look. Wasn't he supposed to be her spiritual guardian? Because at this point, he seemed more like a drowned ghost luring people in. She half joked about how many victims he'd tempted this way. Arthur laughed it off. Playfully offended, of course, and teased that while he hadn't tried drowning her, he had tried tempting her in other ways. That earned him a muttered insult from Hailey, who called him a perverted spirit. Naturally, he rose from the water dramatically, causing her to panic and clasp her hands in apology like a guilty schoolgirl. Regaining her composure, Hailey returned to the real reason she sought him out. She pouted, asking again if Arthur would help her save Rodrick. But just like before, he gave her the same vague refusal. No amount of pouting could change his mind. When Hailey admitted that she feared she wouldn't survive long enough to protect Rodrick, Arthur shrugged. If she really believed that, then maybe she should stop trying. Predictably, she ignored the suggestion. Rodrick's life mattered more to her than her own, and that fierce loyalty made Arthur grin. He couldn't help but tease her. Was she really that worried about Rodrick? Hailey confessed, a little bashfully, that yes, she didn't want to lose a husband who was actually a good person. She never believed he deserved this kind of suffering. Arthur leaned in closer, smirking with suspicion. Hailey's opinion of Rodrick seemed to have shifted. He wondered out loud if something spicy had happened between the two. Hailey flailed in response, claiming it was a private matter, but then promptly froze, realizing Zaid and Deborah were still nearby. Great! Now she probably looked like the queen who talked to herself by the lake. Meanwhile, Arthur wasn't letting up. He floated lazily around, noting that based on her flustered reaction, Rodrick probably hadn't made much progress yet. He even joked that they both shared the same taste in women. Before disappearing, Arthur gave Hailey a cheeky compliment, telling her she was doing surprisingly well and encouraged her to keep it up. Then he vanished without warning, as always. Right on cue, Rodrick arrived. He asked if his queen enjoyed wandering by the lake so much. Leaning in a little, he playfully wondered if these little strolls were her way of protesting something. Hailey could only laugh awkwardly. Rodrick then gave a nod of appreciation to the two watchdogs keeping an eye on her. Zaid and Deborah, without an ounce of shame, proudly accepted the compliment like they were receiving medals of honor. Trying to ease any lingering tension, Hailey reassured Rodrick that she hadn't done anything strange. But Rodrick just reached out and gave her cheek a playful pinch. In truth, he wished he could ask her everything that was on his mind. But he feared that pushing her too far would only widen the gap between them. He thought back to the investigation report and casually asked Hailey to sing for him. After all, it was mentioned she used to enjoy that. Hailey, of course, declined. Singing in front of people? Not her thing at all. Another wrong detail, another groan for Zaid later. Oblivious to the chaos she was causing with her honesty, Hailey continued chatting with Rodrick. The two ended up joking about who should sing first. Naturally, both refused. Then Rodrick leaned in closer again, shifting the mood, and asked for their daily kiss quota. Hailey burst out laughing, and the two shared a sweet kiss as Deborah discreetly dragged Zaid away to give the royal couple some space. Eventually, Hailey pulled back, flustered. She admitted she might have been a bit too bold. Kissing in broad daylight? Scandalous. Meanwhile, Rodrick silently trembled. He was barely holding himself together but wanted to calmly reassure her that what they were doing was perfectly normal for a married couple. Too bad the words got stuck somewhere between his brain and mouth. Deciding to switch topics before he melted, he suggested they have dinner together instead. As they walked hand in hand, Hailey realized something. Her original goal that day, getting Arthur to help, had failed yet again. Still, determined not to leave the day empty-handed, she shyly asked Rodrick if she could sleep in his room that night. Rodrick stopped in his tracks and turned red as a tomato, his brain practically due some marathon, trying to process the request. Of course, Hailey had a perfectly innocent mission in mind. Rodrick, on the other hand, well, he was off somewhere fantasizing. Elsewhere, Deborah was celebrating like it was a royal holiday. She declared that day worthy of being recorded in their kingdom's history books. Rodrick, meanwhile, was desperately trying to confirm if he had understood her right. Did she mean sleeping together? Panic quickly filled Hailey's eyes. No, that's not what she meant. She just wanted to look around his room. Her explanation left both Rodrick and Deborah visibly disappointed. Well, mission or not, it was time to do some recon in the king's bedroom. As night fell, Hailey geared up like a one-woman exorcist army, ready to storm the king's bedroom. Talisman sheets were draped over her like spiritual accessories, and she gave herself a quick pep talk before setting out. But halfway down the hall, reality kicked in. Walking around like a human scroll stand wasn't exactly subtle. With a nervous sigh, she peeled them off one by one, muttering how she'd probably look more haunted than the ghosts if someone caught her like this. When she finally reached Rodrick's room, she peeked in with the kind of sheepish energy reserved for someone tiptoeing into a lion's den. And rightly so. Her husband had the dangerous presence of a man sharing his bedroom with several vengeful ghosts. Still, she had a mission. With invisible spirits hovering like flies, Hailey waved her arms as she walked in, trying to shoo them away like she was swatting at smoke. Her eyes darted around the room, and she quietly admitted to herself that this space desperately needed divine intervention. Haunted was an understatement. Rodrick, as usual, remained blissfully unaware of his ghostly entourage. He watched Hailey with amusement as she wandered the room, pretending to casually inspect things like she wasn't on edge. He stepped forward, closing the distance, and asked if she'd found anything interesting. Hailey's answer came with a straight face, but the room practically screamed for help. Without warning, Rodrick scooped her up by the waist and plopped them both onto the bed. As the blanket fluttered up, he teased her, claiming he'd cleaned everything just for her visit. Hailey blushed, flailing in protest, but her eyes quickly locked onto something else. Her gaze fell to the wooden guardians she'd crafted. Small totems meant to protect Rodrick. One of them looked especially pitiful. She gently picked it up, softly whining that her poor creation had clearly taken a beating. Rodrick burst into laughter. From his perspective, the totems were ugly to begin with, probably because the wood she used was cheap. He promised to find her better materials for the next batch. But Hailey knew better. The problem wasn't the wood. It was the nightly spiritual brawl these little guys had to endure. Still, she kept that to herself. Instead, she promised to craft a new one to replace the battered guardians. Rodrick, ever the supportive skeptic, grinned. He said he was starting to look forward to whatever bizarre creature she'd design next. But then Hailey grew quiet. Out of nowhere, she asked if Rodrick had ever done something truly unforgivable in his life. Her mind had been circling the idea for days now. If the king was being hunted by such relentless spirits, maybe it wasn't random. Maybe karma had come knocking. Or maybe it wasn't just his own. Rodrick paused before answering. It wasn't a simple yes or no. As a king, he knew every decision he made helped one person, but hurt another. No monarch could claim spotless hands. Still, he hoped his choices hadn't been completely meaningless. Then, in typical Rodrick fashion, he turned the question back at her, wondering if she was into good guys. Hailey chuckled, admitting she wasn't exactly saintly either. That piqued his curiosity. What kind of misdeeds had his mysterious queen committed? Hailey thought back to her past, not anything illegal or scandalous, but something that had eaten away at her silently. There was a time when she harbored deep resentment for someone. Every time she suffered, she blamed that person, never caring about their reasons. She'd been talking about her parents, though she never said it out loud. They had abandoned her in her first life, and that wound never fully healed. Later, she began to pity them too. It was a strange emotional war, hatred and sympathy twisted together. Her heart was in constant turmoil, and the more she felt, the lonelier she became. Hailey knew that only she could sort through those feelings, so she admitted it to herself. She was lonely, just a little. And she didn't want to dump all that baggage on someone else. That would only create more bad karma. But maybe, she thought, Rodrick had his own karma too. Perhaps that's why those scary things never left his side. Yet no matter how much she looked at him, he just didn't seem like the kind of man who deserved that kind of punishment. Realizing she'd been rambling, Hailey apologized, thinking she'd bored him. But Rodrick had been really listening. For once, she had let him see a part of her she kept hidden from the world. Then, to her surprise, Rodrick handed her one more guardian. He told her she could name them and play with them all she wanted. Hailey smiled. So much for him pretending he didn't want her spiritual army in the room. Rodrick watched her proudly as she named the first totem, Hailey. The second one? She kept the name in her heart, Yijae. That name was hers before she ever became a queen. With both names assigned, she silently declared that her spirit and body would guard Rodrick from the darkness from now on. Rodrick, curious, teased that neither of the totems looked anything like her. But because she gave them names, he confessed he wouldn't be able to throw them away, even if they broke in half. After all, they were named after his dear wife. Those words stung more than she expected. Rodrick meant it sweetly, but Hailey's smile faltered. Her real name wasn't Hailey, it was Yijae. As he grinned at her so sincerely, she quietly begged in her heart, "Please, don't throw away Yijae too." Even she couldn't understand her own emotions anymore, so she said nothing. Later, as they lay in bed, Hailey still looked troubled. To lighten the mood, Rodrick leaned in for another kiss, playfully reminding her that she hadn't properly agreed on their one-kiss-a-day schedule yet. Hailey, amused, shot back that maybe she should lower the number. Rodrick feigned offense, claiming that if anyone was the seducer between them, it was her. Hailey burst out laughing, which delighted him. But he wasn't done teasing yet. Grinning, Rodrick slipped his hand under the blanket, dramatically claiming he needed to count how many tails his little fox had grown. Hailey, mortified, threatened to do the same to him if he didn't stop. Unfortunately for her, that just encouraged him. He casually reminded her that his tail was in front. Hailey groaned, questioning when her husband had become such a wild-minded flirt. Rodrick responded by catching her hands mid-air, watching her reaction closely. To his surprise, she gently smacked his thigh. That little gesture earned her another warm hug. Rodrick smiled to himself. Being beside her like this made him want to fall asleep instantly. Hailey, meanwhile, reflected on the warmth he gave her, physically and emotionally. That comfort alone was worth everything she'd done to protect him. Eventually, Rodrick drifted into a deep sleep. Hailey, however, stayed awake. Carefully, she placed a spell over him to ensure he wouldn't stir, no matter what she did next. Tonight marked the beginning of her mission to drive out the spirits for good. Evil spirits preyed on weakness and fear. That's why most people shouldn't face them at all. But for her husband's sake, Hailey couldn't back down. When one of the worst spirits stepped forward, far more twisted than the rest, Hailey slightly sweat. Even her granny would have struggled with this one. Her usual charms and talismans weren't going to cut it. That's when her eyes locked on the totems. Without hesitation, she reached for the one named after her true self. She knew the odds were slim, but unless she tried, she'd never know. With totem, talismans, and beads in hand, she began her chant. A violet wave of spiritual energy surged through the room, crackling like lightning. One by one, the evil presences were wiped out. Even the most persistent one vanished. Hailey exhaled. She had improved. That was clear. But her strength had limits. There was no way she could repeat that same exorcism again tonight. One round had drained everything she had. Her eyes landed on the Yijae totem. It looked even uglier now, slightly warped from the spiritual clash. She whispered softly, half joking. Both of them carried the same name, and both were looking a little worse for wear. Somewhere in her chest, a sadness bloomed. One day, just like that totem, she might be discarded too. Not because she broke, because she wasn't the real Hailey to begin with. And she was terrified that when that day came, Rodrick wouldn't hold on to her either. A few days passed, and King Rodrick had developed a new nightly habit, falling asleep beside his queen, regardless of whose room it was. To the outside world, it might have looked romantic. But to Hailey, it was nothing short of impressive. After all, she'd spent one terrifying night in his ghost-infested chamber and still hadn't recovered. Anyway, the fact that Rodrick had survived years in that cursed room without any talismans, protective barriers, or even a basic salt circle. That man had the mental strength of a war general, and possibly the luck of a clueless child walking through a minefield and surviving. Despite the terror she felt, Hailey didn't abandon him. Night after night, she invited Rodrick to her room, and any time he tried to leave, she'd act just a little upset, something he clearly started enjoying far too much. Eventually, he began threatening to return to his room just to see how she'd react. Of course, Hailey saw right through his antics, though she still played along. It was oddly sweet, even if it made her want to thump him with a pillow. The truth was, Rodrick simply didn't want to be apart from her, and of course you know why, right? Meanwhile, Hailey kept purging evil spirits from his aura like it was her second job, armed with nothing but spiritual talismans, sheer willpower, and the occasional whack of whatever was within reach. Rodrick, on the other hand, let her continue with her strange wooden crafts and nightly rituals. He didn't fully understand it, but one thing was becoming crystal clear. He was falling deeper for her. Not that Hailey, or rather, Yijae, had caught on. She was too busy gluing protective charms to him after all. One peaceful afternoon, Hailey found herself staring out at the lake again, wondering why Arthur, the flirty ghost with bad timing, hadn't shown up in days. On the flip side, her handmaidens watched her from a distance, whispering among themselves. They were convinced the queen was being stubborn by hanging around a place the king clearly disliked her visiting. Before their gossip could go any further, Deborah, loyal as ever, shut them down with a single glare. Nothing silences gossipers faster than Deborah in war mode. As Hailey turned to leave the lake, she was suddenly yanked back by Deborah's iron grip. Confused, Hailey turned her head, only to see the reason behind the interruption. Lawrence was standing there calling out to her. His eyes pleaded for attention, his voice desperate. Hailey's instinct screamed at her to walk away, but her body refused to cooperate. Frozen in place, she realized she had no choice but to face him. When Lawrence dared to address the queen informally, Deborah was about to rain verbal fury on him, but Hailey shook her head, gently signaling her to stand down. She needed to hear what he had to say. Lawrence bowed low, his voice shaking as he begged for a private word. This time, Hailey agreed. Alone now, Lawrence wasted no time. His question came like a blade. Was it because of him? Did she try to drown herself before her wedding because of him? Then, he reminded her of his vow, the promise to stay by her side, to wish for her happiness, even if it meant remaining only as her loyal knight. But his words were meant for the real Hailey, and not our heroine. Yijae, who was always calm and composed, tried her best to explain. That incident at the lake? Just an accident, nothing more. And Lawrence didn't need to hold on to his promise any longer. Their relationship had ended long ago. In her heart, she wanted Lawrence to let go, Because if he kept clinging to those feelings, the real Hailey, wherever her spirit lingered, would never be able to rest. But Lawrence was clearly not convinced. For someone claiming the past didn't matter, Hailey's eyes were betraying her, tears falling without her permission. And that's when things got complicated. Because no matter how strong Yijae was, she couldn't control Hailey's emotional instincts. Not fully. So when Lawrence reached out with a handkerchief, Yijae panicked. She slapped it away and ran. Inside her mind, she couldn't stop the question bubbling up. Why? Why would the real Hailey, someone who loved this man enough to cry like that, choose to end her life and leave him behind? Yijae, who had never experienced love in her own first life, simply couldn't understand. And that unfamiliar ache weighed heavily on her. Later that day, as expected, the emotional fallout reached Rodrick. The moment his queen shed tears, her worried husband showed up, looking like a man ready to interrogate a kingdom if needed. For Hailey, it felt like being a fish laid out on a cutting board, completely exposed, nowhere to run, and the knife of concern already in his hands. During their meal, Rodrick was sulking again. He claimed his wife was cheating on him, and by his dramatic standards, simply speaking to her ex in private qualified. Hailey, of course, denied everything, but Rodrick wasn't exactly ready to let it go. The image of Lawrence, of all people talking to his wife. It was enough to make his blood boil. Truth be told, Rodrick wasn't really angry at Hailey. His real fury was aimed squarely at Lawrence for daring to appear before her again. The nerve. Earlier, Zayd had casually reported that Lawrence and the Queen had briefly crossed paths by the lake. Zayd emphasized it was accidental and short, but that didn't stop Rodrick from erupting like a volcano. To him, Lawrence was nothing more than a bothersome parasite who kept wandering in and out of the palace like it was his personal courtyard. Zayd calmly reminded the king that Lawrence was a knight and kind of needed to show up for training. Not that it helped. Sighing, Rodrick then asked what exactly was said between them. Zayd hesitated. He knew where this would go, but answered honestly. Lawrence had told Hailey he would always protect her, as her knight. That was it. Rodrick's temper snapped. His fists slammed the desk with enough force to make it feel like Lawrence's face had been flattened by proxy. Zayd simply sighed, already exhausted by the drama. Once the jealousy cooled slightly, Rodrick asked a softer question. Did Hailey cry again? Zayd nodded but quickly added that she also made it clear her relationship with Lawrence was over, and then ran away. That should have been reassuring, but it only added to Rodrick's stormy mood. Sure, Hailey had said it was over, but she had also cried. Not once, but twice, just from seeing Lawrence again. And to a possessive husband like Rodrick, that stung far more than any dagger. He began wondering if maybe he should have taken a clean shot at Lawrence during the hunting competition. Jealousy was practically dripping off of him by now, and subtlety had clearly left the building. Meanwhile, Hailey was doing her best to navigate this emotional mess. More than Rodrick's accusations, what truly unsettled her was her own confusion. Her past self had been a complete stranger to love. Yijae had never experienced anything close to it. So understanding Hailey's lingering feelings for Lawrence was like trying to read a book in a foreign language. Still, she reminded Rodrick that he had promised not to pressure her. Rodrick countered that yes, he promised not to rush her, but that didn't include sending her back into the arms of her ex. But even in the middle of his petty complaints, Rodrick still noticed she hadn't eaten. He tried bribing her with a meal, and even offered to cut her food for her. Hailey couldn't help but giggle at how this man could go from jealous beast to awkward house husband in 5 seconds flat. Laughing through her apology, Hailey admitted she really didn't want to run into Lawrence either. Rodrick, seeing her honest expression, reached over and gave her cheek a gentle pinch. His only request? No more of that tear-streaked expression again. And just like that, the meal carried on with a slightly sweeter tone until the next course arrived. It was escargot. Hailey's face said it all. She doesn't like it. Zayd, completely drained and on the verge of collapse after countless failed reports, leaned in and whispered in a voice so weak it sounded ghostly. He thought she liked escargot. That's what the report said. Rodrick's got the hint. Apparently, this little dish had made its way into Zaid's latest investigative file. Hailey awkwardly played along, trying to pretend she liked it, but Rodrick wasn't fooled. So he had the dish removed, and had Zaid escorted out like a defeated soldier. Poor guy. After dinner, the couple took a walk together. Then, Hailey casually requested to sleep in Rodrick's room that night. She had plans, mainly to continue her next exorcism attempt. Rodrick blinked in confusion, asking why. He even said he preferred her room to his. Hailey offered a solution. He could sleep in her room and she'd stay in his alone. Not what he wanted to hear. Still confused, Rodrick asked if this was payback for him scolding her earlier. Hailey denied it, but also couldn't explain the real reason behind her request, so she stayed silent. That silence? It drove Rodrick absolutely insane, yet somehow he always gave in to her. With a sigh, he agreed to her plan. After all, he couldn't sleep without her anymore. Half joking, he said she could treat it as punishment for her little cheating incident. Hailey burst out laughing. How could that possibly be a punishment when it felt so comforting? And that was it. The last thread of his composure snapped. In one swift motion, Rodrick pushed her gently against the wall and kissed her. It wasn't soft or hesitant. It was deep, heated, and full of emotion. Hailey felt like she was being completely devoured, mind and soul. But before things went too far, Rodrick abruptly pulled back. He turned her around, nudged her into her own room, and shut the door with finality. Apparently, they were sleeping separately that night. His reason? If he stayed, he might lose all self-control. Hailey stood frozen at the door, trying to understand what just happened. But her thoughts quickly returned to something more pressing. Rodrick shouldn't sleep alone. Not in that cursed room. His nightmares would come back. Her day hadn't gone according to plan, not at all. And yet, it wasn't such a bad ending after all. Especially with the way his kiss still lingered. Deep, heated, and impossible to shake from her thoughts. Word spread like wildfire. Queen Hailey was granting an audience to the nobles. In an instant, high-ranking lords and ambitious officials swarmed the palace like moths to a flame. They weren't coming out of admiration. No, what they expected to find was a naive, overly polite queen, a woman who only knew how to smile sweetly and nod along. To them, she looked like the perfect puppet, easy to charm, easier to control. Inside the audience chamber, Hailey greeted each guest with her usual gentle demeanor. When one noble presented a suggestion, she smiled and agreed, but also added she'd consult with the king first. To the untrained eye, it looked like she was blindly nodding to whatever foolish proposal was tossed her way. But those who truly knew her, like Deborah, understood the hidden meaning in her words. Thanks for revealing your intentions. I'll make sure my husband hears every word. In short, those scheming nobles were digging their own graves, and they didn't even realize it yet. At one point, Deborah quietly suggested that Hailey should consider reprimanding the nobles more openly when they crossed the line. But Hailey, ever composed, simply smiled and raised her hand with a subtle gesture, as if she were cleansing bad energy from the room itself. Then she softly replied that the world is already full of bad people. No need to add more fire to the pile. Just then, Duke Duncan had shown up unannounced, demanding to see his daughter with a voice that barely masked his simmering anger. Deborah, ever protective, was ready to turn him away since he didn't have a scheduled appointment. But Hailey allowed the meeting. The Duke wasted no time. His first demand? When would Hailey allow servants from the dukedom to join her palace staff? Hailey coolly responded that the palace staff was doing just fine and she didn't need extra hands. Translation: she didn't want anyone from his camp infiltrating her space. Irritated by her response, the Duke pressed harder. He urged her to speak to the king about reinstating her brother Albert to his former post. But Hailey calmly shot that down too. That kind of petition wasn't her responsibility. It was her brother's. Wasn't Albert an adult? He could submit his own request like everyone else. Fuming, Duke Duncan asked to speak with her in private, assuming her calm demeanor was only for show because servants were nearby. Deborah hesitated, clearly against it, but Hailey gave her the signal to leave them. She was ready. The moment the room cleared, the Duke dropped all pretense. His voice turned sharp and accusing. He was convinced that the king had brainwashed Hailey, that she was only refusing his requests because she'd been threatened. Hailey immediately set the record straight. Every choice she made was her own. But Duncan didn't care for reason. He accused her of betraying the family and destroying the dukedom's future. He even had the nerve to remind her that he was the one who had placed her on the throne, solely for his own benefit. Hailey, watching him now, no longer saw a father, just a bitter man clinging to his own power. Still, no one else knew the real Hailey was already gone. If she, Yijae, didn't stand up to him now, then who would? Looking him dead in the eye, Hailey made her stance clear. She never asked to become queen. She never wanted the throne. Whatever damage had been done to their family, it wasn't on her. It was his own doing. He had shattered his daughter's life long before she'd ever stepped into the palace. With unwavering poise, Hailey instructed the Duke to submit a formal appointment next time he wanted an audience. But she stopped mid-sentence. As the Duke continued his rant, threatening that she'd regret not siding with him, Hailey felt it, an ominous presence clinging to him. Something dark and heavy. She couldn't tell whether it was guilt from past sins or something more sinister. Maybe a murder he'd committed, or was planning to. Whatever it was, his aura practically screamed of bad karma. Hailey gave one last warning. She advised him in earnest to live differently before it was too late, before the regrets came knocking. But he left the room without a second thought. Her words, brushed off like dust on a coat. Once alone, Hailey sighed and scolded herself. Maybe she shouldn't have spoken so bluntly. Words carry weight. So, she reminded herself to be more cautious in the future, even when dealing with a man like that. At Arthur's forest, Rodrick was in unusually good spirits, teasing Hailey as he casually mentioned that her latest report said she showed her fangs again. Hailey just smiles, denying any signs of aggression. She wasn't even angry. At least not by her standards. But Rodrick couldn't stop thinking about the way she had practically cursed her own father earlier. It wasn't like her to lash out, which made her sudden bite all the more surprising. Apparently, his soft-spoken wife had a hidden switch, and the Duke had flipped it. Curious, Rodrick asked if she truly hated her father. Hailey answered flatly that she didn't. In fact, she didn't care about him at all. It wasn't hatred, it was indifference. And if anything, she disliked even talking about the man. Rodrick, watching her closely, started noticing a pattern. Hailey often answered in short, clipped sentences, especially when it came to anything emotional. It was as if she was always trying to hide the full story. The more he tried to understand her, the more she kept herself locked away. Still, he offered her some berries. He wanted to know her better. That much was clear. The moment caught Hailey off guard, making her blush despite herself. Trying to lighten the mood, Rodrick asked if she had any other hobbies besides carving and meditation. The scene gently transitioned, and the next thing anyone knew, Hailey was gasping for air after climbing a ridiculously tall tower. Apparently, since Hailey once mentioned her fondness for Arthur's forest, and had shown a bit too much interest in King Arthur himself, Rodrick took that personally and decided to take her on a portrait tour of the royal family. Standing beside her in the tower, Rodrick proudly explained the history of the first king, Arthur, known for believing that divine power protected the royal bloodline. He was also said to be the king most beloved by the Holy Sword. And yes, just as you expected in this Manhwa, the playful, flirty, and annoyingly handsome spirit who kept popping up by the lake, that was King Arthur. Now seated near the water again, Hailey quietly reflected on the tour. She thought back to the other portraits, but especially Rodrick's. His official painting was hanging proudly among the kings. Hailey had giggled when she first saw it. pointing out that it didn't capture the full truth, mainly because the artist forgot to include all the vengeful ghosts constantly clinging to him. Rodrick misunderstood and took it as a compliment, thinking Hailey meant he looked better in real life. So naturally, he agreed with her and smiled shyly. Then, Hailey turned her gaze toward Arthur once more. The idea that this spirit was actually the founder of the kingdom? It was hard to wrap her head around. Even worse, the way she kept glancing at him was clearly starting to irk her husband, who definitely didn't enjoy competing with a literal ghost for attention. Back at the present, Hailey muttered under her breath that the infamous Western ghost turned out to be a pervy young king. Arthur, floating nearby, simply laughed and bragged that at least he died young, and managed to keep his boyish charm all the way to the afterlife. But something didn't add up. Spirits usually retain the form they had just before death. Yet Arthur still looked like he was in his 20s. Hailey frowned, confused. Arthur explained with a nostalgic smile that he had clung to the ideals of his youth until his final breath. He went on to say that people always had a choice, whether to hold on to their pain or their joy. That decision, he claimed, is what makes humans so interesting. Hailey, curious again, asked if that's what turned him into a guardian spirit. But instead of answering, Arthur threw in another joke about his eternal good looks. Classic deflection. Annoyed, Hailey scolded him. Wasn't he supposed to help as a guardian? Or was he just floating around collecting compliments? Arthur casually reminded her that guardian spirits aren't allowed to interfere with the lives of the living. That's the rule. Unlike vengeful spirits who attack recklessly, true guardians like him were bound by boundaries. And Hailey, as a human, needed to stay grounded in that reality. But Hailey wasn't buying it. She snapped back that for someone who claimed to be a guardian, Arthur had surprisingly little care for his descendants. She pointed out how her Eastern ancestors were famously loyal and protective of their family lines. Some even offered help from the spirit realm. Her mind wandered for a moment, to that awkward memory, the one where Arthur had playfully offered help in exchange for companionship, even knowing she was his descendant's wife. Outrageous. She now stared at Arthur more critically and noted that he actually resembled Rodrick, which only made her dislike him more. Arthur, catching her glare, sighed. That offer had been a test, not a serious proposal, but clearly it had gone over Hailey's head in the weirdest way possible. Trying to change the subject, Arthur reminded her that now that she knew his true identity, she might want to show a bit more respect. After all, he was technically her grandfather-in-law. Hailey immediately bowed, paying her respects with the speed of someone who had just remembered who she was talking to. Her earlier sass suddenly vanished into thin air. On the flip side, Rodrick found himself stuck in a far less amusing setting, a council meeting. And as usual, it was about trouble brewing in the West. The topic of the day, a failed defense at the western border. Rebels tied to the Daemon faction had attempted to overpower the region, catching the local forces off guard. Rodrick, clearly unimpressed, turned his frustration on the noble responsible for overseeing the border's security. The king didn't appreciate failure, especially not one that risked national safety. And just as the tension rose, Duke Duncan decided it was his moment to shine. Wearing a smug smile, he chimed in with a helpful reminder that the commander at the western border should be held accountable for his failure. According to the Duke, this incident alone was more than enough reason for demotion. Rodrick didn't need a map to see where this was going. He knew full well that Duncan was pushing for his son, Albert, to take over that post again. It wasn't the first time he tried, and likely wouldn't be the last. Rather than reject the idea outright, Rodrick played it cool. He simply replied that he'd consider the suggestion, after reviewing a full, detailed report on the incident. Later at Rodrick's office, things weren't exactly quiet. Zaid had just proposed a bold move: take the fight directly to the rebels, straightforward and aggressive. But Rodrick wasn't so quick to agree. Leaving the western border vulnerable wasn't ideal, but sending Zaid away from the palace? That had its own risks. If Zaid left, No one would be there to protect the king. Still, Zaid considered it. Normally, he'd rather throw himself into a battlefield than deal with Roderick's unpredictable temper, especially in frenzy mode. But lately, with Hailey constantly at the king's side, Roderick had seemed more grounded, calmer even. And considering Hailey was basically a one-woman elite suppression unit, Zaid started wondering if it was possible to leave Roderick without the world falling apart. Their strategy talk was interrupted when Roderick suddenly brought what he had found out from the book he was reading. During King Lion's rule, the Diamond noble houses were merged through arranged marriages. Publicly, it was called ethnic integration. Privately, it was all about weakening their power. Roderick had read enough to start connecting the dots. With the Daemon Restoration movement heating up again in the western region, and Albert Duncan having been conveniently relocated from the west to the south, it wasn't hard to guess the Duke's motives. His obsession with reclaiming the western defense post couldn't just be about duty. It reeked of something personal. Roderick knew that the Duncans had once held authority thanks to a mysterious, inherited power, but that ability supposedly vanished after the reign of the fifth king. Still, Roderick wasn't about to take any chances. He gave Zaid a new order: summon the crown prince back to the palace. If the Duncans were planning something, the royal family needed to be unified and ready. Trust? That was a luxury he couldn't afford. Well, maybe with one exception. Roderick glanced over and watched as Hailey handed him another one of her handmade sculptures. It looked vaguely cursed and unmistakably weird. And yet, somehow, he found it adorable. The irony of it all hit him hard. Here he was, warning himself not to trust anyone from the Duncan bloodline, while deeply in love with one of them. He nearly burst out laughing at the absurdity. How could he not? Meanwhile, Hailey just sighed and reminded him with perfect seriousness that the key to battle was asserting dominance first. Her solution? Start strong. Be feared. Oh, and get a reliable friend. Preferably one who could break bones. Roderick, already laughing through tears, nodded and let her do whatever she pleased. By this point, he'd stopped questioning her eccentric designs. If the totem on his desk had a tail and an extra eye, so be it. That was his new royal guardian now. Eventually, Roderick gave her a sincere thank you for introducing him to his new friend, and led her toward his bed. Except, Hailey had very different plans for the evening. Moments later, she found herself pinned under her overly affectionate husband, who decided it was the perfect time for several slow, lingering kisses. It didn't stop there. He kept going, gently, but insistently. When he finally gave her a moment to breathe, Hailey shoved him back slightly, reminding him that this was not the reason she came. Roderick only clung tighter, clearly not taking the hint. He asked whether she was afraid of him or worse. Did she dislike him? With a flustered groan, Hailey confessed the reason. She wasn't scared or angry, just really, really embarrassed. That was all Roderick needed to hear. And cue the next round of kisses. This time, Hailey awkwardly tried to kiss him back, her movements clumsy but earnest. It made Roderick grin, wide and fond. She looked like a nervous fox trying to be bold. When she noticed him laughing, she pouted and immediately ducked under the blanket to hide. Roderick, like always, gave in. He reached over, gently patting her through the covers and murmuring for her not to be upset. He could never win against her anyway, and honestly, he didn't mind losing. Later that night, Roderick stirred from sleep. Something had pulled him out of his rest, Hailey's voice. There she was, sitting on the floor with her back turned to him. She was speaking, but no one else was around. A strange chill brushed his skin. He called out softly, though his mind had already jumped ahead with quiet suspicion. Who was she talking to? Hailey turned her head with a practiced calm. With a serene smile, she apologized for waking him, saying she was just meditating. Roderick didn't push further. Instead, he walked over and knelt beside her, wrapping his arms around her. His excuse? The floor was cold, and with that, the two returned to bed. But for Hailey, sleep was far from possible. Her eyes drifted once again to the edge of the room, where the small ghost child lingered in the shadows. that thing, had been there for some time now. Ever since she'd started sensing the presence of vengeful spirits in Roderick's room, the ghost had never really left. They had been quietly conversing before Roderick woke up, but the interruption made the spirit child angry. He accused her of breaking her promise. She had said she'd listen to him, and now she wasn't. No mother ever came for him. No one ever fed him. The only thing he had left was the desire to make others suffer as he had suffered. Hailey said nothing, but her heart twisted. On the other side of the bed, Roderick stared silently at the same empty spot she kept glancing at. He said nothing either. But in the quiet, he wondered to himself just how long he could keep pretending he didn't notice her lies. The next day, Hailey sat in quiet thought, mentally recapping her progress. Or rather, the lack of it. Things weren't unfolding the way she'd hoped, and what bothered her most was her failure to completely exorcise the ghost child from the night before. From nearby, Gardy, her small, mischievous spirit companion, chimed in after overhearing her muttering. He casually asked if she was just slacking off like him. That comment hit her pride harder than expected. Hailey quickly denied the accusation, but Gardy only shrugged, mumbling that taking it easy was actually pretty fun. Not exactly the encouragement she needed. Still, Hailey had no room for leisure. Her next task was more challenging than any before. She needed to visit the lake, the very one where the original Hailey had tried to take her own life. She remembered the place vividly. But how exactly was she supposed to get there? And as if summoned by sheer chaos, Roderick appeared with impeccable timing. He greeted her with a smile, clearly intending to steal her away for a casual meal together. But of course, he had a secondary plan tucked under his sleeve. He wanted to introduce her to someone. As they walked together, Roderick brought up something she had tried to tell him earlier. Hailey hesitated for a moment before admitting she wanted to go out. But bringing up where she wanted to go, that was trickier. The lake wasn't exactly on the list of romantic destinations, and she had a feeling it might trigger an argument. Roderick, however, reminded her with a patient tone that as queen, her outings had to be monitored for safety. She needed a proper route and a proper guard. Taking a deep breath, Hailey confessed that she wanted to visit the temple. She even added that it was just for prayer. But Roderick stopped in his tracks. Of course he knew what that place meant. It was where she had once tried to drown herself. And just like that, the two started bickering. Before things could escalate, they were interrupted by the arrival of another presence. A man entered, similar in appearance to Roderick, though with longer hair and a different air about him. This was Prince Edgar, Roderick's younger brother and the crown prince. During their meal together, Edgar wasted no time praising Hailey's beauty. Apparently, the rumors didn't do her justice. Roderick, on the other hand, was grumbling into his cup, admitting he constantly worried someone might try to steal his stunning wife away from him. The complaints kept coming. Roderick went on about the burden of marrying someone too beautiful, which earned him a flustered reaction from Hailey, who quickly reached over and covered his mouth mid-rant. Unfazed, Roderick gently removed her hand and shifted the mood. He added that the real blessing wasn't just her beauty, it was her sincerity and thoughtfulness. Then, without missing a beat, he kissed her palm. Cue Hailey's face turning crimson. At that point, she gave up trying to stop him and focused her energy on making small talk with Edgar. Meanwhile, Roderick quieted down, his mind drifting elsewhere. Specifically back to the first time he ever saw Hailey, at the debutante ball. He regretted not speaking with her that day. Maybe if he had, he would have come to know her even sooner. Edgar shared that he spent most of his time buried in books, studying archaeology, philosophy, and history. He half joked that all this research was mostly an excuse to wander around aimlessly, leaving the kingdom's burdens on Roderick's shoulders. Hailey smiled, though she couldn't hide a pang of envy. She admitted that if she could, she would love to travel freely too, going wherever her feet took her without restriction. That earned her a sharp glance from Roderick. He reminded her that there were rules, and what was forbidden stayed forbidden. Until he caved a second later. He softened his stance, offering a compromise. If he accompanied her, then maybe he'd allow the trip. Hailey, however, wasn't looking for a travel buddy, especially not for this particular visit. Her true reason for wanting to return to the lake wasn't something she could easily share. She planned to call on the real Hailey spirit at that location. Unable to agree, she stayed quiet. And just like that, the two reached a familiar stalemate. The conversation ended without a decision. Still, Edgar had quietly enjoyed the whole scene. Watching his older brother fuss over his wife like a love-struck man was unexpectedly entertaining. 3 days later, rumors had swirled ever since Prince Edgar reappeared at the palace, but now the truth was official. King Rodrick had appointed his younger brother as the new commander of the Western Border Guards. It was a bold move, and one that left Duke Duncan fuming in silence. Still, the show went on. The royal banquet celebrating Edgar's return unfolded without a hitch. Meanwhile, Hailey observed Edgar with curiosity. Something about him stood out, and when Rodrick asked for her thoughts, she admitted it outright. The two brothers felt completely different. Rodrick confirmed her instincts. Edgar had always been a scholar at heart. While Rodrick was shaped by swords and war, his younger brother had been nose-deep in books since childhood. Hailey couldn't help but ask, why send a bookworm prince to the border? It wasn't ideal, but it was necessary. With Duke Duncan constantly pushing for his son's reinstatement, Rodrick had to act. Appointing Edgar was the safest way to block the Duke's ambitions. He then dropped a detail that made her pause. Hailey's unique hair color, an exotic feature, was a signature look of the foreign clans from the old Daemon Empire, the same bloodline that was now stirring rebellion at the western border. In other words, Hailey's heritage came from Roderick's enemies. But before the mood could shift too dark, Rodrick casually pointed to a noble across the room, one of the Duke's most loyal aides, a knight with political ambition and a silver tongue. Hailey laughed, realizing she was getting a full Noble 101 crash course from her husband mid-banquet. Then her eyes landed on another familiar face, a noble who had tried to pitch a shady investment opportunity during his private audience with her. That plan had crumbled the moment she used Rodrick's name as her shield. Unsurprisingly, the man backed off fast. Rodrick, clearly impressed by her strategy, couldn't help himself. He leaned in and pinched her cheek affectionately, declaring that from now on, they'd tag team against the nobles together. And then came the gossip. Rodrick whispered a fun fact. That same noble who'd tried to trick Hailey, his wife had left him after his financial gamble failed. Apparently, the Countess had turned a blind eye to his infidelity. But the moment the money vanished, so did her tolerance. Hailey wrinkled her nose. That type of man, unfaithful and reckless, was the worst in her book. Rodrick grinned, satisfied with her reaction. He playfully reminded her that she had married well. After all, he was rich and loyal. For a moment, the two disappeared into their own sweet little world. But out of the blue, she asked something that had quietly bothered her. Why did Rodrick tell her all of this? Why lay out everything? Rodrick didn't hesitate. Because he chose her. Whatever her ancestry, it didn't matter. He was on her side. As if warming the unreachable corners of her heart had quietly become his life's mission. Before anyone could blink, the day of Prince Edgar's departure ceremony had already arrived. Everything was moving faster than expected. But amid the formalities, Hailey's eyes were pulled toward a man she didn't recognize. Tall, foreign-looking, and definitely not from around here. Her interest was subtle, but someone else caught it immediately. Zaid, as sharp as ever, explained that the unfamiliar man was a close friend of Edgar's from his time studying abroad. Naturally, that didn't stop Rodrick from reacting with a familiar flash of jealousy. A royal ceremony was happening, sure, but that didn't mean he wouldn't notice his wife looking at another man. And just when Hailey tried to say something about it, Rodrick leaned in with a cheeky grin and warning to plant a kiss on her lips. Someone clearly forgot the meaning of formal occasion. Still, that was Rodrick's way. Half teasing, half serious, all unpredictable. But when it was time for him to give his official words to Edgar, the mood shifted. Rodrick looked his younger brother straight in the eye and offered words of encouragement, the kind expected from a king. But as he leaned in closer to whisper something privately, his tone became heavy. He told Edgar that this assignment to the Western Front wasn't a death sentence. He wasn't sending him there to die. And above all else, Edgar must never forget who he is. He's royal blood. If anything were to happen to Rodrick, then the weight of the entire kingdom would fall on Edgar's shoulders. It wasn't a threat. It was a burden, quietly handed down between brothers. Hailey's heart nearly stopped. Until that very moment, she hadn't truly grasped the risk Rodrick lived with every day. The possibility of losing him. Just the idea of his fall made her chest tighten. Still, she didn't let her panic show. But inside, she was silently promising herself she would protect him, no matter what it took. If Rodrick was carrying the kingdom, then she'd make sure he never had to carry it alone. That night wasn't supposed to feel like defeat. But for Hailey, it hit harder than anything she'd expected. When she opened the doors to Rodrick's room, the aura inside told her everything she needed to know. It had slipped back into its cursed state, like none of her efforts had ever mattered. Her legs gave out beneath her. Meanwhile, the 3 royal aides who saw her exchanged curious glances. The way she held herself, trembling and pale, it almost looked like early pregnancy symptoms. And naturally, the rumor wheel began to spin in their minds. Rodrick, ever the protective husband, shut that down immediately. He waved them off and closed the doors with a heavy sigh. What was supposed to be a quiet night unraveled into quiet heartbreak. Hailey couldn't even speak. Her mind spun in circles, wondering how things had spiraled so fast when everything had felt so normal just that morning. Now both her body and soul were at their limit. She couldn't keep standing, not even emotionally. Rodrick panicked when he saw her shaking. He asked if he should call the royal physician, but she stayed quiet, until the tears started. That's when he noticed the broken totems she'd made. He assumed her tears were because of that. Trying to comfort her, Rodrick gently picked up one. "It's not completely ruined," he said with a soft voice. "I'll still treasure it." But Hailey's sorrow ran much deeper. Among the cracked totems was one that meant everything to her, the one she had secretly named after her real self. That totem wasn't just broken. It was split clean in half. To her, it felt like a final warning from the heavens, a cruel reminder that maybe she was never meant to carry this burden. Rodrick held that 2 pieces like it was sacred. To him, it didn't matter how it looked. What mattered was that Hailey had poured all her hope and devotion into it. For him. That alone made it priceless. Maybe that simple sincerity gave Hailey the push she needed. She forced a smile, one she clearly didn't feel, and gently coaxed him back to bed, urging him to rest. Rodrick knew she was still hiding something, but once again, he chose not to press her for answers. For now, he let her be. The moment Rodrick's breathing slowed into slumber, she quietly got back to work. In that silence, a single thought kept repeating in her mind. Maybe she was reincarnated into this world for one reason only: to save him. If that was true, then quitting wasn't even an option. Thankfully, her latest spiritual creation, King Yomra the Guardian, was still standing firm near the room's edge, silently fighting off dark energy on his own. With prayer beads glowing faintly, talismans fluttering, and her voice steady despite everything, Hailey began reciting her exorcism spells once more. Each word came from the pit of her heart, filled with desperation and quiet hope. As she chanted, her thoughts briefly wandered to her past life. Back then, she'd wandered aimlessly, going wherever her feet dragged her. She was a drifter, always moving, but never arriving, lost in her own solitude. Now, even with ghosts clawing at her husband's life, even as her strength waned, Hailey didn't hesitate. Rodrick had become something else entirely for her, a rare oasis in her barren life, like a lake discovered in the middle of the desert. And for that lake, she would walk barefoot across burning sand, over and over again. The spirits could try to break her, but her heart had already chosen him, and no matter what, it would always return to him. The morning sun had fully risen when Rodrick opened his eyes, only to find Hailey sleeping right on top of him. At first he smiled, until something felt wrong. Her breathing felt shallow, and when he looked closer, panic hit like a bolt of lightning. There was blood. Without a second thought, Rodrick shouted for help, his voice shaking as he demanded a physician immediately. Moments later, 2 royal physicians rushed in, doing their best to assess the queen's condition. But despite all their training and tools, neither could explain the bleeding. Hailey wasn't sick. There were no traces of poison. Oddly enough, her life force seemed weakened. Yet medically, she was perfectly healthy. Naturally, that answer wasn't good enough for the king. When Rodrick threatened to take their heads if they failed to explain, one of them stepped forward and said something that stopped him cold. What was happening to the queen was beyond the boundaries of their world. That simple truth shook Rodrick more than any battlefield ever had. Thankfully, Hailey stirred a little later. Rodrick rushed to her side, relief flooding his face as he called her name. Hailey, however, was still processing her own fight from the night before. The vicious clash with the vengeful spirits had taken everything out of her. But at least half of them were gone now. Even if she had collapsed in the process, she'd made progress. Her gaze dropped to Rodrick's clothes, now stained with blood. For a terrifying second, she thought he'd been hurt. But then it hit her. The blood was hers. A severe nosebleed from last night's spiritual backlash. Then, Rodrick called her name again, desperate to understand what was happening. His hands trembled as he held her, clearly afraid. But Hailey, still trying to shield him from the truth, simply asked to be taken to her room. She figured if she acted composed, he might feel reassured. So, without questioning her request, Rodrick carefully carried her in his arms and brought her to her chamber. But the moment they entered, little Gardy popped out, and absolutely lost it. Seeing Hailey covered in blood, the tiny spirit freaked out and started punching Rodrick's back with his little fists, blaming him with all his might. Anyway, Rodrick tried once again. This time he asked her honestly, where did it hurt? What was happening to her? He wasn't just asking as a king or a husband. He was asking as someone who simply couldn't stand not knowing what pain she was carrying. All he wanted was to protect her, but it was like there was a wall between them he couldn't break through. Hailey stared at him, and that's when her past crashed into her like a wave. Memories of being labeled weird, of being cast aside for being different, of people recoiling from her as if she were some cursed child. All of it came flooding back. In the past, she'd already learned that no one believed her when she told the truth. So why would he? In her anguish, Hailey lashed out, not with anger, but from deep pain. She told him she was different, strange, the kind of person he would never understand. And he shouldn't have to. He had his own burdens to carry, so why waste his strength trying to understand someone like her? Tears spilled down her face as she begged him not to look too deeply. Because deep down, she feared the same thing would happen again. If Rodrick ever found out that she could see spirits, that she was born unwanted, unloved, abandoned, would he start to look at her the same way everyone else did? Would he be afraid of her too? So she sinks herself deeper, convincing herself that the only thing she could offer him was silent protection from the shadows. As long as she could help him from afar, that would be enough. He didn't need to know the real her. But Rodrick wasn't like the people from her past. To him, she was his wife, and he was her husband. That bond wasn't a title or duty, it was a choice, one he made every day, and in that moment, he wasn't just seeing her pain, he was holding it, quietly refusing to let go. Looking straight into her eyes, Rodrick wished, more than anything, that someday she'd allow him to reach the heart she was so desperate to protect. Because no matter how dark her world felt, he had no intention of walking away from her.